0964. What's your name so I could change the phone number to your name?
Thanks, brother. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Tiger Crane Shakir.
So I'm gonna just put Tiger.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, a few things. One, a lot of the stuff that this brother on the panel is bringing up, kind of disingenuous, to say the least. Like by mentioning Tariq Nasheed's name, a lot of these things that you bringing up, bro, these were things that was going on for years within the Caribbean. Now, I'm Jamaican descent, born and raised in New York, but the experience I had growing up amongst FBA, a lot of things I learned that Tariq and others have put out, we've been hearing this shit for years. Black folk from the South, like like Native Black Americans, I would always hear someone. There was always an FBA that I knew I grew up with that had a Cherokee grandparent, Blackfoot grandparent, family tree go back a couple of hundred years in either Louisiana, Kentucky, Texas, Tennessee, the Carolinas. So this thing of Black folk coming here, all masses of us as slaves, many of us were already here. Many were in Caribbean and elsewhere. So as far as I'm concerned, when I see this delineation going on and been going on with Black Americans, and when I say Black Americans, I'm talking about those that are genealogically American, not just American by citizenship, but genealogically. And the haterism from a lot of the Caribbeans, Africans, many of y'all in denial of it. Y'all don't want to talk about it. Y'all deflect and get around it. I remember a quarter of a century ago, debates I had with boomer Jamaicans. And let me say something real quick. A lot of the Caribbeans, and I just want to add this, I'm not trying to dominate the panel, but I just got to put this out here. A lot of Caribbean people, and Jamaicans especially, y'all got to stop being in denial of this shit, man. This thing didn't start with no Tariq Nasheed. It's been going on for decades. And all you have to do, you talk to any first generation born Caribbean person that's here. And if they're honest with you, like I am, they'll tell you, we've seen it. We've seen it. And I know Caribbean people who came here, they told me they got their citizenship here. That white man would shake their hand, welcome them to the United States, and told them stay away from the Black Americans. So there's levels to this shit. Okay, of course we got to deal with the white supremacy. If we're gonna talk about white supremacy, let's be honest, let's be transparent and put all of it out there. A lot of Caribbeans still like kissing European ass. I'm in 2 groups on Facebook now, and within the last week, 2 of these Jamaican groups specifically, we've been going back and forth. A lot of them, one of them, talking about this German girl. She's born and raised in Jamaica, but both her parents are German. But they claim her as a full-blooded Jamaican. They don't question her. I'm talking about Black Jamaicans. This is how Black Jamaicans specifically and Black Caribbeans in general think.
Wow.
Anybody tells you to the contrary, I'm telling y'all, you was a lie.
All right, so
when I came in here, because I'll just say real quick, because both my parents are Jamaican, my grandparents Jamaican. Nah, you're not Jamaican, you're born a foreign. This is the attitude they have. And there's a lot of other Caribbean people in my shoes, they can testify to that. But okay, you was going to say.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wanted KD to respond to that.
Yeah, man. I mean, there's a lot I could say in response to that. You know, the thing is that a lot of people, they love to speak to the results, but never speak to the cause of the situation. Are there a lot of Jamaicans who be shuffling, jiving, shucking? Yeah, of course. But you're going to find that kind of behavior anywhere, at any time, any place. Black people as a whole, we suffer from self-hate an identity crisis all the way across the board. And my only thing with this whole FBA thing is that it's trying to isolate one group of Black people from other groups of Black people, when in all actuality, we've all really gone through the same things from the same people. Sure, there are different governments.
Can you explain that real quick? Because I thought I already explained what FBA was about. But can you explain?
And I got a response for that too. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead. I just want, when y'all finish, I want to respond to that.
Okay. So you want me to explain that? So you mentioned slavery. You mentioned Jim Crow. These types of things. Slavery went on in Jamaica. Some of the worst slavery.
No.
Go ahead.
No.
What? No.
I made it very clear. I said that everybody in this world, again, Rwanda, the Hutu, the Tutsis, the Ogoni people in Nigeria, everybody in this world has an exclusive ethnic identifier where nobody can usurp and say, I'm that too, because they can't go, they don't have a lineage, they don't have a history behind the people who actually claim it. I said, except for us. We were the only people who had terminologies that were very exclusive. We were called Negroes, and so were you. You were called Negroes too. Marcus Garvey called you Negroes, and so did us. Like we called you guys Negroes. I'm talking about Jamaicans. So Negroes wasn't an exclusive term for us. Okay, then we were called colored, right? And these are terms that are being called to us that don't really mean nothing. Like what the hell is colored? Like the NAACP is a national advancement for something for color associates for colored people. So like that's not really an ethnic identifier. Everybody's colored. We got colored folks now, colored Hispanics, Indians, Chinese. Everybody's colored but white folks. Okay, so none of these terms are exclusive. So I told you that then we're called African American. But if the South Africans come over here, like you said earlier, and get citizenship, they're African American. And then Black American, you yourself as a Jamaican man checks that box as Black African American. So again, that's not an exclusive term for us. We're the only people on this earth, literally, that don't have an exclusive term, like exclusive ethnic identifier. So we came up with ADOS, free people, free men, and FBA. So that's how it's used. It's used as an exclusive ethnic identifier, which when you say it, you're only talking about us in this country who experienced slavery from our experience in this landmass. That's what it's used for. So when you say it, there's no confusion. Is it Black American Jamaicans, Black American Nigerian, or is it just, so now there's no confusion. FBAs is FBAs and ADOS is ADOS. That's why they was named. So now we have our own exclusive identifier. That's all it is. And the reason why they came over, and the reason why they used it, it was for reparations. It was to show, it was for, so now all Black folks around the world can't latch on to something owed to us from our government, because you have Nigeria, which is the scams country of the world. There's no debate there. They're definitely going to try to latch on to some reparation case for us. So we said, let's use language. Let's use language that other Black people just can't hop on and get a free bag, taking the money from our pockets. That's why these terminologies were even thought of to begin with. And then they stretched, like FBAs had evolved to become an ethnic identifier. So it far stretched past the claim for reparations.
Let me say this, and then I'm gonna ask a question. I'm gonna say this. The thing is, you guys like to remix ethnicity and lineage and interchange these words and turn them into something else. When you the definition of ethnic group is a group of people who share common culture and religion and other characteristics.
And history, right?
So
wait, hold on. Keep going. And a history too, right?
No, it doesn't say that. It doesn't say history. It just says characteristics. Okay.
Wait.
Slow down. Go ahead. You need me to repeat it?
No, where are you pulling this?
Just Google. Google.
Wait.
I'm keeping it simple.
Right. Oh, hey, no. See, hey, now look, hey, Tiger. This is what he does. While we're talking.
I can't even finish what I'm saying. No, but go ahead.
You're being this genius. Hey, brother, while we're talking, he likes to go get tailor-made definitions of words. Now he knows that these words, depending where you pull it from, it's going to say something different. So what he does is he tries to find something. Now I just said a whole bunch of something that should have meant something. All right. So when I get done, that meant nothing to him. See, at that point, wait, hold on. So at that,
I saw it. I saw it already.
Yeah, but you know what, bro? You know what? If you want, you can add history in there. Because the thing about it is, when it comes to, go ahead. You can add it on there, but go ahead.
But I wasn't finished though, because I was saying at this point it gets disrespectful for me, right? Where I don't want to talk anymore because I'm sitting there explaining that we're the only. There wasn't even a rebuttal from you. I said we're the only people that I believe on this earth that don't have an exclusive term. When you say you think about us only and exclusively. I said, so now we want a term. It is called an ethnic identifier. I just explained earlier, you check the box for Black African American.
But hold on, but that's cap, bro, because it's the same thing in every country. When you say Jamaicans, and the brother that's on the line, he said the same thing. They're white Jamaican.
I gotta meet the guy. He just like to talk. Okay. Those white Jamaicans were something before they came to Jamaica. You dumbass. That's my whole point. My whole point. They were
okay, but do they call them anything but Jamaican? No, they don't. Brother, so it's cap.
If you keep cutting in, I'm gonna put you in the waiting room where you cannot respond. All right. So those people, their lineage is gonna go past Jamaica. Their lineage, so they can call themselves what they want to call themselves. People over here call themselves Moors, and I made that analogy. People say they're Hebrew Israelites. People say they're Muslims, right? But that goes. People say they're Jewish, but that goes past that. Their lineage. So that's why we keep saying ours are lineage based. So you could call yourself, we can say we're the Black Towels, the Black Owls, don't matter what we want to call ourselves. Our lineage is going to go back to something to still point at a particular people. This is why I don't get mad at ADOS or FBA. Like they get into that. Or
exactly.
I use them all interchangeably because it's going to all point back to the same people. So I'm like, hey, ADOS, you mad at FBAs, but guess what? When they say FBA, they're talking about you too. And FBAs, you're mad at ADOS, but guess what? When they say ADOS, they're talking about you too. So they're not excluding you. You're still included into that. So now I just said all of that. And all he came back with was what a rebuttal. So now all day, I didn't say the word tether. I didn't say like anything that he would find offensive. I was keeping it clean. And even though I was feeling like that, I was feeling like I want to say something.
Just call me a dumbass, but okay.
Yeah, because I'm trying to refrain from more worse things I could say, right? So now that's me not being able to bridle my tongue much longer, right? Because of like I really can't believe what I'm hearing from you, but I'm starting to get used to it. I'm starting to get used to it, especially from people that's not from America. I'm starting to get used to like the disrespect of not listening to it. Be like, yo. This is why we're calling ourselves, and this is why. That's it. Like we don't even got to explain past that. That's it.
Right. Can I respond to this, please?
No. Not yet.
I know you don't want me to respond.
Excuse me.
Not yet, because you got the Eritreans, right? It's disrespectful to call them Ethiopians, even though they technically are, right? They got independence, they're separate, and they call themselves Eritreans. Now, it's a fairly new term. It's not as old as Ethiopian, but they're saying, I'm not that, I'm this. And they'll tell you why, right? And now the honorable thing to do is, the human thing to do is respect what they fought for to be called, okay? So we're doing something similar here, right? We're saying, yo, I understand what these terms mean. They're not all exclusive. They're very inclusive. I just explained earlier. But as I'm talking, this guy just keeps trying to find a Google way to respond and rebut without actually trying to listen to us being communicated. But then he claims that he's a Pan-Africanist. Like we're all in this boat together. But his actions are showing otherwise. I'm sincerely trying to just say, hey, bro, this is why we're doing it. Whether you like it or not, this is the reason. I'm just trying to give him the reason. This is why we're doing it. Now you might not agree with it, but this is what we're doing, and we're not moving off of it because we understand this is important.
Excuse me, brother. FBA defensive unit.
Yeah.
when you hear a lot of these cats say, oh, you know, we Pan-Africanism, we all together, what they mean to say, you know, you mentioned your boat analogy. What they mean to say is we all in the same boat, but you, FBA, y'all are rowing and we just kick back and y'all should, and for y'all to even suggest that we help y'all row because we in the same boat, oh, the temerity, they're appalled that you would ask to even have the gall to come out your base and ask them. And there is an arrogance amongst Caribbeans that, again, I've been addressing this for years, way before this social media stuff. That's why when I hear people throw Tariq's name in, that chafes my, excuse me, I don't want to be ribald and you get a strike on your channel. It irritates the heaven and hell out of me because y'all act, a lot of Caribbeans, y'all act like this something new. This ain't something new for the last half century plus. You know, and I can talk not only from my anecdotal experiences, I'm sure that the brother on here, he knows of some. He's not going to mention it, but he's already said quite a bit over the last hour. I won't be on the show. I just happened to be scrolling by and your thing popped up on my feed. I said, okay, check this out. They live right now too? And I couldn't call in earlier because I was underground in the subway. So, you know, all the noise and stuff, I didn't want that in, you know, that background. So I had to wait till I got somewhere where there's no midtown noise and all that other stuff. But no, you know, a lot of them, a lot of Caribbeans and the Africans and the Nigerians, I don't want to get on them. But this envy, what in Jamaica, what we call bad mind. And the brother on here, he know what that means. If he's Jamaican, like he, you know, what I saw in the chat, somebody put up in the chat, he's Jamaican or Jamaican descent. I don't know if he was born here or born and raised in Jamaica, but there's a bad mind. When somebody's bad mind, they have a hateful, spiteful, envious spirit towards you. And I don't see no problem with that. FBA, claim your history, claim your culture. All of that, you're supposed to. FBAs were friends to Caribbeans and Africans when we ain't had no goddamn friends. And I've experienced this not only myself, but you can go back into history. I'm not going to go into all that because a lot of y'all already know, so I don't have to, you know, go into that. We're going on to other things here. But bottom line is we can't be disingenuous. And then when we say Pan-African, and let's all come together, and we don't deal with a certain thing. We don't address the elephant in the room. And a lot of Caribbeans don't want to do that. You can't say as a Jamaican person or Black Jamaican, oh, Pan-African, and we all Black people, but then you look down or you don't consider Jamaicans in the diaspora not one of your own. But these same Scots and Irish and Germans or whoever that brother FBA defensive unit mentioned, you know, they know their lineage, their genealogy, even though their nationality might be Jamaican, but their whiteness, trust me, they stay connected to that. They make sure they know that. Same thing with the Asians. Jamaica's going under a colonization again. This time with the Chinese, though. One of the posts that I've been going back and forth with some people on there, it's like the Black Jamaicans, many of them are so oblivious to this. Like the country's motto, out of many races, one people, that bullshit motto should have been trashed a long time ago. Because it doesn't benefit us, don't benefit Black Jamaicans at all. But if I say it, like some of them said, they try to come for me. Which I don't have no problem with because I got the smoke and brimstone and fire to come back at. But to say that this, oh, well, you know, we were all enslaved and we went through this and went through, it's like when the Black Americans, now when there's something for them specifically and they want to do that, instead of, you know, cheer for them, celebrate their accomplishment, you know, that's theirs. Because when we have ours, we celebrate and we, you know, share, and nobody else, they got no issue with us. So why can't we reciprocate that same energy without feeling away? It's not always about us. It's not always about you, dude, or you, chick. And that's what a lot of Caribbeans and Africans, namely Jamaicans and Nigerians, they the poster children for that attention whoring. I'll be the one to say it. Nobody else will say it. I don't know why, but I'll say it. Uno too bad man and too licky. Go a foreign, uno spite the Black American them, and then know when shit happen to uno, excuse my language, when things badness happen to uno, no, Black people and brothers and sisters, let's come together. No. So the Black Americans are saying, no, bullshit. We're going to do us, and you do you. And I can't say I blame. Can't say I blame y'all.
Let me ask you a few questions, brother. Let me ask you a few questions.
I'll say this real quick. Wait. Ask you questions. I'll say this real quick. When we straighten our shit out, that's when we look more palatable to people. They take us, they say, yeah, because I want to do business with our brothers and sisters. Thing is, I want to be able to, when I go back to Jamaica, it's been some years since I've been back there. I used to go there quite often as a kid. But, do I have to watch my back more there than I watch my back over the white supremacists here? Go ahead and ask your questions, please, brother.
All right, bro, let me ask you this. In Jamaica, would you say that there are Jamaicans that spite other Jamaicans?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So Jamaicans spite other Jamaicans in Jamaica, just like you would say Black Americans spite other Black Americans in America, right?
Yes.
So my question is why would it be any different for a Jamaican to spite a Black American in America and vice versa?
Because Black Jamaicans don't mention these things or point these things out until it's something where they feel they may not benefit from, or if it's a detriment to them, then it's why we're the Black Americans to assist. Like many of us, and I notice also, what I'm saying is not to digress, it's connected to your point. Many Black Jamaicans, we've been so Christianized. We're so out of touch of our ancestors and our ancestry. We can't talk about Black Americans I had to shut some Jamaican boomers from the boomer generation. I had to shut them down. Years ago, I could tell you debates I had back in 2002, 2003, where they would say certain things they teach of Black America and them, they're rapping. Then Jamaica, the rapping come from. I said, how so?
Hey, bro, but the thing about what you're saying though, bro, is you can make that same argument for any Black person in the world.
And when you say can make that same argument for any Black person in the world, all right, go a little further, because I'm trying to see where you're going with this. Because
me too.
When you say you do it with any Black person in the world, no, really, because then we can say white people do the same thing, Asians do the same thing. In fact, I'm glad you said that, because the Chinese that's been flooding in Jamaica within the last decade, they don't even see the Chinese that's been in Jamaica for the last century. They don't see them as quote unquote authentic Chinese, and they've been doing them dirty.
Well, that's a little different than where I was going. What I was saying is that every Black person in the world has been indoctrinated by religion. We've all been taught to hate ourselves in one way or another. We've all had to go through slavery. We've all had economic sanctions. We all do the same thing everywhere in the world. And there's no one group of Black people that you can point to and say, well, this group of Black people did things different than this group of Black people.
We actually
for the most part.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. For the most part, we can. We can.
Okay.
You guys didn't experience You guys didn't experience Black codes. You guys didn't experience Jim Crow.
We experienced it in the form of economic sanctions.
No. Okay, bro.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm sorry. When you say economic sanctions, and about an hour ago, I typed this. I typed this in the chat as a question. Who imposed economic sanctions on Jamaica? When and who and when?
Who and when?
Hello?
Economic sanctions. So I don't know the exact dates.
Googling.
Oh, come on, man. That's what I'm talking about, brother. And I'm not coming at you with a spirit of not. Trust me. This is nothing like what I've encountered with some of the debates I have with some other people. But when you put that out there like that, people are gonna ask questions, because at that point they're gonna look at you as an extension of a representation of something. Now, I'm not saying I'm the best representation of Jamaica or Jamaicans outside the diaspora, but I make sure if I'm gonna say certain things, I'm going to put it out there, because, like the brother who mentioned Garvey, the FBA defensive unit, he mentioned something about Garvey earlier. Apparently, he's done his research, and he has to, because if he's talking about someone or something from another culture, he's got to be on point. He can't just do the Negro thing, because Negroes, they'll just put stuff out there, and if it looks like, oh, look, he didn't even research it. Well, he's a Negro. What do you expect? So he, as a representation, as an extension of a representation of FBA, he has to come with it. He can't just put shit out on nilly-willy.
Well, let me put it to you like this. Let me put it to you like this. Are you familiar with the organization called BRICS?
Yes, I've heard of BRICS: Brazil, Russia, India, China. Another one, South Africa, I believe.
Okay. Now, were you aware that right now Jamaica is considering joining BRICS? Have you heard any information like that?
I've heard something vaguely. I haven't researched it further, to be honest, but I did hear something about that vaguely about a month ago.
Okay. Did you hear that? Did you hear Trump's response to Jamaica potentially joining BRICS?
No, I didn't hear. Enlighten me, please.
So his remarks were something to the effect of, Jamaica better not join BRICS or it'll be a problem. Something to that effect. Don't quote me word for word verbatim. But this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. When you have a superpower that is literally walking distance to where your country is located, you're at the mercy of that superpower, and you have to do pretty much what they say to do, or you're in danger of facing these sorts of things, issues, especially when a lot of your economy is based on the fact, especially with an island like Jamaica, who thrives on tourism, from people who are from European countries.
KD, this was your response to.
Hello. Can you hear me? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we hear you, Chuck. Hold on 1 second.
All right.
So, Katie, this was your response to you saying, hey, all black folks pretty much experience the same thing. I said, no, you guys didn't experience Jim Crow and black codes. And this is your response to telling me this is something similar?
Okay. So what is Jim Crow?
Okay.
Break it down for me.
Cool.
Excuse me. Just real quickly. I appreciate KD, if I'm pronouncing it right. If I pronounce your name wrong, please correct me. I appreciate your response. However, you didn't quite answer my question. Donald Trump, as a president, a head of state threatening a country, and from what the answer you gave me, the response, he didn't threaten with sanctions. He just said they better not, and yet he didn't do anything. So Jamaica don't have any sanctions. The only thing Jamaica has is there's a Russian corporation, a U.S. corporation, a Chinese corporation, all stripping the hell out of the land of their bauxite for the aluminum foil companies that they have. That
so Katie, you just saying stuff.
So I don't know why. So here's the thing: when it comes to the U.S., I don't know why we're pretending like, when you don't do what the U.S. tells you to do, they don't slap you in the head. They don't hit you with sanctions. They don't economically punish you. And in some cases, they even send people, like in the case of Haiti. And I know y'all gonna say, "Oh, it's speculation," but they send people. Let me finish my thought. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me finish what I'm saying, though, bro. Let me finish what I'm saying. Let me just finish what I'm saying.
I don't want to turn the show into that, the hypothetical. What if? Like, let's just deal with what's going on. And let Chuck go ahead. Hey, Chuck, what you got?
Salute. I was just listening for the past few minutes. Interesting conversation. I think there's points on both sides. Okay, my mom is a Black American, descendant of chattel slavery. My father is a Nigerian. I was born in Nigeria, so I'm half Igbo, half Black American. I'm not really down with this whole FBA thing. But I think there's one thing that you have to understand. The main difference between Nigerians and on the continent and Black Americans is Black consciousness. So Black consciousness is like an adaptation, a cultural adaptation to the specific conditions that only existed here in the United States. This is Jim Crow, Willie Lynch, slavery, segregation, the one-drop rule, racism, yeah.
No, not scientific racism, where they try to act like science was back in the
right. But this unique cultural environment in the United States produced the adaptation of Black consciousness in the United States. So Black people in the United States live in a condition where they are the racial minority group surrounded by a hostile majority group for most of the time that, since they came off the slave ships. So this produces a very distinct sense of Black consciousness and how you see yourself in relation to your environment. These conditions did not exist in Nigeria. So in Nigeria, people live in a condition of being the racial majority group. And, in that condition, even under colonization for Nigerians was more like remote control. The people in England controlled us through our leaders. So our leaders answered to the people in England, and they told us what to do. So there was not this direct overseer over us. It was our leaders telling us, what the white man said. You see what I'm saying? So that produces a different sense of Black consciousness. So I think a lot of the misunderstandings that you're having is to do with the differences in Black consciousness, because there's a difference between being a racial majority group and being a racial minority group. And there's a difference between colonization and slavery. And this produces two different cultural environments. And that's why there's misunderstandings when a Nigerian first moves to the United States. And I'll land the plane there. Go ahead.
You know what? I would say that I agree with you. There are some definite cultural differences, but honestly, they're really two sides of the same coin. And I don't know why most of us don't see that. When you're controlling leaders remotely, essentially what you're doing is you're teaching the people of that country to hate themselves. They hate their Black leadership through mismanagement of the country's resources via their leadership and government. And, over here on this side, there's a direct confrontation with white people directly, so they kind of had that. I mean, like I was saying, it's just kind of, to me, I'm looking at it like two sides of the same coin. I mean, we can argue all day about which one was more detrimental or harmful.
We're actually not doing it. We're actually not doing
right.
It. Yeah, we're actually not even doing that. That's what you're doing.
Right.
I'm not trying to argue that, though. That's actually not what I'm doing. What I'm saying is that I can't finish what I'm saying, though, bro.
Because look what you just did. You just watered down the conversation to who gets done worse. Bro, that's not what we was doing today. I asked you about what is your issue with Tariq, FBA. So it didn't start off as who got it worse. And like, we can come back to that.
Okay, cool.
Because remember, there's a couple of things that you got an issue with. So now, what's your issue with FBA?
Okay, so there's a few issues with FBA. The first issue is that it's a Tariq Nasheed online store that he owns the rights to.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. He owns the rights to FBA. The official web. Hold on, the official website is owned and operated by Tariq Nasheed. Tariq Nasheed owns the rights to the flag. Tariq Nasheed created and coined the term foundational Black American. So that's one of the issues I have with it. Go ahead.
Yeah, let's talk about that FBA patent that you say you're not a leader
let's
of the FBA. Let's talk about it. You are the leader of FBA.
No, I'm not. And I'm not because you say so. You can't make me a leader of some there's no group called FBA.
Well, if you have a patent to it, that means you are the leader.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, sir. Yes, it does.
You lying don't make it true, sir. No, it don't.
Sir, if you patent something, that means you claim ownership of it.
No.
Right?
You can't own a lineage. That don't make sense.
Sir, if you patent FBA, that means you own the lineage. You made the word up. You own it, thus owning a lineage.
So, by your definition, I have a trademark on a product with the name FBA. I don't own the lineage, sir. You can't own lineages, sir. I know you don't know, and I know you're remedial and you don't know better. But, sir, using your logic, there are several owners of African American because there's 2,000 trademarks of the word African American. So do 2,000 people own the African American lineage?
Well, technically speaking, yes and no. You own the word. Technically speaking, sir. Right?
No. Do those people own the word African American? Again, there's 2,000 people.
Yes.
Then why do everybody else use it?
Because they made it popular like you're doing, Mr. Leader.
Right. Well, you saying leader doesn't make it true, sir. There's patents on the word Nigeria. There's patents on the word Puerto Rican for different products. There's no owner of Puerto Ricans. You know what I'm saying? What you're saying is falling flat. Not working. That's why this narrative that I own the patent, which I don't own a patent, I own a trademark for a product with the name FBA on it. So that's why this narrative always falls flat. Are you guys frustrated because this narrative just never took off and people ain't them?
All right, so one last thing, unbiased. I'm gonna let you jump back in, but one last thing, guys.
Yeah.
Can y'all see my screen?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask a question before I read this. I want to ask Unbiased a question. Unbiased, you there?
Yeah.
All right. Can you reconcile these two statements? Foundational Black Americans is strictly a lineage. It's not an organization. It's not a group, et cetera, et cetera. It is strictly a lineage, right? So that's statement number one. And then statement number two is, I own the trademark to foundational Black Americans. Are those two statements reconcilable?
No.
Yes. Yes,
No,
they
it's
are.
not.
Why would you wait, Fred?
No, it's not. It's
What?
not reconcilable.
Stick up in Unbiased. Let me just read this real quick.
Yeah,
and then,
it's common sense.
And then you could go. I'm sourcing up. I just want to source up real quick to show the FBAs that it is not just a lineage, right? So it says here,
Foundational Black Americans, trademark details, status 630, new application, serial number has it right there, word mark, Foundational Black Americans, status date, March 16, 2022, filing date, March 13, 2022. So it's probably been approved by now. I don't know, right? Yeah. It says here, statements, disclaimer with predetermined text, Foundational Black Americans, goods and services, advertising and marketing. Stream audio-visual and audio-visual material via a global computer network, streaming of video material on the internet, video streaming services via the internet, featuring independent films and movies, international class, advertising, business management, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Class codes, blah, 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 has all the relevant details. We're going to keep going down. Current trademark owners. What does it say right there?
That's smart. Tariq Nasheed. Yeah, that's smart.
so it's not just a lineage. That is
okay.
a
No.
lie.
Okay, wait. Okay,
That's a lie.
Black people, we better start trademarking stuff. You better put your stamp on it. We better start owning things and getting paperwork on things that we create. It's very important. People always try to shame us because of the trademark we have on FBA, Foundational Black Americans. Again, you damn right we got a trademark on that because we're going to protect it. We're not going to let white supremacist tethers, cosplayers, anybody get that and then flip it and then make it so that we can't even use it. You know what I'm saying? People do little stuff like that. It's important. Black people, trademark your stuff. Get your legal paperwork on everything you create. We got to be on that. We got to start dotting the I's and crossing the damn T's, Black people, when it comes to things that we create. This is why they get co-opted from us so damn much. It's very important, man. You got to prevent cultural theft because people will steal your stuff. People watch what Black people do all the time, just sitting around waiting to steal it. Also, when we own the names and brands, we can dictate how they're going to be used. You understand? Without trademarks, outsiders can come in and then distort and dilute the original purpose of what it is, stripping it from its cultural significance and then repurposing it. You understand?
Mhm.
Are you an African American?
No, I'm not. Well, I am a American. I was born here. I was born in Miami, but my people's are Jamaican.
So do you have a problem with Black Americans that trace their lineage back to slavery in this country? Go ahead, go that way. Do you have a problem with us seeking reparations exclusively just for us? No Jamaicans, no Haitians, no Nigerians, just Black Americans. Go ahead.
Okay, do I have an issue? So those are two different questions. Do I have an issue with Black people tracing their lineage back to the 1800s?
No. It was one
Go
question.
ahead.
It was one question. All I said was, do you have a problem with us? Well, I was trying to point out that who I'm speaking about. Because you say Black Americans, that could be anybody in Black in America, right? So I was saying Black Americans who can trace their lineage back to the 1870 census, right? I was talking about those Black Americans. Do you have a problem with them exclusively seeking reparations for themselves, excluding the other Blacks?
Do I have an issue with that?
Yeah.
Black people. So that was two questions.
There's
Do
one
I have an issue? No, it's two questions. It is.
Okay.
Because one question is talking about if I have a problem with somebody tracing their lineage back, and nobody has a problem with that. That's the thing. Like nobody got a problem with nobody tracing their lineage back. Trace your lineage back. Be proud of who you are, bro. Like ain't no issues with none of that.
The reparations.
Period. Now, when we talking about reparations, now I have an issue with the individualism as it pertains to everyone trying to fight their own individual. This is more tribalistic BS. At the end of the day, the transatlantic slave trade and all these different slave trades, it was a global issue. The people that were responsible for the issues that the issues that Black people suffer from today, they're all the same people. UK and America, they were the same fucking country up until maybe about 250 years ago. They were the same. They're the same people. They're the same descendants. The UK, France, all these countries, they're the same people. They all come from the same place. When it came to Black people, they all got on the same page and they all worked together in order to enslave and colonize Black people wholly.
Is that a yes or no?
Yeah, I have a problem with it all the way across the board. We should all be working together because we're fighting the same people. But go ahead.
So now here's the actual real second question. So CARICOM, is that for everybody? Is that for all Black folks? Or that's for the diaspora? Or that's just the Caribbean?
I believe that's a union for the Caribbean as far as the countries are concerned.
All right. So now they just did what you said. They just did what you said was wrong. So do you disagree with the CARICOM claim?
I do disagree with the CARICOM claim. I think it should be a one collective claim.
Okay, so now, good. So let's walk it back now. So the American government, right? So now we're talking about government now. The American government, when they did what they did here in America, and let's start with Black codes, Jim Crow. Black Reconstruction, right? Did that affect all Black people of the world, or did that just affect those of us who call ourselves ADOS, FBAs, free people?
I mean, there was immigration during those time periods, so it did affect people across the world.
Okay, brother. Now you got to prove that there were no Black. Now I'm gonna give you the stat.
So there was no immigrants that were here in the 1900s or in the early 1950s. There was no. That was around Jim Crow. But go ahead.
Slow down, brother. Were there, and you say immigrants, be specific, say Black immigrants.
Black immigrants.
Yeah, because I studied U.S. immigration, by the way. Okay. So Black immigrants. Mm-hmm. When Abraham Lincoln said he's going to free, when he's going to do the Freedmen Bank, the Freedmen Bureau, the free people, were Black immigrants in mind. When he said freedmen, free bureau, free people.
I mean, obviously, the man is talking about the people who reside within the country. So if you were a Black person, you immigrated, then he would have been talking about you because you were residing within the country. There were no Black
immigrants. No. So now, brother, let me help you out. So during that time, immigration was being halted. So you got the 1917 Immigration Restriction Act, hit the 1924 Immigration Restriction Act. Okay, so they were restricting white people from Southern Europe, and Eastern Europe. So they were not even allowing white people in this country. All right.
Okay, you're referring to particular time periods, very short time periods, in which case there were no immigration. But that doesn't mean that there were no immigrants that were already here in the country. And that doesn't mean that afterwards immigrants didn't come into the country. But go ahead.
Can you show us real quick when Black, because I know the answer, but let's say you do. Can you, and then tell us where they were living at and what state? What state do you, okay, first of all, what was the earliest immigration for Black immigrants in this country? Do you know?
What was the earliest recorded immigrants earliest? What?
Because you're saying that there's a possibility, and I'm assuming that you're saying more than one, right? More than one Black immigrant in this country during the time where Abraham Lincoln had set up the Freedmen Bureau and the Freedmen Bank. So you're somehow anchoring mysterious Black immigrants to this
mysterious Black. First of all, do you know that during the transatlantic slave trade, they were constantly bringing slaves back and forth between Jamaica, the Caribbean, the islands. They were constantly bringing people back and forth between the two.
I keep saying,
but again, that person would be considered an immigrant because they came from Jamaica, technically, according to you, right?
Hold on, slow down. I'm saying the Freedmen Bureau. I'm giving you a time frame. I'm saying around 1865, 1867, 68. Are you telling me that there were Black immigrants from the Caribbean in this country living amongst us?
Bruh, so you're referring again to a very, very tiny window of time.
No,
again, it's not.
This is the emancipation process. This is when it all counts. This is when he said, "Hey, everybody, I'm going to free the slaves from the Southern, rule." All right?
So if you weren't here in America during that time period, then that means that you're during that specific, very small window of time that you're talking about. If you weren't here during that time period, essentially what you're saying is you're an immigrant, or what are you saying? They're not Black American. Like what are you trying to say? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, and it's not just a small time period, because do you know the percentage of Black Americans in the South? By the way, keep in mind we're talking about emancipating the enslaved. Okay, so that means damn near all of us. Okay?
What happened here in America that didn't happen all across the world?
No, that's not the point. The point is reparations. So, for example,
okay, but it's the same people. What happened here in America that didn't happen all across the world? Tell me.
Just hold on for a second. Just hold on. I'll give you some context to it. So now you said the UK, right? Okay, so the UK UKs are the same people who went over there and destroyed Nigeria. Okay, so now are you saying that all of us deserve recompense for what happened in Nigeria?
doesn't matter where it was. You the same people. So yeah, we do
Okay,
all deserve it.
All right. So the Nigerians would think differently. Okay, they would say no. Only we were dealt with by the UK and Shell BP this way. You guys were not damaged.
They would only think differently if they don't know their history.
Brother, in a lawsuit, you can only seek damages by the offender. You can't sue his uncle, his mom, his next door neighbor. You can
see, and this is the issue with these conversations. See, y'all be thinking y'all gonna take somebody to court and they're gonna pay like that's not how reparations work. Nobody ever pay reparations like that. So you gotta force somebody to pay you reparations. You can't ask for it. You can't take them to court.
So how did the Japanese force Americans to pay them reparations?
They got a whole country behind them. What are you talking about?
How did they force them to? No, their country just
they got a whole country behind them. What do you mean?
Decimated by Hiroshima. What the hell are you talking about?
Okay, so they was looking to go right back to a whole country. So we looking to go right back to war.
The question is, how did they force the American government to pay them? Their country was decimated. The niggas dropped the white flag.
Look, you can fight people in other ways. You don't have to fight people directly.
Right.
You can fight people economically. Hold on, you fight people economically. Fight people.
That's what we do. That's what we're doing now. So we've been doing it. So you got to.
You're fighting economically.
Okay,
You can put tariffs.
How did the Japanese fight them economically? How did they put up a fight at all? Tell me right now, the Japanese.
How did the Japanese put up a fight at all? I mean, you asking crazy questions right now.
Yeah,
you asking real crazy questions right now. They have a listen.
Tomorrow, I'm gonna hear.
Aaron, the question is crazy. How did they force? There's a whole country backing their citizens that are over here in the States.
Bro, they dropped the white flag. They weren't forcing nothing. They forced the white flag up and said, "Leave us alone, America, you big bullies." They gave up,
sir. They have political. And they have influence. They have political.
Explain how did
explain what
to get okay, brother. You just said something. You said reparations comes by forcing. So I'm asking you which way. I don't care what you want to say politically, whatever. Explain how the Japanese forced reparations from the American powerful government at that time, World War II.
I mean, American powerful people, bro. Listen, just
explain.
Are you gonna let me explain it, or are you gonna let me explain it, bro? When you control your own economy, you have your own resources, you have your own economy. Even though you might be dealing with another economy that might be stronger, a little bit tougher militarily, that doesn't mean that you can't put pressure on that other government in order to do certain things that you want them to do. You could put political pressure on them. You could put economic pressure on them. You could put all kinds of different type of pressure on them.
So what pressure did they put?
What pressure did what put? Japan?
Yeah, on the American government to pay them reparations.
Listen. I don't know the history specifically on what they did specifically, but that's an entire country of people. That's country.
Right.
So potentially you say, okay, if you don't give the Japanese citizens reparations, then you cut off to the whole Japanese market. Essentially, you can do things like that.
Ain't no market that they're destroyed.
There's no Japanese market.
Yeah, America had to build them back up. Well, help build them back up. The country is
right. Did you hear what you just said? They had to help build them back up. So guess what? Guess what happened? Bro? Now guess what happened? Guess what happened? There was a deal that was reached. Between the Japanese government. Hold on, wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute.
So now you know. Before you ain't
wait a minute. Now you know. Okay, but this is what I'm saying though. They made a deal. All right.
What deal was it? Okay, so now source up, because when I Googled it, you said that ain't good enough. You said wiki ain't good enough. So provide the source of this deal, so we can
provide the source of a. I mean, you can see it in the economic agreement right now that they have between the trilateral commission is made up between Japan, United States, and some other countries, European countries.
How did they?
So essentially, they teamed up.
Right, you use the word force. How did they force America to pay them?
Okay. If you trying to be cool with me, you're gonna have to do this for me. That's how they forced them.
Bro, no.
I got something you want, you got something I want. And that's how we gonna get this done. That's all it is. I mean, you acting like you're ignorant to this. You acting like you don't know how bartering works. You acting like you don't know how
But bartering
reciprocity
is
works.
enforced, though, brother. I know what you.
You don't act like you don't know about quid pro quo. When
Yeah,
you
but
got something,
that's the even exchange. But I do know about that. But that's not force.
you acting like you don't know about it right now because you making it seem like I don't know. I don't know what you're trying to what kind of picture you trying to paint.
No problem. It wasn't forced. That's all. All right. So now let's go here now. Let me see. Okay. So Jamaicans, right? No, black immigrants, period. They came over in Ellis Island, right? Around like the 1910s, whatever. No, you know what? I got one better. Are you aware? Put that back. Are you aware of Marcus Garvey?
Of course.
What's your overall assessment about him?
I think Marcus Garvey's ideals were the correct ones. He believed in economic empowerment. He believed in pretty much economic empowerment for black people. He believed in Pan-Africanism, one of the godfathers of Pan-Africanism. Black people being self-sufficient, self-sustaining, you know what I mean, and just kind of looking out for each other. So yeah, those are my thoughts about him. I know you're gonna bring up the mail fraud, even though he just got pardoned for that. But I know you're gonna, but go ahead. I don't want to jump to no conclusion. Go ahead, bro. What you gonna say about him?
So in Jamaica, well, all those great ideas, how come the Jamaicans didn't buy it?
How come the Jamaicans didn't buy it?
Yeah.
Individuals that were in Jamaica bought it.
Enough to leave, right? To flee the country.
You said enough to flee the country?
Yeah, because in his own words, he called them worthless, something like that, Negroes. Like he felt like that, and he felt like Jamaicans collectively were, I forgot the word he used, but he did say Negro. He said something Negro, but it was like really bad. He was not like he was discouraged by Jamaicans as a whole. Okay.
Okay.
So anyway, so now he wanted to get Black Americans to go to, I guess, Africa.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So now, do you know what country in particular we're at in Africa he wanted to bring us?
Liberia?
Yeah. Okay. So is it possible to do that if the president of Liberia is unaware of that?
What do you mean unaware of that? What are you saying?
The president of Liberia was never on board with that.
Okay. Well, I mean, he wasn't on board with it. I mean, honestly, it would have had to been something. It seems like one of those type of situations where, I mean, clearly he was working on it. So he probably would have had to make it mutually beneficial for both parties. Maybe the president of Liberia didn't see the benefit in it at the time, you know. So sometimes you got to make a win-win situation. But go ahead.
So when you agree that before I say I can do something, I will at least, like, for example, if I say I'm gonna get you to my grandmother's house, let's say you were like not doing well, it's a pandemic, whatever, you lost your business, whatever, and you say, hey man, I need a place to stay. And I said, okay, bro, stay at my grandmother's, right? Her basement. It's like thoroughly furnished. And you say, okay, does she know about it? Nah, but just go there and just pull up with your bags and luggage. Like, you wouldn't take me serious, right?
I mean, it depends on, look, generally, it depends on the relationship I got with the grandma. If I already know.
Zero. Like, you know nothing. You just know me from the gym. We just play basketball together, and you told me about your dire situation. I said, okay, bro, go to my grandma's house. Now, she don't know about you coming there, but just go there and say I sent you, and she'll give you the furnished basement. Like, you wouldn't really take that plan as like foolproof. So that's what happened with Garvey.
So you just criticizing the man's plan. I mean, at least he had a plan. At least he was trying to do something.
Jim Jones had a plan, but you know, it was. I mean, a plan doesn't mean it's well thought out.
So no one should have a plan, because if it's not a good plan, it shouldn't be a plan at all.
Well, people have plan. All plans are not good.
Granted, yeah,
right. So. A plan.
But he had something in mind, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, but the thing he had. Now watch this. Now there were black leaders in America before Garvey came over, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
None of their plans was fleeing the country. All of them was trying to seek labor union rights and things like that, equal rights and protection from this. Not one black leader was thinking about fleeing the country. So it took an outsider to flee his country because Garvey came over here trying to kill us.
Not one black leader was thinking about delineating, but that's what FBA and Tariq Nasheed is talking about doing.
Are you sure about that, brother?
Don't bring up Claude Anderson. Don't misquote Claude Anderson. But go ahead.
Brother.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna guarantee you right now, you don't know more Black American history than I do.
Okay, so Tim, talk to me. Who was it?
A. Philip Randolph.
He was talking about delineating.
He didn't want you over here at all.
Okay, so he was a bootlicker.
No, he didn't want no immigrants. He didn't want whites, Chinese, and he said West Indian Negroes. He didn't want
that's very different than delineating.
No, okay, right. Well, there's no delineation because you're not over here yet. So there's no delineation. Like that's old. Like he was 1910, right? He met Garvey. He knew Garvey, and he funded the camp. He helped spearhead the campaign. Garvey must go. So he wanted Garvey out the goddamn country. He said, "Yo, what idea you're coming with?" And they all call him a charlatan. Everything you're calling Tariq Nasheed, that's what these guys call Garvey. They call him a charlatan. They said that he had this worthless idea that was unnecessary. No Black American was talking about fleeing the country. So he came with an idea that was foreign to us. Now, what's ironic is that he came over here with an idea to flee to Africa to free us from our government when Jamaica didn't get freedom until 1962. Well, independence. They were free in 1833, but they didn't get independence until 1962. So the hypocrisy is, how are you going to free us from our oppressors, and you're not in Jamaica, Garvey, you're still colonized while you're over here trying to, so basically, like, you didn't win. You don't have no proof of concept. You didn't go accomplish something over there and to say, hey man, now.
So are we just gonna sit back and just just criticize everybody for how they did things? Particularly, they were trying to do something. They were trying to make differences, and they were trying to make impacts in the community. But go ahead. We can. The thing is, we can go through a fine-tooth comb, and we can find issues with every plan, every strategy.
Just hold on. So now, are you aware that when Garvey came over here, right? In order to get funds, do you know his method of, because he wanted to buy some steamships. Do you know his method of getting funding? Do you know what he did to get funds?
He asked for donations like Tariq.
No.
What did he do?
Tariq didn't ask for donations. Tariq said, "I'm doing the crowdfunding." Hey, and he was very transparent and he was full of disclosure. Marcus Garvey lied. So Marcus Garvey's background was from a printing press. He used to do a printing press in Jamaica. So when he came over here, he was good at like forging stuff. So he lied and said he had stocks. So basically he lied and said he owned these ships already. And you can get stake in these ships. You can own a percentage if you buy these stocks. So A. Philip Randolph, W. Du Bois, and other Black prominent leaders was saying, yo, stop. This guy don't own the ships. The stocks are worthless. Like, he's a charlatan. He's a scammer. So now, he even went to jail because to have stocks, bro, your stocks got to be regulated by the government. Like, you just can't make up stock certificates. Like, they got to be regulated. So to prevent fraud and scamming like we have right now. Okay, like we have the SEC now, but they had their own body of government then. It wasn't as stringent as it is now. But Garvey was doing false advertisement. He was showing pictures of steamships he did not own and saying he owned them and say, hey, buy these stock shares for $5 each and you'll have a percentage in the ship. He never owned the ship. So would you agree, if that's true, that's scamming?
Last time I checked, Garvey had been acquitted of scamming and mail fraud.
No, he wasn't. So now
he'd been pardoned. Excuse me.
So now let me educate you on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Right, because I'm gonna tell you right now, bro. I'm gonna tell you right now. There's no Jamaican that knows more Garvey than me. There's probably no Black American that knows more Garvey than me.
I don't even know how we got on the topic of Garvey, because first of all, what we're discussing, your original question.
Let me just sum it up real fast.
Go ahead. Mm-hmm.
See, because what I noticed is that the reason why we got on Garvey, because remember I said I got a standard that I spread across everybody, and you say you respect that. So, and what I'm showing to my listeners is that a lot of you Black immigrants your standard isn't for everybody. It's just for who you don't like, and you give every every person you like and respect, you give them a pass. So I'm showing you Garvey's true scamming history, right? Because when you say, well, not you, but when folks say Tariq is a scammer, they can't prove it. But I'm showing you Garvey is a scammer. Okay.
These equivalencies that you bringing up, I don't know, it's like you showing me like, okay,
just one more
this
second.
person was wrong, but this person was wrong, but this person was really wrong. It's come on, bro. Like, what are we talking about? How people are wrong? Why can't we unanimously agree?
Hold on, let me just.
Go ahead.
I was going to finish.
Go ahead.
Okay, so now let me finish with Garvey. So now, what people listening might not know. Do you know Garvey represented himself in court like a sovereign Moor? Like, he didn't hire a lawyer. He was in the court, doing his own thing. So now he got pardoned for how the court did him, because they didn't give him a fair trial. He didn't get pardoned for scamming. He was scamming. That's 100% accurate. He got pardoned for how the racist court. This is Jim Crow. They did, they don't respect all Black people.
Earlier, you said that immigrants weren't around during Jim Crow. Okay. Earlier, you said that.
Okay, now watch this, brother. Jim Crow ended where? Jim Crow ended what year?
You tell me. When did Jim Crow end?
1968. This is why you don't know more Black history than me, my boy.
Hold on, I just repeated what you said. You said he was not around. You said there were no. You said there were. You gave me a 2-3 year time period. Okay. So I just wanted to make that clear to the audience that you gave a very 2-3 year time period in which case there were no Black immigrants. But go ahead, bro. Okay, so cool. That's what you did.
Okay. Now let me further educate you, bro. Do you know the difference between a Jim Crow North and Jim Crow South?
Tell me, what is it? What's the difference?
Wait, first of all, do you know it?
Do I know the difference? Yes. I imagine that it had a lot to do with the things, the culture in the South, the Confederate culture in the South, and how things, went on in the South versus how things went on in the North. Go ahead.
Knows more Black history than me. Okay.
But it amazes me that you have all this knowledge, but you push you somehow back Tariq Nasheed though. But go ahead.
You don't know what okay, so here we go.
I'm listening to you defend Tariq Nasheed. That's what you've been doing all night. We haven't even moved on to nothing else. We've been talking about Tariq Nasheed the whole time, and you've been steadily defending him. You've been defending Tariq Nasheed this whole time, but all of a sudden you don't back him now. But go ahead.
Actually, my brother, last I recall, we were talking about Garvey. You said,
no, you spun the conversation on Garvey, but we're talking about Tariq Nasheed. That was the original conversation.
You got to make your mind up. You said, so now you just complain about talking about him. So when I left him and got on Garvey, you
complain about talking about who? Tariq. What? That was the whole conversation. I said, let's start there.
No, there. But there's bullet points I got. So it wasn't. Remember, I said Tariq Nasheed first. Then I said FBA, so that means we're no longer Tariq. We're FBA. That means everybody, 43 million. And then I quickly just wanted your opinion on Garvey because I wanted to show something to the chat. I wanted to show the double standard and the hypocrisy. How they would claim Tariq is doing something that he's not. They can't prove the stuff for Tariq, but we can clearly see it in Garvey. And let me just finish on Garvey. So he got pardoned for how the court mistreated him. They didn't respect him in the court. They didn't respect his rights.
First of all, bro, I don't want to go back and forth about Garvey because I don't know enough. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about Garvey's history to be able to rebut any of the things you're talking about. No, but really, it's a mute point at the end of it because you're getting off topic. You're getting off
track, bro. We talking about FBA, bro. You bringing up Garvey? What? Those two things. They don't mix at all. They're two separate topics.
Relax, they're not separate. You just say he was a Pan-Africanist. And you acknowledge, I said, what you know about Garvey? You say he was a Pan-Africanist. So this has a lot to do with that. Because this all works with FBA. So I'm showing you Garvey was a scammer, but he didn't get a fair trial. So in today's time, you can be guilty of murder or selling drugs or conspiracy, but if you don't get a fair trial, they usually dismiss the case. It's not that you're innocent, it's that you were treated unfairly. You didn't get a fair trial. So Garvey didn't get a fair trial, but he was absolutely guilty. He even spoke in court. It's the transcript of him admitting knowingly selling fraudulent stocks, but he said it was, it was pure. Like he wasn't really trying to, like he tried to say like he really believed in his dream. Like, okay, yeah, okay, I did that wrong, but I really would have got them to Africa had I got the ships going. Okay, I did it in the wrong way, but had it worked, I would have got them to Africa and they would have forgave me. Like that's pretty much what he said in court. So he acknowledged his fault, but he was pardoned because they did him wrong in court. So I can admit that he did him wrong, but he was definitely scamming. He was definitely selling stocks to steamships he did not own. And there's names, Phyllis, forgot the ship, but there are complete names. Okay, so now let's move on Garvey. So we tackle reparations, right? And you said it should be a global thing.
Let me just say this about real quick before you move on. When if you go to trial and you're found not guilty, it was thrown out. It was thrown out. It was thrown out.
No, it was not thrown out. He was
okay. What was it then?
Of scamming. And wait. And before you do that, before that trial, because that was trial, he pled out to another charge, which was fraudulently selling stock. So just hold on, brother. There's a couple court cases he had that you're not aware of because none of y'all know more Garvey than me. So he actually he plead out, right, to a charge of selling stocks that were fraudulent, that were not commissioned by the government that allows stocks, because you got to register your stocks. He did not register any stocks. He started selling certificates that he called stocks. So he paid $100 fine. In the 1920s, that's like 100,000, like right now. Okay, so that was serious. So none of y'all know more Garvey than me, so just be careful. But go ahead.
Let me just say this, bro. A lot of black people were taken down around that time, generally speaking. You know what I mean? Black people could walk down the street and it's a crime. Black people could vote, could sit in a white chair and it was a crime. I mean, honestly, you're not proving a whole lot by saying what you're saying about Garvey. But again, I don't know enough about the history of Garvey to be able to even have this conversation with you.
Okay, so of course you start crying, acting a fool when I'm about to start talking. He's just sleepy. All right. Yeah, so the dude started off double-minded, right? He started off double-minded. He said he had questions for Tariq Nasheed. Let me make sure I don't see the microphone thing moving. Let me just make sure.
They don't mix it all. They're
make sure. Okay, I'm hurt. All right. So yeah, he said, hey man, we're talking about Tariq Nasheed too much. And then when I went to Marcus Garvey, he said, how'd we get here? It's like, what are we doing, bro? What kind of conversation are we having? All right. So they try to trick us out of not protecting ourselves with trademarks, patents, copyrights, things like that. They want us to be open to everybody, they want us to be, it's funny, okay, garbage. They don't want us to protect ourselves with trademarks, and they don't want us to protect ourselves with a unique exclusive name like FBA does, Foundation of Black American Descendants of Slaves, or freedmen, free people. They don't want us to protect ourselves with names like that. They want us to be open for the taking. But we're a little too smart for that. So he's going to call in, Kwame is going to give it a ninth try. He's going to call in again. He's going to try his best to sound smart, to be coherent, because he's been all over the place. All that smoking got his brain cells dancing.
Yeah, exactly. They're not like us at all. All right, but I got some videos for y'all that we're gonna tackle. All right. So we're gonna go over the real issue with these black countries and islands, right? And I'm gonna give you a comparison of a non-black country getting it together in just 40 years. So it's like, what are, and you know what? When I research Black history, like listen, FBA DOS, listen what we do. We're all guilty of taking advantage of all of our accomplishments. We subconsciously almost extend our unique accomplishments to the rest of the diaspora and the continent. When I was looking over Black Wall Street and I thought about the haters from other countries, I'm like, yo, where are y'all Black Wall Streets? They had wealth. Where are y'all Black Wall Streets? So you have a few tethers today say, hey, man, Tether's doing better in this country than FBA's. Right now? Okay, so what is this greatness accomplishing? When we were at our greatest, we created districts like Black Wall Street. We created Rosewood. We created just I'm gonna name three. We created Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Durham, North Carolina. We got the Maggie Walkers. We got the Madam C.J. Walkers. We got the Reginald Lewises. We got the they call him A.G. Gaston, the Black Titan. You know, I didn't look him up. Where are you? Where are y'all's? We got the W. Du Bois. Like they bragging about our early Pan-Africanists. Where are you? Where are y'all early Pan-Africanists? Like, yo, what name sticks out? Toussaint Dessalines? A bunch of savages just cutting people's heads off? Like, no, where are y'all brilliance? Okay, we want to know the brilliance. What did you make? What did you create? What did you patent? What did you trademark? You trademark tetherism. You trademark how to flee. That's about it. We want to know about some of these brilliant things that you guys done collectively. The only thing you have done great collectively was to fight amongst each other. That's it. I'm not lying. I got examples I'm gonna show real quick. First of all, I'm gonna bring y'all back to the early 1900s of our days of supreme prosperity with Black Wall Street. All right, let me just find where the hell I did with it. Uh, All right, let me just find this. Yeah, so they do all this talking trash and they don't have anything to show for. Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me get him started with his cartoons. Hold on. Go, hit it. Get it. Go, go. Go, 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 get it. Fine. Hit it. All right. All right. Now let me see what the hell I did with this damn video. So we got that. We got that. I got other videos. I'm going to wait for your boy to hop on, Kwame. We got to go over some footage together, like, like sports game plan. Yeah, right. We got to go over some footage together. I need his. Oh, I got his look right in my face the whole time. We need his shit feedback. Okay. So we need to know, what did his country do? All right, under extreme oppression, systemic racism, since we all in this together, right? Since we all got dropped off by the same boats, okay, we need to know why this ain't happening amongst our population.
Thanks for your thoughtful and in-depth question. At the moment, the research tool I'd use to pull the most up-to-date historical sources is currently unavailable, but I can still provide a thorough and well-documented overview based on existing historical records and scholarship. Let's break it down section by section. 1. What did Black people do for work in Tulsa, OK, and Durham, NC to become wealthy? Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, businesses included grocery stores, barbershops, hotels, law firms, tailors, real estate agencies, medical clinics, theaters, newspapers, and bus companies. Key figures like J.B. Stratford, hotel owner, and O.W. Gurley, real estate mogul, helped build the Greenwood District.
Okay, so all the success they're supposed to be having in this country, let's ask them, where are their grocery stores, hotels, law firms, tailors, real estate agencies, medical clinics, theaters, newspapers, and bus companies? And where are their millionaires, and where are their tether millionaire districts? All this greatness, they on their high horse right now. White supremacy is at its all-time high, keeping us down and letting them go. Bro, what are y'all doing with it? This is the best y'all can do, is work at a gas station and come up with a goddamn restaurant?
Self-sufficiency. Black residents circulated their money within the community, sometimes estimated to last 19 times before leaving Black hands.
The money circulated 19 times before it left Black hands. Okay, now listen, we finally got a district where it's just us. They're in a country with just them, every last Black person outside of us. They're in a country where it's just them. So all of them should have had a Black Wall Street. The whole country should have been a Black Wall Street. We had a street, we had a city, we had a district. They should have had a whole Black Wall Street country. The whole country was just them. We had the dollar circulate 19 times before it left out the community. Bro, it cannot leave out the community. They are the communities. There are no white folks in their countries. So what I'm saying is that they should have had, the whole country should have been a Black Wall Street. Where is their dollar going? It can only circulate within themselves. They are the majority, and there is no real minority. We are the minority. And at some point, it's going to leave and go into the majority hands. But 19 times before it did. And that created these wealthy districts. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Their dollar can never leave them. It's only them in the country. So our dollar circulated 19 times before it left. Woohoo. Their dollar circulated 1,000 times and it never left. So you would think that they should have a million, they should have a superpower country, all of the Black folks, all of the states in Africa and the islands, their dollar, where did it go besides themselves?
No major partnerships with whites. Greenwood was largely independent due to segregation laws. Segregation? Yes, Tulsa was deeply segregated by Jim Crow. Policing, over-policed and underprotected.
Okay, keep that in mind. We are millionaires, and the police does not look like us. The police looks like the white man because it is the white man. Okay, the police were not us. So we're doing all this greatness, all this miraculous work under supreme oppression, racial oppression. Okay.
During the 1921 Tulsa Race Massacre, police either stood down or assisted white mobs.
Okay, so we had the white man and his mobs attack us. Okay, so the police is not us. So you black folks in y'all countries, if y'all police decide to turn on y'all, that's a black on black crime issue. What that got to do with us? We got systemic racism. You don't have that. You got system hatred. Y'all got systemic hatred, self-hatred. I'm sorry. You guys got systemic self-hatred. We got systemic racism. So you could only blame yourselves for the self-hatred. We got a whole different people, and we are the minority, keep in mind.
Durham, North Carolina, Black Wall Street.
So basically, Tulsa, Oklahoma was shut down because of race riots. They burned the whole, Black Wall Street up. They burned the whole Black Wall Street up. They killed up to 300 FBAs. They looted and they stole what wasn't burned. So we literally left with nothing. Okay. We had to defer to internment camps, similar to the Japanese.
Of the South, Haiti District, flourishing black-owned businesses, North Carolina Mutual Life Insurance Company, founded 1898, one of the largest and most successful black-owned businesses in U.S. history.
Okay, so that is one of the largest and most successful black-owned businesses in U.S. history. Tell us, when y'all do something like that in this country, come holler at us. You dig? Also, it says founded in 1898. What were you guys doing in 1898? Chat. They were free in 1833. We got freed in 1865. So let's do the math. 1865 to 1898. What, 33 years? And we got the most successful black business in U.S. history in 33 years. These guys are free 33 years earlier. What have they done with their freedom? What have they created? What have they patented? What have they trademarked? What did they stand on? I'm talking about Jamaica. What about Nigeria? They be talking trash. Nigeria got their independence in like 1855, 60. What did they do? Besides kill their own people, delete their own people, and deprive their own people from their resources, and they poison the water. They got people living in floating slums. So 1898, we're free. 1898, Jamaica's been free way earlier. We're rich with our freedom under supreme oppression from another white man who's directly, physically attacking us. Nobody's attacking y'all. Y'all the majority. Okay? But you guys accomplished and came up with absolutely nothing.
Mechanics and Farmers Bank, black-owned and operated. Numerous barbershops, grocery stores, funeral homes, and professional services. Partnerships, a few white business leaders, e.g. Julian S. Carr, supported black enterprise indirectly, not out of equity, but because it kept blacks in their own part of town.
See that? They're like, just stay over there, Negro, stay over there.
Segregation in policing? Yes. Durham was legally segregated and policed along racial lines.
Okay, so we were legally segregated, but you guys were just segregated. You can't even call it that. You were the only people in your country. This every black country in the world. This ain't just about Jamaica or Nigeria. This is every black country in the world outside of us. You guys were the majority. You guys were by yourselves. All until to this day, you're by yourselves, and you have yet to come up with one Black Wall Street. One. In the entirety of your existence in those countries, after you left colonization, you have never came up with a Black Wall Street district. And you guys actually run your own country. You guys are the presidents, the mayors, the lawyers. You're everything. You got free schooling. No Black Wall Streets.
2. How did white people undermine these cities? Tulsa,
Listen.
1921 Tulsa Race Massacre. White mobs attacked Greenwood, burned 35 plus blocks, and killed an estimated 100 to 300 black residents.
Chat. So when they brag about, hey, we own more homes than you in this country. Chat. Yes. Because you see what happened to our homes? They got burned down because we are a national threat. We create Black Wall Streets. We be direct competitors with this country. We are threats. These folks have never produced anything to such a magnitude. So you're not seen as a threat when you get home ownership, when y'all come over here from Nigeria and advance at Harvard and all these prestigious schools. You guys are a non-threat in this country. They don't mind you guys. They admit you in Harvard, Princeton, Yale, with no problems. You guys are zero threat. We have a history of producing affluent communities, not just people. Keep in mind, I'm not talking about people. We're talking about communities. Communities, right? Where everybody's, litty. So that's the threat they see us as. Y'all were never seen like that. So yeah, get that bummer cloud a house. Give that booty scratcher a house, a business. And yeah, go ahead. Let's accept him to Harvard. What are you gonna do? What's the best he gonna do against us? Nothing. But those FBAs, nah. They got proof of concept. They've been proven to set up shop here successfully, getting numbers all the way back to the 1800s. They are buying themselves out of slavery. Which one of y'all tethers bought yourself out of slavery? As I digress.
No insurance payouts for black business owners. No reparations. Many survivors were forced into internment camps. This devastated black wealth in Tulsa for generations. Durham, no single violent massacre like Tulsa.
So now, tethers, all this success you're having in America, how come the white men ain't come over there and turn it upside down? You ever ask yourself, you never been a threat to anybody except yourselves. That's it.
But urban renewal in the 1960s bulldozed much of Haiti to build highways, especially the Durham Freeway, destroying homes and businesses. Banking deregulation and job flight in the 1980s, 90s also eroded wealth. What black businesses flourished the most? 1. Insurance, e.g. North Carolina Mutual.
The others, where are your insurance companies?
2. Banking, mechanics and farmers bank, beauty and hair care industries, see below. 4. Funeral services.
That's what we did.
5.
Without
real estate and lodging, e.g. Stratford Hotel in Tulsa. 6. Newspapers, theaters, and barbershops for Maggie L. Walker and Madam C.J. Walker.
Now, what I did was I brought you our sisters. I could have brought you men, successful rich men. No, I brought you our sisters. Y'all can't compete with our sisters, my boy. Oh, shit. Y'all can't compete with our sisters.
How they gained wealth. Maggie Lena Walker, first black woman to charter and lead a bank, St. Luke Penny Savings Bank, 1903. Also led the Independent Order of St. Luke, a mutual aid and insurance organization. Advocated for black financial independence and women's employment. Lived in Richmond, Virginia, and her home is now a National Historic Site. Her bank survived the Great Depression by merging with two others and remains part of today's Consolidated Bank and Trust.
So brilliant, she survived the Great Depression, where damn near every white person needed a welfare check.
Madam C.J. Walker, Indianapolis, IN, born Sarah Breedlove in Louisiana, built a hair care empire for black women, Madam Walker's wonderful hair grower, developed a nationwide network of saleswomen, Walker agents, promoting both beauty and economic independence, became America's first female self-made millionaire, lived in Pittsburgh, St. Louis, and eventually Indianapolis, where
Tethers, where are y'all? Did y'all ever have a black millionaire? A tethered millionaire in your country? Over here talking trash, comparing like today. Like, so nothing else mattered. I'm sure nothing else we accomplished matter, right? Okay. Like they can't, I mean, when you go tit for tat, which I'm doing right now, right? Barely scratching the surface. They can't tie our shoes, man. I'm not even getting to the Malcolm X's and so many others. I'm not even getting to them. I'm just right here right now. Reginald Lewis, the Michael Jordans. I'm not even Michael Jackson. Let's just stay right here.
where her company was based, and built a famous mansion in New York. 5. How many black-owned banks existed in the late 1800s, early 1900s? Between 1888 and 1934, at least 134 black-owned banks and credit unions were established. The first black-owned bank, True Reformers Bank, Richmond, VA, 1888, most successful. Maggie Walker's St. Luke Bank, Mechanics and Farmers Bank, Durham, Solvent Savings Bank, Memphis. Why some failed.
Watch this.
Lack of capital access, discriminatory banking laws,
The white man.
over-reliance on local communities with
Directly.
limited wealth. Great Depression wiped out many small banks, including several black-owned ones. Next 6. Black employment and unemployment, early mid-1900s. Early 1900s, 1930s, most black workers were in agriculture, sharecropping, or domestic service. Severe job discrimination kept black workers out of skilled trades and unions. Unemployment during the Great Depression, 1930s, was as high as 50% in black communities. Employment by sector, approx 1900 to 1940. Job type, percent of black workforce. Agriculture, 40 to 60% in South. Domestic work, maids, cooks, 25 to 35%,
All right.
mostly women. Industrial labor, tossed 10-15%, northern cities. Professional, teachers, clergy, 2 to 5%. Business owners, 1 to 3%, mostly urban centers. Note, these percentages shifted after Wubui II, when black migration to the north increased and factory work became more accessible.
Yes.
Unemployment trends, 1940s. Black unemployment rate, white unemployment rate. 1930, 40 to 50% in some cities, 25%. 1940, to 15 to 20%, 9%.
So what I'm doing is I'm adding some context. How did we get here? How did we go from that to here? And that's why I'm showing you the unemployment. So all of those urban renewals, not providing bridges and highways throughout affluent cities, burning them down, locking us up, vagrancy, convict leasing. So I'm just showing you how did we get here today? All right, physically put us in this position we're in today. Okay, so our starting point in America was hard labor, forced hard labor. These tethers' starting point in America was a little bit Ellis Island and a free boat ride, and 1965, the Immigration Act, right? These guys had mobility. They were not segregated. Okay? like us. They didn't have these histories, these riots with the white man. You dig? And they got nerve to run their goddamn mouth. It's the brother hopping on. He about to run his goddamn mouth. Let me guess. This is Kwame.
Hey, what's up? What's up, King? Peace and Black Power. Peace and African Black Power.
What is African Black Power?
Like Black Power, like Stokely Carmichael.
Yeah, but
Delaney would say.
Well, not Martin Delaney. Martin Delaney was like Pan American power. That dude said the hell.
He coined the phrase African for the Africans.
Yeah, but he came to America with the Americans.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, look.
Came back to America.
Yeah. Look what I'm saying. I believe in China for the Chinese. I believe in Mexico for the Mexicans. So he said Africa for the Africans. But he
I mean
he was in America though when he said that.
At the time he wasn't even a citizen. At the time he wasn't even a citizen of
right.
Of
So
America,
he felt salty. But once he got his citizenship, he said America for the Americans.
Oh no, we don't got Martin Delaney saying that.
Oh yeah, oh no, we got him living it. You're right. We don't got him saying it. He lived it.
Yeah,
you're right about that.
He also went to Africa too. So
yeah. He visited Africa, but he lived in America and he fought for America. He didn't fight for Africa.
That's true.
So get that right.
If you want to say that.
But why are you bragging about an FBA? Let's brag about these Jamaicans, right? Let's see what they done great. Because like
I'm
you
bragging
said,
about a Pan-African. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm not bragging about an FBA.
Well,
FBA is a new term.
Right. So is Jamaica, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So, but you're called Jamaican still, right? Okay. Yeah. So there's a bunch of America is a new term.
That's sovereignty recognized. FBA is not a sovereign nation.
You don't need to be.
No nation recognized FBA
neither.
As a sovereign nation.
Well, like you just said, it's new, but neither is black. Black ain't is black a sovereign nation?
No, but it's
okay.
Identity.
Right, okay. Yeah, exactly. And that's what FBA is. It's a new, like you said, it's a new identifier mark. But hold on, before we go too far that way. Hey, brother, we just talked about Pan-Africanism. We talked about Cuffy. We talked about Delaney. We talked about Allen. We talked about Cromwell. We talked about some folks, bro. Can you name me one Jamaican Pan-Africanist?
One Jamaican Marcus Garvey.
The scammer? Can you name me one that's not a scammer, like a legit one, like Delaney? Like these guys were not scammers. They was honest about their intentions. Like you said, Africa for the Africans. He was honest. He gave full disclosure. Can you give me a Jamaican? Don't give us what y'all known for. You're known for scamming. So give us a Jamaican Pan-Africanist.
What other Jamaican is known for scamming?
Brother, I gave you the question. I said, give me a Jamaican Pan-Africanist.
I cannot think of one off the
top. You see, chat. So they brag about our history. All right, watch this. Are you familiar with Black Wall Street?
A little bit. Tulsa, Oklahoma.
What about Durham, North Carolina?
I'm not too familiar with Durham, North Carolina.
What about A.G. Gaston? The richest black man from Alabama, the richest during that same time frame, the same time period, he was the richest black man in America. Okay, you ever heard of A.G. Gaston?
I heard the name. I don't know the biograph. I don't know his synopsis story.
Okay, so you don't know what he did to get his millions? You don't know?
Nah.
Okay.
Is he a Black Wall Streeter?
Nah, he lived in Alabama. Are you familiar with C.J. Walker, Madam C.J. Walker?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, well, she wasn't Black Wall Street either, though, brother. Do you know that? She's not from Black Wall Street.
Oh, I didn't know. I'm just familiar with the Queen though.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Maggie Walker?
I heard her name also.
Okay.
I wasn't they into like the hair business, right?
Nah. Well, Madam C.J. Walker was, but not Maggie.
Okay, I'm not familiar with Maggie Walker.
So Maggie was the richest black woman in America. Madam C.J. Walker was the richest self-made millionaire. So she was self-made, meaning entrepreneur. Maggie worked with a bank, black bank. All right. But anyway, yeah, I didn't expect you to know this stuff. But
I'm familiar with Madam C.J. Walker. I know she was like one
everybody
of the
is the hair. Yeah, the hairdresser. Everybody's familiar with her. But the person who did business through a bank, right? So okay, so working at a bank, or holding any high position in the bank was taboo for a woman at that time. Okay, and that's what makes her story great. She's not only a millionaire black woman at a time where women are not millionaires, but she's even like a lot of white women are not even millionaires, and she's a millionaire. But she's a millionaire through a bank, which is harder to do because they discriminated so hard in the work field. If you think about it, Madam C.J. Walker was an entrepreneur. Nobody hired her. She started a business and she solicited
Was she in the North or the South?
So one was in Indiana, one was, I believe, in Virginia. But let me ask you this. Do you know of a Jamaican millionaire woman?
It's a few.
At that time, in the late 1800s and early 1900s.
I'm not sure. I haven't did the research on that.
Do you know of any Jamaican person, period, being a millionaire or successful, like up to that, wealth like that, and at that same time frame?
Besides Marcus Garvey?
Well, Marcus Garvey was not a millionaire.
Marcus Garvey wasn't a millionaire?
Nah, he went broke. Bro. Like he couldn't. Okay, that's like calling Dr. Umar a millionaire. Like you can't be a millionaire if you got like a millionaire means that it's residual income. It keeps coming, not residual, but it keeps coming. Like you can't, like, for example, if I come across,
are you saying that Garvey didn't have businesses in New York?
Brother, here we go again. I thought, brother, how did he fund those businesses? And what money?
The same way Tariq funded stuff, crowdfunding.
Brother, that's not what Garvey did. Okay, Tariq let people know up front the whole blueprint, full disclosure, and he delivered just that. Did Marcus Garvey deliver on what he promised?
You sure about that?
Yes. Did Marcus Garvey deliver on his promise? Did Marcus Garvey deliver on his promise?
Not everything.
Okay, what was his promise?
To basically bring back black people, build an empire in Africa for all black people to succeed.
Did he deliver on that promise?
No, it's a work in progress.
No, not working. He's dead. It's over, bro. And he died of broke failure. Now look.
No. His dream and his aspiration live on with the current Pan-Africans.
Hey, brother, I'm talking. Okay, listen. Okay, got it. Listen, we're speaking apples and oranges, right? You're speaking on some spiritual shit. I'm saying the man, the woman. That's why I'm giving you names of people during their lifetime, what they accomplished, what they're directly responsible for. Okay, so you mentioned Tariq Nasheed, so I could say the same thing. Hey, well, okay, but Tariq Nasheed is responsible for what he promised and what he delivered, right? Marcus Garvey is responsible for what he promised, what he delivered. He promised a dream that he did not deliver. Matter of fact, he had to lie and hide information from his crowd that he was looking for funding from. Okay, so different from Tariq. When Tariq did the crowdfunding, he never told them, hey, give me money and you'll get money back. Give me money and to this business and you'll have stake here. So when I grow, you grow. That's not what he said. That's what Garvey said. Garvey said, I own these steamships. And if you buy this stock, you'll have a percentage. You have ownership in these steamships, and and not just the steamships, but you have ownership in the UNIA. Okay, he lied because he never owned the steamships that he was getting the money from. Okay, so they were giving him money that never was for a ship. He didn't have a ship. He didn't have he didn't have several ships. And matter of fact, watch this. When he was going through his when he was being arrested for fraud. So well, other things. When he was going through financial problems, right, within his organization, they had internal issues, people stealing from him and things like that. Okay, so when that was going on, did you know that's when he got caught for mail fraud? Because money was being stolen from him, and he was mismanaging money himself. So what he did was to keep his businesses afloat, the businesses he used. Now watch this, bro. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. The businesses you brag about, he used that crowdfunding money to buy those businesses. That's called fraud, because he said your crowdfunding was going towards steamships, not a personal bakery in Marcus Garvey's name, not a cleaners in his name or a gas station. All right. That's not what they were supposed to be sending their money towards. They were getting stake in a business and not a damn fish store. So those businesses you bragging about, you just helped incriminate them. It's like, yo, those are all fraudulent, fictitious businesses because that's where not that the money wasn't supposed to go towards that. Anyway, so when he started to run out of money, okay, because people wasn't donating as much, he started to solicit more stocks. But because he was desperate, brother, this would the mail fraud part come in at. Because he was desperate, he started to solicit. So before he would like draw a crowd, he'll do it the right way. He'll draw a crowd, he'll pitch a dream and say, hey, send me money, and they'll do it. Like that's the right way. All right. But when he got desperate, what he did was he started to solicit, and he used the mail to solicit people to buy stock. So he sent things to your home to say, hey, buy stock for this new ship I own that he did not own, obviously. But that's what he did when he got desperate. And that's where the mail fraud thing come out of. There's no mail fraud, Brother Kwame, if he just say, hey, everybody, give me money. Like, that's not mail fraud. All right. It's mail fraud if Tariq Nasheed emails all of us and say, hey, man, I need your money for this new Hidden Color 6. Now we talking about something different. All right. So thank you. Oh, God, you did good. You want water? Yeah. Right. So brother, that's the difference. Okay.
All right. One of the first black millionaires in Jamaica is called Steve Stabell. I wanted to ask you about do you know who the founder of Chicago is?
Wait, hold on. But you just said something. I want to respond. Go back to what you just said just now.
One of the first black millionaires from Jamaica was Steve Stabell.
And what year was that?
Between 1821 and 1896.
And hold on. I gotta fact check you. Hold on one second. And where was he living at?
Huh?
Where was he living at?
Jamaica, and he had a mining business. He was a gold miner.
Hold on. Hold on. So who was mining for him?
Possibly some South Americans.
All right, hold on. Because Toussaint had enslaved Haitians, right? So chat, I don't know if you were around yesterday, but the guy Toussaint that a lot of Haitians like to brag about, well, he enslaved his own people to build up Haiti to after that revolution. When I say enslaved, he did forced labor. He performed like the slave master. All right. So, brother, let me just get that name.
Black Americans didn't force people in Mississippi and New Orleans.
We didn't enforce slavery.
We got evidence of that.
Nah, we didn't enforce. Well, you got to prove
evidence of slave owners in Florida, Mississippi, Virginia, New Orleans.
Brother, look what I just said. I said 2 sons. So you gotta listen. This is the problem with you, bro. I said he forced labor. He built up Haiti after the revolution. And look, the Haitians were mad at him. Okay, so now he forced them to do labor. That means they had no choice. So now, chat. Now we know better. He's a tether. He don't know. He don't know that we were buying our family out of slavery. So, brothers, so let me add some context to that. So FBAs, what they would do is they will be the slave master of their family. So that like it's a slave master on paper, but he's not enslaving his family. He's reuniting himself with his family. I know you're a dumb test, don't know that. But wait. Before we go back to us, because you called in, I was going to tackle
4 million enslaved people
okay.
in the South alone, bro.
I got it. Well, yeah, but
so
what
was
black
buying people out of slavery?
Okay. Anyway, you called in, and it was my narrative because I brought you to Black Wall Street for a reason, brother. Was there a Black Wall Street ever in Jamaica, even till now?
I mean, you can't compare an island to a
brother. You've been doing it all day. Yes, you can. For one, and you've been doing
as far as economics.
Okay, brother. The simple question, just simple question. It's just yes or no, man. Where till this day, was there ever a millionaire district amongst Jamaicans?
A millionaire district?
Yeah.
Not that I probably today, but not. I don't know.
No. Okay, Google today. No, what I want you to Google today: a Jamaican society of like a whole city or district, not city, a whole district, a whole community of Jamaican millionaires doing business amongst themselves. Google that right now. Mm-hmm. Ain't not one of y'all black countries got that right now. Y'all never had that. Not one of y'all countries. And this guy said, he said you can't compare an island to a country. Wait a minute, we're not a country. We are a group of people within a country that's being oppressed. So actually, the unfair advantage is on us. We're a small minority group. We don't run this country. Our rights are being violated. Okay, so now you guys ran your country. All right, so that ain't. All right, so wait, hold on. So go ahead.
In Jamaica, a affluent area known as Millionaire District includes Norbrook, Cherry Garden, Jack Hills, Beverly Hills, Red Hills, all located in or near Jamaica, known for their luxurious homes, scenery, environments, and proximity to amenities.
Okay, watch this, because chat, I know that there's Chinese Jamaicans, Indian Jamaicans, and African booty scratcher Jamaicans. Now, those affluent cities, are those 100% West African Jamaicans?
No, probably
yeah,
not.
I know. Come on, I'm not gonna fall for that. You see this? That's like me talking about Hollywood or this guy is weird. That's like me mentioning a bunch of white people rich to say, hey, look what we're doing over here. Dude, there are no rich areas in any African booty scratching country. And right, we are the only people to do something like that. Brother, 1898. This is 33 years after we were freed from slavery, brother. We were millionaires. What were you guys doing in 1866? You were freed in 1833. What were you guys doing in 1866 for income?
Obviously, I just told you what we was mining gold, sugarcane.
No.
A lot of industries.
Brother, listen what I'm saying. I'm saying as not as a labor force. I'm saying as individuals. I'm speaking about we were no longer a labor force at that time. You're right. As individuals, we came up and we had genius ideas. We had innovations, we had inventions, and we had businesses.
You're
like
talking about
insurance.
A small population of the community.
Brother,
it's not like a mass. It wasn't a majority of the population.
Kwame,
in wealth.
listen to the question first before you chime in. Okay, brother. I'm talking about some people, right? 33, I mean, to me, that's miraculous. If there's anybody, even one, I'm saying 33 years after slavery, okay, you have enough people very successful in this country, millionaires, just 33 years after slavery. Okay. I asked you 33 years after y'all slavery, 1866, that would be, what were you guys doing for income? Or were you still the labor force of the British?
No, we had I think Jamaica had to pay off the debt for slavery, which I think was like 21 million at the time.
Do you understand the question, man? Listen, the question.
Mostly blacksmiths,
brother,
agriculture.
All right, okay, all right.
You asking me what they did? I'm telling you what they did.
All right, nothing. So basically slave. I got it. Slave work, voluntarily slave work. You guys were indentured servants at that point. You were not forced to do that. That's what your genius led you. Okay, you don't have no George Washington Carvers, right, in Jamaica at that time?
Are you talking about inventors?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Now, wait. You were freed earlier, so we need y'all to have this stuff before us.
Yet again.
Okay.
Jamaica had a debt to pay off, and we.
How you get a debt? Wait. How you get it? Wait. How you get it? How you guys go in debt?
The same way Lincoln had to pay the slave owners.
No,
Confederate state off after he freed y'all, right? After he emancipated y'all.
Jamaicans, these tether Jamaicans are retarded. You ask them a question about their business, they bring up somebody else, brother. Tether Jamaican. I'm asking about you and your people. That's it. Okay, when you talk about us and ask us questions, I respond to what we did and what we didn't do. The good, the bad, and the ugly. I'm asking about your people only, man. I don't want to know about the Nigerians.
We did blacksmith jobs.
Okay.
Agricultural jobs.
Listen to the question again. I went to inventors. Did you guys start?
We didn't have inventors like that.
Okay. What about innovators? You had them?
Like innovating I'm not sure.
No. Now look, brother. Unlike us, I actually researched how Jamaica became Jamaica today. So you guys weren't really an important part like that in the infrastructure and where it is today. I read about the Indians, the Chinese, the Tainos, and the Spanish. You guys are, somebody can argue that you're not even foundational in Jamaica.
But y'all are into America, right?
Oh yeah. Look, I didn't say that. Can you see my screen, brother?
I'm looking at your screen. I don't see nothing.
Okay, hold on. Damn, I was trying to. Oh, I hope it doesn't freeze. I was trying to finish something in the background. All right.
Why you want to discuss the Haitian man that founded Chicago, Illinois?
Brother, we're talking about Jamaicans today, man. All right, hold on. Is that okay? Can we talk about Jamaicans? Why is Jamaicans always off the hook of conversation? So we could talk about everybody but Jamaicans? Like, come on, man. Like, sometimes you got to represent yourself. Stop hugging.
I have no problem talking about Jamaica.
Okay. All right, so hold on, wait. So, all right, let's keep that energy.
We fought for our freedom.
All right,
we had the most slave rebellions. So I have no problem seeing on Jamaica.
All right, we'll see. All right, hold on. See, I really didn't want to do this right now because I got something in the background, right? That's taking all my energy. So I'm going to wait. You mind if I just wait before I show those videos? You mind if I wait?
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so let's talk about Chicago. You see how I'm fair? I'm not going to hold up, Kwame, before you do. I could have easily said, nah, we ain't talking about that. We're going to talk about, brother, I don't mind. Go ahead, Chicago.
What's your thoughts about the Haitian man that founded Chicago?
I don't know anything about him. Drop a gem on me.
It's a free Haitian man that was in the French control areas of America. He founded Chicago.
What year?
Let me tell you the year.
Please.
I actually, matter of fact, I'm gonna do one better. I'm gonna put
You gonna put what?
Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable was born on 7 they don't even know his birthday. 1750. He died on August 28, 1818. Is regarded as the first permanent non-native settler of what will later become Chicago, Illinois, and is recognized as the city founder.
Yeah. Okay, wait, stop right there, brother. You said 1818, right? Okay. So now you said non-native. Now I know about many other non-natives that came over here that lived in New York and did some things. Okay. You're talking about 1818, right? No problem. You have Spanish settlers, you have English settlers, you have French settlers that came over here in the 1600s and established Spanish colonies, English colonies, and French colonies, brother. And they failed and they went back home. I mean,
he didn't fail.
Wait, hold on. Listen.
He didn't fail. He set up Chicago to be a major trading point.
Brother, listen what I'm saying. You might want to hear the conclusion. They also set up colonies too for trading points. I just said the English set up the English colonies, the Spanish set up Spanish colonies, and the Frenchmen set up French colonies, but they failed. They fled back home. So they came over here to do something more than just that. They came here to bring in their people. So when the Spanish came over here, they expected to establish a Spanish colony, which they did, but they expected to funnel more Spanish people over here. But they failed. They went back and fled. They didn't come back over here. So now the French, same thing. No, stop. The French came over here. They set up a colony somewhere, and the colony was there to trade and to bring in more Frenchmen. They failed. They went back. You got the Englishmen. They came over here. They got a colony in Virginia somewhere, and they expected to be successful to trade and bring in more of the people. They failed and fled back. So this Haitian guy, I'm sure that colony or whatever he set up was to bring more Haitians over here, right? Or is he the only one? He expected more Haitians to come over, right?
No, the man was into money, so he set up Chicago.
So he was all for himself. All right. Well, shit. So what's so great? Okay, so you brought him up. So what was so great about that? So he came over here to represent himself.
I'm just saying he did something that no FBA did at the time.
We were already here. We were already here. Hey, this guy, dude. We were already here.
I'm saying, what major city did the FBA found? What major city?
Hey, bro. What is the flex in that? So he set up a city like the failed Spanishmen, like the failed Frenchmen, like the failed Englishmen. He set up Chicago. Now what?
Well, Chicago is one of the most populous cities in America.
It's the most violent city in America. What are you talking about, man? It's the worst city. You got King Von, a goddamn serial killer, bro. They ain't no real flex, man. That's one of the worst cities in America. Bro, what good? Like, you act like Chicago, as a result, Chicago had a bunch of Haitian millionaires, flourishing and trading. And no, ain't nothing happened after that. So
I
so
mean,
what happened?
he set it up for y'all. Y'all
Okay,
failed the city.
so
You
so
can't
bro,
blame it on the Haitian man.
so
He
but
did
but
something
what?
that y'all couldn't
Yeah,
do.
but
Y'all didn't
I
find no major city for trade or
uh,
anything.
okay.
A Haitian man had to come
I
through
don't know. Yo, we
and
were too busy being millionaires. You dig? We were too busy being. We didn't want to set up no damn city. We were too busy being millionaires and being productive and innovators and invention. We were busy. We were busy being the backbone of this country. Okay, yeah, we were busy doing.
I mean,
What you
Peyton
want? Go,
Cotton
okay,
was
go.
the backbone of this country.
Huh?
You are right. I
Nah.
said Peyton Cotton was the backbone of this country. You right
Yeah,
about
yeah,
that.
yeah. Wait. Not just cotton, because white Northerners invented the cotton gin. So that wasn't just a South thing. That was a Northern thing too. So not just cotton, rice, tobacco, sugar cane. Okay, good job. So a lot of things were the backbone of this country, and so was the steel mills, and so
No.
was the coal mines.
Cotton was the backbone of American economy from the
What?
1800 up until slavery got abolished.
Hey yo, why do you know so much about America
I'm just saying,
and
like,
know
a
little to
Haitian
nothing
man had
about
to come.
Jamaica?
It's always a immigrant got to come and
Hey,
help
bro.
civilize the Americans,
Hey,
the
bro.
Black Americans.
Hey, bro.
Same with
Well,
Sophie Carmichael.
slowly. Okay. I don't know. Yeah. Do you know he was a freedom rider?
He was one of the leaders of the civil rights movement.
No.
That you always brag about.
No. He was the leader was A. Philip Randolph. He was a freedom rider. Do you know what a freedom rider is?
No, not at all.
Okay, let me tell you. It's a pussy who hops on a bus with white folks and ride around segregated cities to say, hey, we're freedom riding. You don't have the right to tell us we can't ride in this city. And segregation is old. We're expressing our rights to freedom and ride. The nigga, they was throwing cocktails at his damn bus trying to kill that nigga. And what was so great about that? In a bus riding around as a freedom fighter with a bunch of white folks.
Now basically you trying to say that
some
played
things
a minimal role in the
yes,
civil
he
rights
did.
movement.
He did. Some things were just useless. Like, they call it all civil rights act, involvement, but some things were just absolutely useless. We could have did without. I thought that was so dumb. Getting in the bus with a bunch of crazy white folks riding around in racial segregated, violent cities saying, hey, you can't tell us we can't come here. That's against our constitution, right? The Klan was bombing those goddamn buses left and right. That's why his tether ass fled somewhere in Africa. Yeah, that dude ain't stay here. He went somewhere in Africa, man. He fled like a mug. So now watch this. Wait, hold on. Last thing, you go. Did he speak at Washington?
Did he speak at Washington?
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Right. The leader spoke at Washington, my boy. And A. Philip Randolph spoke at Washington. Yes. I know. It's no bread.
I'm just wondering though, what did a FBA find a major city?
Nah, we didn't need to. We were in the South, you dig, becoming rich and prosperous. That's what we were doing.
So I was becoming rich and prosperous, but y'all didn't find a city, like a major city.
There's no flex in finding a city to do what? Find a city and do what? What? Okay, you found a city. The goal next to do what?
So a black man, a free black man, finding one of the economic centers in America for trade.
So he was okay. So he was a So he was a millionaire. I mean, I'm trying to see what was so. Hey, bro. Well, he wasn't a citizen either. Wait. Stop.
A Haitian,
right.
not an FBA, a Haitian.
Let's be historically correct. Yeah, not a Jamaican, right? Not an FBA, not a Jamaican, correct?
He's a Haitian. One of my proud brothers.
Okay, so here's the thing with me. Now, we just might be different. It's okay. When I flex, I'm speaking about my people and nobody ever.
Right.
Okay. When you speak, You talk about Nigerians, Sudanese people, Ethiopians. You talk about everybody. And when you do talk about somebody from Jamaica, you mention Marcus Garvey, a scammer, which is typical to Jamaican culture. Okay.
So we can't differentiate when we talk about people. Like when America talk about the West, they're not just talking about America. They talking about the European continent. They talking about Canada, the NATO alliances. So
I don't know what American you're talking about, but I know when I study American history, when they talk about themselves, they talk about themselves. Now, brother, since you said that, let me correct you. Okay. Do you know, okay, if I say an American nativist, who's that?
What you said?
An American nativist. And when I say that, what comes to your mind? Who would that be?
It could. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with the term.
Okay. When I say now I'm using white people terms in America. I'm using American terms in the early, when the like 1700s, 1600s, 1700s, late 1700s, 1800s. When they say old immigrants, who are they referring? Who are white Americans referring to when they say old immigrants?
I have no clue.
Okay,
I don't know
last
what's
one.
the old immigrant.
Last one. Because you dare. Okay, so it finished. Good. Now I can share my screen. Okay, it's because you dare to speak on white people's perspective. Okay, so when they say new immigrants, what are you talking about? You don't know, right?
No, I have no clue.
Okay, so what was your point about the West? Talk to me.
When you say you refer to your people, well, that's your
but now I'm saying when you say
I'm
white
talking
people,
about my people.
No. Wait, stop. Wait, now,
I'm talking about the diaspora and the continent.
This guy, dude, slow down. You said white people in the West. I want you to reiterate that. Go back to that point. What was your point in that? White people in the West, what?
Yeah, when white people refer to the West or Western civilization, they're talking about America, Canada, and the European continent.
No. And that's why I just had you answer those questions by American nativists, old immigrants, new immigrants. Hey, brother, there are 4 parts. This guy. Okay, go lay down. Okay, go lay down. Good job. Go lay down. Okay, go lay right there. Okay, go. You go. You go that way. Okay.
So when I say as a Pan-African,
wait. Hold on. When America says the West, and Europe got 4 directions. There's Eastern Europe, Northern Europe, Western Europe, and Southern Europe, bro. When they say the West, they're literally talking about Western Europe. And that's who would be called the old immigrants. Western and Northern. So now, you don't know. It's okay. You're going to learn. Americans, they favored Northern and Western Europeans over Southern and Eastern. They felt like Southern and Eastern were the Jamaicans of white people. Okay? They didn't value them at all. They had immigration restrictive laws only for white people that came from Southern and Eastern Europe. That's why I say, bro, you don't when they say Western, they talk about themselves. They're not talking about Russia and Slav and over there. They talking about them. They talking about Belgium, the UK, French, France. They talking about those people. They're not talking about all Europeans. They don't mention the Italians in that. The Italians don't think Eastern. They look at them as the Jamaicans of the Europeans. The bottom.
Is Poland a part of NATO?
Okay, this dude says NATO. Dude, Ukraine was trying to get a part. Wait a minute. All right, chat. This is somebody who's just completely dumb. Ukraine, America right now is siding with Ukraine, who's clearly Eastern. What's your point? You're just saying random stuff. They're clearly siding with Ukraine.
What I'm trying to say is when America refers to the West, they're not talking.
No, they're not.
And a mixed multitude of nations.
No, I made that clear who they were talking about. They think highly of Anglo-Saxons, and they look at Anglo-Saxons as Northern and Western Europeans, not Southern and Eastern. They look at Southern and Eastern Europeans as tainted, mixed, or they call them like the slums of the European. Bro, stop, man. You don't know. It's okay, man. That's why I just cooked you.
I
You
don't really
don't.
want to argue on the point because it's kind
Okay,
of new
cool,
to the
cool.
situation.
Right. So
When
let's
I
get back.
say
Hold
my
on.
people, I
Yeah,
refer to Haitians,
no, yeah,
Africans,
but
the whole
but
diaspora.
that's the problem. When I say my people, I'm talking about people where I'm from, my countrymen. Okay, so now, can you going forward? Is it possible for any example you use? Can you just refer to your people? How about we just be fair? I'll talk about my
I'm talking about
people.
my people. I'm talking about the Africans. I'm a Pan-African. I'm trying to refer to all
All
diaspora,
right,
and
okay,
I'm an
cool, no
African
problem.
booty scratcher, like you said. You
All right,
called me an African booty scratcher, so I'm an
all right,
African booty scratcher.
no problem, no problem. And we still gonna beat you, all right? So now, chat. Now
Those
we
my
got it for
people.
sure. I got it. So now, chat. We got it for sure. It's FBA's against the diaspora and the Africans, which you knew it always was. That's why we want to delineate from all y'all. All right. So anyway, so let's do it. Let's do it. All of y'all versus us. Okay,
Okay.
brother. Look through the diaspora. Look through the continent. Let's go back to the early 1800s. No, I'm sorry, late 1800s, early 1900s. Out of all of y'all, did any of y'all create a millionaire district amongst yourselves?
No, well, we created a city in America.
Kudos. Kudos. All right. Now that my computer stopped, I can now share my screen. So, brother, would you consider the Trinidadians your brother?
Yes, sir.
Hold on 1 second. Let me answer this. Go ahead and cook, so it won't be completely silent. Go ahead and cook while I answer the door. Go ahead.
Oh, I just find it amazing that a free Haitian man, came to America and set up a economic zone that Black Americans could harbor and take over. Y'all couldn't do that. In the free North at that. It wasn't in the antebellum South. It was in the free North where you had the Euro farmers and all the peasant white men. So I just wonder how come Black Americans didn't take over Chicago, which was an economic hub for America at the time that was founded by Black Haitians, where a lot of free Blacks was in the North. They could have took over Chicago and created a Black Wall Street city. Instead of focus on a little street with a couple businesses, could have took over a whole city like Chicago, Illinois, like the Haitian man did. The Haitian man set up a great city for America that's still thriving to this day. Chicago is one of the most populous city in America, one of the most populous city in the world at that, founded by Haitians. So I think that's a little bit more, like a flex than a strip, which is cool. I have no Black Wall Street is definitely a flex and it's definitely one of the most impactful things in Black history, period. But I just find that, a little bit more impactful that a Black man from Haiti founded Chicago, Illinois, would still stand to this day. It's not like it went away. The same place that Michael Jordan played, the same place where
the mafia came over there and sold hella drugs.
That produced.
What about the mafia reign over there, bro? Matter of fact,
that got nothing to do with Africans or.
Oh yes, it does. Don't all gangs start
y'all
from?
Let the Italians come through after the Haitian man set up the city for the Black people. Y'all let the Italians.
Don't
the Jews,
all gangs come from Chicago?
Come through and take over Chicago, huh?
Don't all gangs come from Chicago?
FBA gangs.
No,
not Haitian gangs, not Jamaican gangs, not African gangs.
Is the
They was
Italian
founded
well
by Black Americans, not
is the Italian gang FBA?
The only good thing
All
that
right.
came out of Chicago was a Haitian man that founded it, or trading legally.
And what did he
wasn't
do
in
with it?
illegal
I'm sorry,
activities.
okay.
He wasn't shooting up. He
Okay.
wasn't shooting up churches
Well, we don't know shit because when he
or
left,
taking over project
yeah,
buildings
when he
or
left,
smoking on ops.
yeah, I
He
wouldn't
wasn't into
even
that.
brag about a city that's been crime ridden ever since, starting with the
I mean,
Italians. Yeah, he's bragging about a city that's until this day has been known for nothing good. That is not a flex, my boy. I'm sorry. That is not a flex, man.
what you mean? Chicago is one of the economic hubs in America.
Right. It's
in the
it's
industrial town.
it's an illegal economic hustle of the world, bro.
Well, probably now because
It always was,
the
man.
left. He already dead. His family already deceased and gone.
Yeah,
so
so
the
he
people
got
that's
so he got to do it.
now
So he
is the
got to do a
black-
better
is the-
job of
is the free blacks.
yeah. So he got to do a better
live.
job of protecting his investment, and that's what we do. When we have something, we do a good job of protecting it, so it won't take on a horrible history like a damn scamming tether. He probably scammed his way over there anyway.
How y'all protect the Black Wall Street?
Well, it got destroyed.
And what did anybody retaliate?
Yeah, we fought.
Nah.
Okay, so I don't know what history.
They burnt down.
Okay.
They burnt down the thing you championed.
Yeah, I don't know what history. Yeah, I don't know what history you read, my boy. That was tether.com or something. What did you read that said that?
After they bombed, they bomb down? Wasn't it Black Wall Street? They bombed down, right? Tulsa and I think Philadelphia, right?
Wait, hold
Which
on.
one was first?
Wait, hold on. Wait. I'm able to share my screen. So hold on, because I said I wanted to do something before, and I said go ahead and cook until I get my screen and everything straight. Okay, so I would love for you to brag about Jamaica.
Huh?
I said I would love for you to brag about Jamaica just once. All right, hold on.
We have a lot of revolts.
Okay,
wait. We got a lot of
wait.
In fact, you should. In fact,
slow
you
down.
should pay us reparations too.
Wait, can you see my screen?
It's on Google. I don't see anything.
It's gonna come up. If you got a small delay, it'll come up. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me press play.
Findings. Paternity fraud statistics show significant variations across different countries, often reflecting deeper societal issues. In countries like Jamaica and Nigeria, paternity fraud rates are alarmingly high, with estimates of 34.6% and 30%, respectively. In contrast, countries like Canada and the United Kingdom report much lower rates of 2.8% and 1.6%, highlighting the stark global discrepancies.
Okay, so far, Jamaica and Nigeria, the Tether Coalition, paternity fraud at 34%. That is basically almost 4 out of 10 families are being raised with the wrong dad. Okay. It said the closest thing to that is Canada and the UK, and they're at 2%. So 34% to 2% is like damn near non-existent. And you see America's not on there at all on that list, right? We don't have that issue. Let me keep going.
These numbers indicate that while paternity fraud is a universal issue, it is more prevalent in certain parts of the world. Various factors contribute to these discrepancies, including cultural norms, economic pressures, and the accessibility of DNA testing.
It said cultural norms. So when these folks talk about culture, well, you make sure you add in paternity fraud attached to your culture. Let's keep going.
In many African nations, for instance, societal expectations and financial dependencies can make it more common for women to conceal the true paternity of their children.
So these women, the women incentives to lie. I mean, like they're blatantly lying. They're saying, I know Kwame's the dad, but I'm gonna say LeBron James is the dad because that dude is rich. And that's exactly what they would do. And put a claim in with the government. Okay? Let's keep going.
This is evident in cases like that of a Zambian nurse, Elizabeth Bwalyamua, who admitted on her deathbed to swapping 5,000 babies over a 12-year period.
Look at that tether shit.
Such instances, though extreme, underline the societal challenges contributing to higher paternity fraud rates in certain regions.
All right. I'm gonna fast forward to this right here, bro. To the good part.
Jamaica, right? I learned this in university still. Like I actually did a course on this. And I saw it being circulated around social media. So Jamaica has the highest paternity fraud in the world with 34.6%. I learned this in first year university, right?
I learned this in first year university, all right? This is Jamaican shit. They're in Jamaica. You can hear the accent. This is the Yard Gal podcast. Not lying. That's a Jamaican something verbiage. Not lying.
Right? So basically what they're saying is that I be a jacket. I just be a jacket I give away.
Y'all have some tailor jackets too.
Yeah, you have some well-tailored jackets still.
Not lying.
But yeah, so basically like
not lying. All right, let's go.
That's how men are taking care of children that are not their own.
Unbeknownst to
them. But I feel like you see it a lot. Yo, there was an article, you remember the man and him did have like must say 5 or 7 pitney and him find out say no, them have 7 pitney and him find out say 5 a jacket.
Yeah.
And I feel something like the uncle or something like that. Yeah, but this and him yeah. But
wow, it's crazy.
What you do as a man? So yo.
All right, so brother, did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard it.
Not lying, right?
If the stats are the stats, then I must accuse that to the fact.
All right. So one more video. For you.
The Sex Offenders Registry.
So now I see why you don't like to talk about Jamaica. All right, hold on. Because maybe there's nothing good to talk about. Watch this right here. Not same woman. Yard Girl podcast. Same woman.
To determine whether it allows for wider sharing of information on convicted sex offenders.
So you're saying to me that it's literally since 2011 that it was reformed, since 1992.
Since 1992.
So before that, the man named was a rape on a galang.
Okay, so what she's saying, the dude on the right is a lawyer, Jamaican lawyer. They're in Jamaica. So what she's saying to him, it wasn't until 2011. Chat, it wasn't until 2011. She just said where Jamaican men just can go grape Jamaican women and no consequences. It wasn't until 2011 where some of these men started to be held accountable for graping Jamaican women. 2011. I'm going to back it up. And I'm not going to pause it so you can hear exactly what she says.
1992.
Since 1992.
So before that, the man named was a rape on a galang. And nothing happened.
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way.
I saw me that put it though.
I wouldn't necessarily put it that way. What I put it as is that the government saw a problem and they took the necessary
the government
changes.
Them tiptoe. But anyways, I digress. Okay, so now let's talk about basically the Sex Offenders Act. Right, but then you were saying that the registry. So the registry started in 2011 as well.
So the legislation was officially enacted in 2011, but the Sex Offenders Registry itself was officially set up as in physically in 2014. So it's being managed by the Commissioner of Corrections.
Okay. So you're saying to me that it's literally since 2011 I can't everyone access the Sexual Offenders Registry like it is in other countries around the world?
Well, the names that are placed on the registry.
So in other words, chat, she's saying that in 2011, when they finally start to prosecute these Jamaican men that grape women like it's the Flintstone age, when they start to prosecute them, when they were put on the sex registry, the public had zero access to it. Like instead of like America, we have free access to our sex offender registry, right? We want to know who's who to protect our kids. In Jamaica, it's private. You need special permission to take a peek at the sex registry, the sexual registry in Jamaica. All right, look.
Your sexual offenses registry are in fact private and confidential, but I think for good reason, because we have to bear in mind that even though someone is convicted of a sexual offense, they still have to meaningfully contribute to society, and it may be a situation.
Look at her face.
Where they're placed on the list and unable to get work or a meaningful job or schools, or you understand what I'm saying?
No.
So this lawyer animal, Jamaican animal, he sat there and said the sex registry is private because after they get out of prison, these guys deserve a meaningful shot at life. They deserve work without discrimination, without, prejudice. That's why it's private. So he said, you know what I'm saying? She said, no. And most Jamaican women feel like that. Yeah, this is why a lot of them, when they come over here, they are good with these savages, man. These men. Listen.
I'm going to be real with you because I can't ever want access the sexual offenders registry like it is in other.
Okay, I'll play that part. I'm going to fast forward.
No. I'm going to be real with you because I can't ever want access.
Shit.
The list. See that this person was convicted of, say, child molestation or a child rape allegation it's no longer allegation if they're convicted. And then they see them and attack them in the streets. It can't be fair to them. That's double punishment. So,
okay.
Okay, so he said, so the justification for protecting rapists in Jamaica is that if the registry is public, then, after they serve their time, the public might give them that street justice. Okay. So for that reason, we got to make it private. We don't want them to go through street justice. Okay.
So you say your main concern about it being public is the fact that persons may be harmed.
That is one of them.
Yeah. But do you think it's fair then?
It can be, and also it can lead to reputational damage as well.
Do you not think that's deserving though?
Okay, you see her mind state? So the women are clearly stronger than the men in Jamaica. Okay, so exactly how she feels, that's how damn near all FBAs feel. We don't play with that. We don't play with the sexual predators, okay? We want to know who they are so we can ostracize them. We're going to put a black tape on them. Nobody talk to them. Don't give them business. They can't get a haircut. They got to make it wherever they can make it at. They got to fake it till they make it. Okay, but in Jamaica, as you can see, the law that's ran by a bunch of men, they are protectors of sexual predators. Brother, can you speak on the jacket thing and this sexual predator thing that Jamaica is tolerating?
If they tolerating it, it's a bad thing.
Okay. All right. Okay. Fair enough. So now, are you aware of the term Pan-Africanism? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. What does that mean to you?
Pan-Africanism means to me the unity of diaspora and continental Africans and promoting African culture and unifying economically, socially, politically, and economically.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term Pan-Caribbean?
Pan-Caribbean, no.
Okay. So I would think in order for a Pan-Africanist idea to work, I would believe Black Americans got to be first Pan-Black American. The Caribbean's got to be first Pan-Caribbean, and Africa got to be first Pan-African, and then we could come with that mentality, and now we could do something great. I think it's going to be hard for that idea to work if Black America is split, if the Caribbean is split, and then Africa is split. I think that ideology is just a dream. Anyway, so the Caribbean, it turned out the Caribbean felt like they agreed with Ron and biased Ron. The Caribbean felt like, yeah, you know what? Let's do Pan-Caribbean first. Have you ever heard of the West Indies, the Caribbean doing Pan-Caribbean first before they went to do a Pan-Africanist thing?
Nah, I'm not aware of that.
Okay, look at my screen.
The West Indies Federation was a bold experiment in regional unity among British Caribbean colonies. It officially existed from January 3rd, 1958 to May 31st, 1962. Though it was envisioned as a step toward independence and strength through unity, the Federation ultimately collapsed after only 4 years. Here's a detailed look at its origins, compromises, inner conflicts, and the reasons for its failure. 1. Whose idea was the West Indies Federation? The idea for a federation of the British Caribbean colonies had been discussed as early as the 19th century, but it gained serious traction in the 20th century due to economic, administrative, and nationalist pressures. British Colonial Office. British administrators encouraged regional cooperation to streamline colonial governance, reduce costs, and pave the way for eventual independence in a more manageable format. Caribbean nationalists, leaders like Grantley Adams, Barbados, Norman Manley, Jamaica, and Eric Williams, Trinidad and Tobago, supported the idea of regional unity, though they had very different visions of how it should function. Political thought. The push toward decolonization after World War II inspired regional leaders to consider political integration as a pathway to collective sovereignty and development. Founding countries and their initial compromises. The Federation initially included 10 British colonies: 1. Jamaica, 2. Trinidad and Tobago, 3. Barbados, 4. Antigua and Barbuda, 5. St. Kitts, Nevis, Anguilla, 6. Montserrat, 7. Dominica, 8. St. Lucia, 9. St. Vincent, 10. Grenada. To make the Federation work, these countries agreed on several compromises. A federal government based in Chaguaramas, Trinidad, the Federation would have a central authority handling defense, foreign affairs, and economic planning. Equal voting. Smaller islands were given representation in the federal parliament far exceeding their population size, a concession by larger countries like Jamaica and Trinidad. Customs union delayed. There was an initial plan for economic integration through a customs union, though this was never fully realized. Common services. Countries agreed to centralize some services like the University of the West Indies, Caribbean Meteorological Service, and the regional shipping line, Federal Palm and Federal Maple. But even from the start, tensions brewed over sovereignty, resource sharing, and leadership. 3. Core reasons why it failed. 1. Unequal economics and population imbalances. Jamaica and Trinidad were far more populous and economically developed than the smaller islands. Jamaica had bauxite and tourism. Trinidad had oil and industry. The smaller islands relied heavily on agriculture and were economically dependent. Larger islands feared they'd be subsidizing the poorer territories without getting proportional influence. Number 2. Disagreement. Over the federal capital. The capital was located in Chaguaramas, Trinidad, instead of Kingston or Port of Spain. This was symbolic of Trinidad giving up its chance to be the center of power, but it also made the Federation feel remote and irrelevant to many. Number 3. Weak federal government. The Federation had no direct control over taxation or meaningful economic policy. Immigration policies, customs, and development plans were handled by individual islands, undermining unity. No common currency or serious customs union was created.
Undermining unity. These guys never believed in this shit. So they don't believe in Pan-Caribbean, but we expect them to believe in Pan-Africanism. Okay? They don't believe in Pan-Caribbean, which is right in front of their face, but somehow they could look overseas and believe in Pan-Africanism. Let's keep going.
4. Nationalism over regionalism. Many leaders, like Norman Manley of Jamaica or Eric Williams of Trinidad, were more focused on gaining individual independence for their own territories than investing in regional unity.
Oh, chat. Jamaica's president or prime minister and Trinidad's prime minister or president, whatever they call, they were more about individualities the whole time. They never believed in this West Indian dream, this Pan-Caribbean thing. They were for themselves the whole time. And that's why they were not willing to compromise with the other islands. Watch this.
National pride often outweighed the Pan-Caribbean spirit.
National pride, that means Jamaican national pride outweighed Caribbean pride. The whole point of this federation was to drop national prides because that's what separated them. He hung up. He hung up. So wow, this hurts. I didn't know it would hurt this bad. He hung up. So these guys came together to promote West Indian pride. That's like, let me give a prime example. That's like in Black America, the major gangs give up their flags, religion, give up their religions for just a second, to promote this one FBA, religion and unity thing. But the whole time, the church, the gangs, and the masjid, the Muslims, the whole time, they were never really in it for that. They were going to stand on their national pride over the West Indian pride. That's why it's called the West Indies Federation. They were going to call themselves West Indian before Jamaican. So it'd be West Indian, Jamaican, whoever, not Jamaican West Indian. But it says national pride often outweighed the Pan-Caribbean spirit. You guys see it for yourself. Matter of fact, maybe you can't see it. Let me hone in. Old boy hung up. He's like, I can't take this truth. Okay. Right there, right here, it says national pride often outweighed the Pan-Caribbean spirit. So if these folks can't get together on some Pan-Caribbean unity that's right in their face, how can we take them serious with Pan-Africanism, which is overseas? Okay. So let's keep going. He hung up, but we got a job to do.
5. Jamaica referendum, 1961. Jamaica held a referendum in 1961 and voted to leave the Federation. The main concerns? Lack of influence in the federal system, fear of economic burden, and belief that Jamaica could pursue better terms on its own.
So Jamaica was the first to bail out. This is why they don't want to talk about Jamaica. This is why Myron Gaines don't want to talk about Sudan. Myron will talk about Nigeria. He'll talk about the Indians. He'll talk about everybody but the Sudan. Tariq Nasheed, no, don't mention Sudan. Let's talk about America. But meanwhile, he's talking about the Indians and Nigerians. Okay, so this brother, same way. They don't want to talk about their homeland. They'd rather talk about somebody else's homeland. Yeah, but the Nigerians, but the Haitian guy, he established Chicago. Okay, okay. What's the flex there? I don't understand, because I brought up, you have Spanish people who set up colonies in America. We don't give them credit for that. We got the French who set up colonies in America. We don't give them credit for that. So setting up a colony or a city is like, for what? Like, he needs to explain, how did we benefit from that? Now, if somehow it employed us and we did some great things, then we'll give credit. But if somebody did some individual act and we didn't benefit from it, I don't understand like the flex. But these guys were the first to leave the Federation. They never took it serious. But they want you to believe that they're so Pan-Africanist now.
The departure of the largest and most populous island was a death blow. 6. Trinidad's reaction. Following Jamaica's exit, Eric Williams declared, 1 from 10 leaves 0, signaling that without Jamaica, the Federation was no longer viable. Trinidad also withdrew shortly afterward, sealing the Federation's fate. 7. Colonial constraints. The Federation still operated under British control. It was not fully sovereign.
You know what that means? These guys came together with this Pan-Caribbean idea, and the whole time the British was pulling the strings. So it was the white man idea to unify these guys. It wasn't their own idea.
The plan was to grant independence to the entire Federation eventually, but this became less appealing as individual islands pushed for their own timeline.
You see that? These guys fled from their own unity. So the British wanted to get them all together and create pretty much the British was trying to create a superpower. Right? Hey, y'all come together. We'll give y'all all independence collectively. Y'all this big powerhouse. Y'all got oil. Y'all got all these resources, tourism, whatever y'all got. Y'all got it all together. Y'all just got to share it. It'd be, equality, civil rights. They were only interested in their own timelines.
4. Leadership and political rivalries. Grantley Adams, Barbados, was the only prime minister of the Federation. He was respected, but his limited authority and lack of political charisma made it hard to galvanize support. Rivalries between political parties across islands added to the difficulty. The People's National Party, PNP, in Jamaica and the People's Democratic Party in Trinidad did not always see eye to eye with federal leadership.
Oh boy.
5. Dissolution in 1962. After Jamaica and Trinidad pulled out, the remaining islands had neither the population nor the economic strength to maintain a functioning federation. Britain dissolved the federation on May 31st, 1962.
Britain dissolved it because it was Britain's idea to have it in the first place. So the Caribbean they didn't have this idea to unite. They were going to be individual countries, period, tribal countries. The British said, hey, why don't you guys unite? Like, yeah, I'm sick and tired of seeing you guys, separate with this tribal shit. Unite. You guys probably could do something great. Unite. They couldn't unite, so Britain said, man, I mean, how the hell the white man was like, yo, it ain't gonna happen. Everybody go back to their own, corners, basically.
2. Several of the islands later explored smaller forms of integration through the Caribbean Free Trade Association, CARIFTA, in 1965, Caribbean Community, CARICOM, in 1973.
Okay, so that's how you got CARICOM. So CARICOM was a consolation prize compared to the West Indies Federation.
Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, OECS, in 1981. Summary, factor contribution to failure. Economic inequality. Large islands resented subsidizing smaller ones. Weak central government. No real power to implement policy. Nationalism. Islands prioritized...
It said nationalism, right? Black power. Yeah, it's like, it's Jamaican power. Jamaican black power. That's it. Ain't no Caribbean black power. It's Jamaican black power. That thing said nationalism.
Independence over unity.
Wait, say that again?
Political infighting, rivalries and lack of trust, Jamaica's exit, triggered Federation's collapse, colonial constraints, no full sovereignty, no shared destiny.
It said their lack of trust. Listen. I was born at night, but not last night. Or I was born in the day, but not yesterday. All right. I know why you don't want to talk about Jamaica. And you want to talk about everybody else but your own homeland. Hey, American Dream, call it, man. Yo, we didn't even finish our discussion with brain drain. Like you kind of like just change the subject. Like that was kind of weird. Let me put the phone number for you. Oh, it might be easier to get you a link. He's a link guy. Okay. American Dream, that's the link, man. We didn't even finish our brain drain conversation. Go ahead and click that. Let's get that out the way. But now you see why these guys don't want to talk about Jamaica? Because there's nothing good to talk about. Just all bad stuff. Kind of like the Italian, that Italian guy who was trying to debate Tariq Nasheed. All he could hold his hat on to was the mafia and all of the extortions. And Tariq kept saying, bro, that's criminal behavior. Why would you mention that? Why would you bring that to the table? And the Italian guy, he just kept coming back to criminality, the mafia, bootlegging liquor. And I'm listening like, what? And Tariq would be like, bro, that's criminal. And at some point, the Italian guy realized, like, damn, all I got to brag about is the criminal behavior amongst the Italians in America. Even he realized, like, damn, wow, we really just committed crime. We didn't take advantage of none of these great opportunities that was afforded to us on the basis of whiteness. We sat here and sold drugs trying to compete with Scarface. American Dream called up yesterday. I mean, he called up yesterday and said he wanted to talk about oh, now I gotta cut you off if you off topic. I can never promise that, dude. No, I can't let you just rant. Like who does that? Like what podcast can you go to? What show can you go to? Candace Owens, Mark Lamont Hill, whoever. You just they're all gonna stop you. Like what? Nobody, you just can't. If they believe you're off topic, they stop you. Like who lets people just go if they believe they're off topic? And then what I try to avoid too is I try to avoid you rapid firing a bunch of talking points that I disagree with. So now when you're finally done with 100 talking points I disagree with, now the burden is on me to remember 100 talking points that I disagree with. No, the first one I disagree with, I stop you and say, oh, especially if I think it's false. I'm gonna stop you and say, ho. Wait, that right there. That's false. That's not historically accurate. So brother, what was your thing with what was your comparison with brain drain again? With because you said that you said the states went through brain drain the same way your fellow homeland went through brain drain. What was your analogy again?
Peace to you. Thanks for letting me in.
Yeah, peace.
No, well, if the idea is that Jamaicans leaving Jamaica to go to another country causes a brain drain on Jamaica, then when someone leaves from one state to another, it causes a brain drain on the state they left. And Black Americans, I think in 2019, Black Americans had a whole year of return to Ghana. and I'm sure you would admit that that was a brain drain on America.
No.
So you don't think? So apparently only when so when African Americans leave a place, there's no brain drain. Why is that?
Okay, good question.
No, that's a very good question.
Right. I know. I
Where
got you.
are you suggesting that African Americans have no brain? They're not taking their brain with them? Is it a brain gain when African Americans leave a place?
Can you see my screen? Can you see my screen?
Oh, you went and did research. Good job.
Yeah, I was waiting on you.
No, you went and did a whole research paper.
R.I.P. to American Dream.
What is brain drain? Brain drain refers to the emigration of educated, skilled, or talented individuals from one place to another, usually for better opportunities. U.S. state-to-state brain drain, e.g. Alabama, Florida. Similarities to international brain drain. Educated workers leave one area for better opportunities, jobs, lifestyle, schools, etc. The losing region, Alabama, suffers from talent loss and potentially slower economic growth. The gaining region, Florida, may benefit from fresh ideas, labor, and increased tax revenue. Key differences feature state level, e.g. Alabama, Florida. National impact. Stays within the U.S., still benefits the overall national economy. Federal taxes still go to the same country. Only state taxes shift. Recovery potential. Easier to reverse or manage through state policy changes, e.g. tax incentives, job creation.
Okay, so that's what I spoke on yesterday. So let's look at the bullet points. Okay, so you still within the U.S., the benefits still benefit the national economy. So chat, brain gain is all about the national economy, not a local region economy, because she just said it. The federal taxes still go to the same country, only state taxes shift. Look, it says easier to reverse. So Alabama could get the Floridians back to Alabama.
What's easier to reverse?
Okay.
What's easier to reverse? So there is brain drain. Thank you. Thank you for proving my point. Thank you for proving my point.
It just
the fact that someone in America
wait, hold on. Wait, no.
Let me just
wait. No. No, you're listening right now. I never denied brain drain. I said the other day, I said brain drain. I never said it was no brain drain. I said there's a big difference. Okay. I actually conceded that. I said, yeah, but there's a difference. I said, we're still in our homeland. We're leaving one state, which we can do. If that state is not living up to its potential, yesterday I said, if it's not modernizing itself, if it's not heading towards industrialization, which they were not at that time, they were not. They were mad at the North. They did not want to industrialize. Some southern states finally did, like Texas and Georgia, where you got booming economies now in there. Okay, so he wants to cut off and just talk. No, hold on, brother. This is RIP. Okay, so it's this brain drain he's talking about. It's not a big deal in America with states to states because it's easier to reverse. The state Alabama can easily get those Floridians back into Alabama with its job incentives, education, tax breaks. You know, Florida has no state tax, so there are incentives. They can give incentives that'll get you back to Alabama. Watch this. Watch how it's different for a country, though. So we got that, and it says, so it's easier to reverse or manage through state policy changes, e.g. tax incentives and job creation. Now watch this. No visas.
Mobility. Easy. No visas, passports, or immigration rules involved.
So we don't need immigration to tell us no, yay. We don't need a immigration lottery. We don't need an H-1B1 passports. We just simply pack up and go.
International brain drain, e.g. Nigeria or India, U.S.
Now let's talk about the country brain drain, American dream. This is why your comparison, brother, only a fool will make that, literally only a fool will make that comparison. Experts would never compare a country brain drain to a state brain drain. And you're going to read about it today. Just like a an expert would never compare a small immigrant group like Nigerians, an elitist group, success in America.
You're reading an article that's doing.
You can't cut me off. Just like only a fool
You're
will
reading
compare.
an article.
So chat. So he's purposely want to start interrupting, talking over, so I could throw him off. This is what tethers and white supremacists do when they're getting beat up. Okay, they want to purposely be rude, so I could keep muting him and then eventually
You're
throw him
being
off.
rude, Ron.
Okay, all right, brother, you got to go. Okay, you got to go. So like I said, it's RIP to your dumbass talking point, comparing state brain drains to a goddamn country. Now, chat, you heard that basically the research said it is no big deal for American states to experience a minor brain drain. That is no big deal. Now look at the big deal, country to country. Watch this.
Key features. Feature, country level, e.g. Nigeria, US. Skilled workers are lost to another country, weakening the home country's economy, innovation, and healthcare education systems.
Okay, we didn't read that in America. So it says skilled workers, look at the national impact. Skilled workers are lost to another country, weakening the home country's economy. Dude, the country, your homeland becomes a failure in total. That means all the states within your country feel this. So Alabamians relocating to Florida, only Alabamians will probably feel the migration, right? The sudden migration to Florida. But the rest of the 49 states don't know anything about that. Okay. But country brain drain, my boy, when y'all leave Jamaica and come to the United States tethering, your entire populace feel that. It's like an earthquake. Let's keep going. It says economy, innovation. So much for your innovators. That's why your country is not doing well. And healthcare education systems. Wow, the education and healthcare all take a hit because all of your nurses are over here. What else?
Tax base. Income and taxes go to a foreign country.
That don't happen over here. When we leave Alabama and go to Florida, our federal taxes go to the federal government, which is America. Our state taxes in Florida stay in America. America doesn't lose 1 cent from us moving from Alabama to Florida. This is a huge. You did research. Dude, you don't know what show you calling in? You don't know who I am? Why you think Unc had me debate with him in Harlem against a bunch of pseudos, and I was his sole research guy. Like, you don't know I'm the research guy? Are you surprised? Are you really surprised that I'm the research guy? A damn fool.
Human capital loss. Developing nations lose doctors, engineers, professors, often those educated with public funds.
You hear that? So public funds, so they basically they lose money. So Jamaica money goes to funding these people education. The way they repay their government, they just get up and leave. So they lose the professional, the educated person who benefited from the funding. And then on top of that, they lose money. So now they got to go fund somebody else and start all over again. And then guess what? That person leaves. Now they got to fund somebody else. That person leaves. So now the money just disappears. And guess what? There's no good result from that because everybody's in Canada, the UK, and America.
Harder to reverse. Return migration is much harder due to visas, family settlement, or better life abroad.
Uh-oh, my boy, it said country brain drain is harder to reverse. Okay, so we read the state brain drain. As you can see, chat, state brain drain was not a problem at all. There's no concern at all. The country is not concerned at all with a state minor brain drain. But as you read just now, the country, because the state brain drain could be reversed. People leave from South Carolina, they go to Florida, they come back to South Carolina. I've met so many people who have done that. How about Jersey? People leave to Jersey, they go down south, they come back. You guys know, you're FBA, you know, you probably did it yourself. But if you haven't done it yourself, how many people you know left your state, moved somewhere a year, 2, 10, 13 years, and returned back? You probably did that. I know I did that. We were in New Jersey. We left to different southern states, and we ended up coming back to New Jersey. It's easier. It's just relocation. It's just a drive, a bus pass, train ticket, or plane ticket, bro. It's not that difficult for us to relocate in Jersey back and forth. Matter of fact, it's normal for people with a little bit of money in New Jersey in the United States to have a house in Jersey and a house in Florida. You dig? So the summertime they enjoy in Jersey, and the wintertime they enjoy in Florida.
A real world example. Alabama losing doctors to Florida still keeps those doctors inside the U.S. healthcare system.
So our national healthcare system is not affected at all, American Dream, because those doctors, whether they're in Alabama or Florida, they're still in the United States. Look at the example with a tether country.
Nigeria losing doctors to the U.S. means fewer doctors available in Nigerian hospitals, contributing to weaker healthcare.
And that's why their healthcare is not good.
Global impacts of brain drain. Sending countries like Nigeria, SRA, may suffer in the short term, but sometimes benefit from remittances, money sent home, returnees, bringing skills or investment, diaspora networks, creating international partnerships, receiving countries like the U.S. gain top talent without bearing the cost of training them.
So basically, you train them in your country and you send them over here. We benefit from the training. We don't train our people and send them somewhere else and they benefit. That's why we are a brain gain country. So chat, now you see why it makes sense that a lot of these homelands they cannot be rebuilt. It's not that, when they cannot be rebuilt because they don't go back. Okay? They don't go back. All right, let me see something. How much more time we got on this? Oh, but there's some more? Wow. It can't be more. Is it more? Wait, there's more.
Internal brain drain, Alabama to Florida. Scope occurs within the same country, such as individuals moving from Alabama to Florida. Economic impact. Source state, Alabama, experiences a loss of skilled professionals.
Anyway, this was like a more in-depth analysis about the brain drain from state to state. That's not a problem at all. It's brain drain by terminology, but there's no real downside. The state is never really negatively impacted. Okay. Anyway, watch this. Watch this. Yeah, so he got he got cooked. Oh, you did research? Yeah, I did research. I was waiting on you, my boy. And you came over here and got cooked. My man, yeah, but the states, they got brain drain. Oh, yeah, you definitely know you're going to be a highlight. I'm definitely going to clip this. I'm definitely going to clip that. Okay. Now, you do some research about that and tell me about that. So now, look at the difference between these failed Black islands, right? And non-FBAs, but non-diaspora and non-African countries. Now, look, the Japanese is going to show these folks how to level up. It's going to take the Japanese to show these folks how to level up. That's embarrassing. What happened to the black man is kings and queens. Okay. So the Japanese is going to show you guys how to turn around from a failed nation to a superpower. And why is this thing in my way right here? How do I move that? Why is that always in my way? Wait, shit, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, I moved it out the way. That is so annoying. All right. So you see the picture, you see that thumbnail? That thumbnail cool, right? That thumbnail is a bodybuilder. That's actually the island Japan. That's the country Japan. It's just in a bodybuilder, type of what you call it? Avatar. All right. So you see the red dot in the circle, the red circle, that's Japan. Like that's the island Japan. He got the muscles because it's a superpower. Okay. All right. So anyway, let's see how you go from being basically a nobody to a somebody. Mike Jones. Japan became Mike Jones. They ain't want him, now they all want him.
Japan's transformation into a major global power between the mid-19th and early 20th century is one of the most dramatic in modern history. In the span of roughly 40 to 50 years, from the end of the Tokugawa shogunate, 1853 to 1868, to the 1930s, Japan went from a feudal, isolated society to a modern, industrialized military power. Below is a detailed breakdown of how this happened, including Western influences, internal reforms, regional conflicts, and Japan's shifting alliances. 1. The end of isolation. U.S. and European contact. Commodore Matthew Perry of the U.S. Navy arrived in 1853 with a fleet of black ships, demanding that Japan open its ports to trade. This forced Japan to abandon its isolationist policy, sakoku, and sign unequal treaties with Western powers. The shock of Western military and technological superiority prompted Japanese elites to rethink their place in the world. 2. The Meiji Restoration, 1868. The Tokugawa shogunate fell in 1868, and imperial rule was restored under Emperor Meiji. Young samurai, intellectuals, and reformers took over the government, aiming to modernize Japan by learning from the West.
All right, stop. That was supposed to be the goal within the West Indies Federation. Okay, they were supposed to reform and have this centralized federal government aiming to modernize the Caribbean and learn from the West. They were being influenced, they were being guided by the British powers. You can't get more West in the UK. So they were being, so that's what Kwame dumbass didn't understand. He's talking about Western civilization. Brother, Western civilization is talking about the Western Europe. They're not talking about the Soviet Union. That's Eastern. Okay. Dumbass didn't know that. All right. So anyway, this is what the West Indies Federation was supposed to do. Japan is going to show them how to do it. Let me show you how to do this, son. Listen.
Major changes included abolishing the feudal system and daimyo class.
Okay, and that's what they did not want to do. You heard them. They were all individualized, right? Jamaica wanted to keep their nationalism. Trinidad wanted to keep their nationalism. They didn't trust each other. Japan got rid of the feudal system and the daimyo class. This was the dominant class at the time. Look what else. Remember the West Indies was supposed to do this?
Centralizing government power under Tokyo.
Hey, Donnie, wasn't this part of their goal? Weren't the West Indies supposed to have this central federal government? But they didn't trust each other. Japan had a bunch of, they were tribal as well. You'll see, Japan was tribal as well. But look what they did. They centralized their government under one city. Okay, that's what you guys are supposed to do. It said the dude from the Barbados was that guy. But the West Indian countries didn't trust the Barbadian leader.
creating a national army with universal conscription influenced by Prussia, Germany.
And guess what? The West Indies were influenced by Great Britain.
Implementing Western-style education and infrastructure.
Y'all had Britain right there.
Adopting a constitutional monarchy, 1889, based on the Prussian model.
And they could have based their constitution on the United Kingdom's model.
Western influence, U.S., Britain, France, and Germany. Japan was deeply influenced by German military and legal structures. The Prussian model of governance, bureaucracy, and army discipline shaped Japan's constitution, military academy, and officer corps.
The West Indies had access to all of that under the British power. And this is not limited to the West Indies Federation. This was also a blueprint for Africa. But instead, the Hutus and the Tutsis out there trying to genocide each other. Okay? The Nigerian government is out there creating floating slums. You see, chat? The hatred amongst these people is what stopped them from being great. The white man did not stop them from being great. The white man actually encouraged them to go be great. It was the British idea that they build this superpower like BRICS. It was the British idea. 4 years later, Jamaica said, "Nah, we're good. We're going to be independent." But they're not really independent because they start to leave 3 years after they established their independence. They established their independence in 1962. They've been leaving since 1965. There's about there's millions of them over here. There's probably more millions. Let me find out how many. Let's find out. I wonder if there's more Jamaicans in America than Jamaica. I need it. Look at this shit. Yes, there are more people of Jamaican descent, living in the United States than in Jamaica itself. With an estimated 1.2, 1.3 million Jamaican-born people residing abroad, including over 1 million in the U.S. That is chat. You can't make this up. They left the West Indies Federation in 1961. They formed their own independence in 1962. They've been leaving their own independent country. They only had independence for 3 years. Now there are more Jamaicans in America than there is in Jamaica. This is why they don't care. We say go back to your homeland. They know they're not going back. So they'll laugh at us. But go to your. They're like, yeah, America's our homeland. Yeah, so you got to look at it like that. You got to look at it like that. Like they don't see Jamaica as their homeland. They see Jamaica how we see Jamaica.
Britain helped Japan develop its navy. British naval officers trained Japanese cadets, and Japan bought British-built warships.
And this could have happened with the West Indies Federation had they stuck to it and trusted each other.
France contributed to Japan's early legal codes and military training in the 1860s.
They had access to all of this. They had access to the Western European powers like anybody else. Obviously, they were going to be within, NATO or whatever, but the islands are pretty much neutral. So, they're looking like, we'd rather y'all be down with us than somebody else come get you. So why don't y'all all just come together like Voltron and partner with us? This is what the British are saying. But when they couldn't get along, the British like, man, the hell with it.
United States provided early industrial and agricultural expertise, as well as educational advisors.
Now keep in mind, Jamaica already had this technology information because they worked under the British, right, colonizers. The Japanese people have never interacted with somebody else. They were literally by themselves. Okay, they were literally by themselves. So all this stuff is brand new to them. The Jamaicans had already experienced this military. They were being colonized by the British government, military men. You dig? So they already got used to this type of form of structure, this own coldness.
Japanese officials and students were sent abroad to learn from Europe and America and bring back ideas and technologies.
You heard that? The Japanese said, hey, go out to these other countries, but don't be like tethers. Do not create a brain drain. Bring that stuff back. Chat, listen. The Japanese believed in themselves. They could have stayed in America. They could have stayed in Canada, the UK, these Western countries. Okay. They came back. This is what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to come to the first world countries, take advantage of their educational system, any trades, and you're supposed to come back to your homeland and build it up. There is a psychological problem with Black people of the world that they just can't grasp. They can't grasp this concept. They go and don't come back. He's bragging about a Haitian man established the city of Chicago. It's like, dude, what did he do in Haiti? Why are you making America greater? Go make up. Haiti needs that, bro. We don't need that. Haiti needs that. We're going to be great without that. Haiti needs that.
The famous Iwakura mission, 1871 to 73, visited the U.S. and nearly all major European powers. 4. Internal challenges and how they overcame them. Samurai resistance. Many samurai lost status and income in the new order. Some revolted, most notably in the Satsuma Rebellion.
Okay, so guess what? You got Japanese people who don't want to adapt to this new world, this Western world, because the Japanese, you're not going to read it here because this was like just a brief summary. But the Japanese, a lot of the Japanese seen the white man as savage, right? And they didn't want to adopt his religion, borrow his technology and his Western ways. So these were like the samurai guys, the sword carrying guys. But the youth said, nah, we're going to be Christians if we have to be. Because of course, American missionaries, they're not going to game you up and educate you without you being Christian. So what they did was like, yeah, we'll be Christian by name. But when they went back to Japan, man, they took on their old ancient religions, but they took on Christianity just to get this education, this Western education, right? These folks, you got to respect them, bro. They were on code. Okay, watch this.
1877, led by Saigo Takamori. The rebellion was crushed by Japan's modern conscript army.
You heard that? So the rebellion was crushed by Japan's modern conscript army. So they came out there with those samurai swords like they Tom Cruise. Man, those Japanese young dudes came up with those Dracos. Those samurais like, what's that? What kind of sword is that? They're like, you about to find out. Man, they shot them down like drill rappers, bro. Those modern Japanese youth, they chopped those old Negroes down like drill rappers. Bye-bye.
Economic transformation. Japan went through rapid industrialization known as the Meiji Miracle. The government built infrastructure, railroads, factories, ports, and then privatized these assets to powerful business families, zaibatsu, like Mitsubishi and Sumitomo.
Okay, now we know Mitsubishi is cars today. Now, look what we just read. We just read that they championed industrialization, known as the Meiji Miracle. The government built infrastructure, railroads, factories, and ports. Keep that in mind, because when I read about these black countries, okay, they did not look at infrastructure as a thing they should have. They were, especially Nigeria, they took that oil and they put that money in their pockets. They were not reinvesting that money back into the infrastructure of Nigeria. And matter of fact, when I'm done with this, I'm going to show you. Okay. And we see that the West Indians didn't do it. So you have to believe in yourself, man. You gotta be a fighter.
Social unrest. Peasants bore the brunt of tax burdens to fund industrialization. There were uprisings, but repression and development eventually eased tensions.
Okay, you see that? There were uprisings, but when they start to benefit, when they start to see the benefits of this new government that these young dudes introduce, those old fools start to say, ah, it looks nice. Oh, okay. All right. We'll chill out. We'll chill out. Keep going. What else you got?
Feats against China and Russia. First Sino-Japanese War, 1894 to 1895. Conflict over control of Korea, which had been a Chinese vassal state. Japan won decisively, shocking the world.
They won decisively. Listen, chat, you might say, well, why did it shock the world? Because Japan literally came from nowhere. So everything I just read about Japan leveling up, Civil War, American education, France, Germany, chat, this happened in 40 years, not 400, not 4,000, 40. FORTYYEARS. 40 years. They went from a primitive state to a world superpower that defeated China. It shocked the world. 40 years it only took them. But Jamaica dropped out of the West Indies Federation in 4 years. Not 40, not 400, not 4,000, just FOUR, period.
Treaty of Shimonoseki, 1895. Japan gained Taiwan, the Pescadores, and influence over Korea. Triple intervention. Russia, France, and Germany forced Japan to return part of its spoils, Liaodong Peninsula, which humiliated Japan and planted seeds of resentment, especially against Russia. But 2. Russo-Japanese War.
Okay, so now Japan beat China. China, that's a good win. But now they're going against a European power. Okay? So Japan got that bold, ladies and gentlemen, FBA, ladies and gentlemen. Japan got that bold and that confident in its development, infrastructure, and technology and army, right? Military, that we can go against Russia, a European superpower.
1904 to 1905. Fought over control of Manchuria and Korea. Japan won major land and naval victories, notably at Port Arthur and Tsushima Strait. Treaty of Portsmouth, mediated by U.S. President Theodore Roosevelt. Japan gained control over Korea, Port Arthur, and southern Manchuria.
So Japan beat a superpower in just 40 years by staying on code. FBAs, if you don't get anything from my channel, nothing at all, please believe the Japanese model. They were on code. They didn't believe in fleeing and taking their technology and their education and money to a foreign country and never coming back. They believe, go to that country, take what you can, come back and make Japan great. FBAs, that's what we should be on. Okay? When we shop and buy, yeah, we want to know who's FBA. You dig? We want to know who's FBA. And that's just it. But man, you see, it's about being on code. Japan is the definition of being on code.
Outcome. first time an Asian nation defeated a European power in modern warfare. Japan became a full-fledged imperial power. 6. Japan in World War I, 1914 to 1918. Japan was an ally of Britain due to the Anglo-Japanese Alliance 1902.
So they got so big that the European powers like, yo, what's up? You could rock with us. Look what else would happen.
Declared war on Germany and seized German colonies in China's Shandong Peninsula and several Pacific islands.
So Japan wasn't pro-West, wasn't pro-East. You dig? Europe, that is. Japan was like, yo, who got the bag? So Japan helped the Britain defeat Germany.
Participated minimally in the European theater, but expanded its influence in Asia. Japan gained some recognition at the Treaty of Versailles, 1919, but its racial equality proposal was rejected, causing resentment.
Okay. So now look at that thumbnail. Look at that thumbnail I got of Japan. I got the island of Japan converted to a weightlifter, right? A fitness model, bodybuilder, with the Japan red circle in the middle of his chest to show you that they gained muscle in 40 years. They became a superpower in 40 years, just 40 years. America had to use atomic weapons of mass destruction to beat them. They became that powerful where you had to use weapons of mass destruction. If that ain't impressive, I don't know what is. Okay. Let's look at the chat. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you right now, Kwame is gonna waste your time. All right. Listen to the game I'm dropping that's more important. Devin said 2-parent households for Jamaicans and Nigerians. Well, I wouldn't know. Okay. Had to step away. Do you think that keeping repeating yourself and politically means that you want to? No, brother. Well, first of all, I don't know who you are, but let me de-wrench you because you shouldn't have a wrench. He stepped away. No, he got beat up. You cannot compare a state's brain drain to a country brain drain. They are totally different, and a state's brain drain is minor. It's easily reversible. A country brain drain is major and it's hard to reverse. As you can see, what's his name? Catnat. Y'all tethers don't go back. Y'all stay over here. Y'all stay in the UK. Y'all stay in Canada. And like the tether I played yesterday in the video, they asked him, do you feel like you're British or Jamaican? He said, I feel British. Black as hell talking about how British he feels. So, miss me. Yeah, so 2-parent households, we know Nigeria and Jamaica don't have that. Yeah, DJ, send them over. Send them over, DJ. I got time. My son is, if they could come right now, that's perfect. And I like to be the passive one to start off. So I let them be aggressive, start swinging first. I'll block. Then I eventually will take over the conversation and destroy them like I do everybody, like I did to American Dream. Yeah, but again, this is what tethers do. Sit here and say, but the Nigerians, they're doing better than you guys. Well, of course, let's go off that information. The Nigerians are doing better than everybody in America. Light years. They're light years doing better than everybody in America. So don't try to keep it to just us. They're doing better than, they are doing well better than everybody in America. Now, there's a reason for that, but let's just stick with that. Oh, the Nigerians, that's a bad example, bro, because they're doing better than white people too. Chinese and Asians, everybody who was seen as smart, the Nigerians are doing better than everybody. So that ain't a great example. That's called an anomaly. Now talk to us about the Sudanese people. But anyway, but you still couldn't compare the Nigerian small immigrant elite class to a whole nation. Again, this is what experts don't do. A tether, a white supremacist will take that reach, but experts and people who care about their reputation as like good researchers, debaters, they won't take that argument. They know you can't debate that. You can't debate a small or compare a small immigrant elitist group to a whole populace. Okay, you got to compare elite groups with elite groups and the populace with populaces. Okay, so yeah, so the brain drain, brother, doesn't work. Our economy is safe. Our healthcare system is safe. Taxes good. Everybody's good, and it's easily reversible. There's no big setback. However, we read the country brain drain. You're losing money and you're losing your professionals, your highly educated people. Therefore, your entire country suffers where you don't even want to go back. Hey, chat, y'all notice that when these tethers come on here and I ask them about their homeland, they don't know? So just now, the dude Kwame didn't know about Jamaica. And the tether American dream, I asked him yesterday about the Windrush. He had no idea. And look, they're not ashamed. Like you think that was an aha moment for them? It was not. They are not ashamed to not know about their homeland. They don't ever plan on going back. They are not ashamed. Okay, well, I gotta mute you. You've been disrespectful. If I'm on your podcast, I'll wait for my time to talk. But you were cutting in the video, but the video was played and it was embarrassing. Embarrassing. So we're moving forward. We're moving on. We're moving on. Okay, do I have anything else? What is it? Home. Can I play it? Do I have something else? Got KD. Got Tiger One was good. Okay, so I played that. Yeah, they don't like to answer to their homelands. So Kwame, bro, whatever rate you're trying to flex on us over here, we got irrefutable proof that we're under systemic racism and they've been stripping us from our. You just asked earlier what happened to Black Wall Street, and I said they sacked it. Okay, so we have legitimate reasons why we're economically on the bottom of our country, but if you still compare our economy, Black American economy, to Jamaica's economy as a small group, we're light years over you guys. The question is, what is your excuse to be on the bottom? You got so much research that favors why we are where we are. Systemic racism. You got things like redlining. You got redlining. You got that itself. Okay. All right. So let me start to. I'm gonna take away your protection. Let me de-wrench y'all. Let me take away your protection. All right, because you guys went from trying to have an honest discussion to now just being disrespectful. So I'm gonna leave y'all at the mercy of the chat. So if y'all feel like they're undermining, being disrespectful, being disingenuous, you guys can time them out. Okay, because they threw their gun. They're no longer trying to have a discussion, educational discussion. They threw their gun. They just about insults now. I asked old buddy, I said, you guys were free 33 years earlier than us. What have you guys produced in Jamaica? He said, nothing. I said, okay. What about until now, right? 200 years later, what have you guys produced in Jamaica? He said, nothing. So I'm like, so how are you comparing yourself to us? Like, where are your Madam C.J. Walkers? Where are your A.G. Gassens? Where are your W. Boys? He's bragging about our Pan-Africanists. I said, bro, name your Pan-Africanist. He named Marcus Garvey a well-known convicted scammer. So I'm like, so that's the best you got? A convicted scammer? Like, damn. So you see, they brag about everybody else besides themselves. They brag about the Haitians. They brag about the Nigerians, Ethiopians. They brag about Ghana. They brag about everybody but Jamaicans. Because Jamaicans are the top fleers. They fled from the West Indies Federation. They sacked it. I wonder if that country is just a co-intel. Because they had something going on good. Like they could have been the first BRICS. But Jamaica left just 4 years. 4 years. Jamaica said, now we're good. And then abandoned Jamaica. There's more Jamaicans living in America than it is in Jamaica. That is amazing. So they abandoned the West Indies Federation, and then they abandoned Jamaica altogether. They said, the hell with this. Yeah, y'all Chinese, y'all Indians, y'all can have it. We're going to be American. They paid the street butt nigga. Oh yeah. Hey, Jay, if you catch these guys outright lying, time them out for a little time. You know, it's consequences of being disingenuous. There's consequences of lying. When I give you guys information, it's the best of my ability, right? So if it come up short and it turned out not to be as accurate as I thought it was, I got no problem saying, oh, my fault. My fault. But these guys are deliberately putting lies up. And every time Kwame call in, he never knows anything. It's like, dude, you had 10 chances to come on this channel and prove you were smart. American Dream had 3-4 chances to come on this channel and prove he was smart. They fail. This guy compared state brain drain, which is not a thing. When you read brain drain, it's normally talk about country to country. You're going to hardly ever read an example of brain drain is state to state. Okay? So it explained why. Matter of fact, let me finish on that, by the way. Let me finish cooking on brain drain. Let these guys fall to that. FB all day, every day. All right. Yeah, they fleeing. Yeah, bruh, they're the kings and queens of fleeing. So let me get back to brain drain, right? Because I didn't do the in-depth version. All right. I stopped it early. But I'm gonna do the in-depth version for him. Okay, here you go, brother. I stopped. I spared you. But let me thoroughly cook you. No medium rare. This is gonna be a thorough cook.
Brain drain, Alabama to Florida. Scope occurs within the same country, such as individuals moving from Alabama to Florida. Economic impact. Source state, Alabama, experiences a loss of skilled professionals, potentially hindering economic growth and innovation. Destination state, Florida, gains human capital, which can boost economic development and competitiveness. Fiscal considerations. Although state tax revenues shift, federal tax contributions remain within the same national system.
You see that, chat? Brain drain is nothing major because the federal tax contributions remain within the same national system. It's not about state to state. It's about your nation collectively. Does this impact the nation? The answer is no. But when you leave your country and create a brain drain, that affects your nation. Look.
Policy responses. State governments can implement policies to retain talent, such as investing in education, creating job opportunities, and improving living conditions.
You see that? So it says policy responses. So this is how the state can get you back, or this is how the state can get other people in the state. So tether American dream. Listen carefully, my boy. Brain drain in states is no big deal because the state can easily get other people to come to the country, or it could get those people back. How? They can implement policies to retain talent, such as investing in education, creating job opportunities, and improving living conditions. That does not happen with a country going through brain drain, you fool.
International brain drain, Nigeria or India to the United States.
All right, look at the difference.
Scope involves the movement of skilled individuals from one country to another, such as from Nigeria or India to the US. Economic impact. Source country, Nigeria or India, loses valuable human capital, which can impede development and exacerbate skill shortages in critical sectors like healthcare and technology.
Brother, that's a serious issue for a country, okay? They're losing no tether. That's a major problem. But look what happens to America.
Destination country, United States, benefits from an influx of skilled professionals, enhancing innovation and economic growth.
So we level up, those countries fail. Our nation levels up, those countries fail.
Fiscal considerations. The source country loses potential tax revenues and investments made in education, while the destination country gains these economic advantages.
You see, it's country warfare. It's not state warfare. Stupid tethers.
Policy responses.
Okay, now look how countries can address their brain drain dilemma. Listen.
Addressing international brain drain may involve international cooperation, creating favorable conditions for professionals at home, and developing policies to encourage return migration. Key differences. Geopolitical boundaries. Internal brain drain occurs within a single country's borders, while international brain drain crosses national boundaries.
Duh.
Economic systems. Internal migration affects regional economies within the same national framework.
Within the same national framework, it's all about the nation, not one individual state. One nation.
International migration impacts separate national economies. Policy levers. Governments have more direct control over internal migration through domestic policies, whereas international migration involves complex factors, including global economic disparities and immigration laws.
You see, that is much harder to reverse a brain drain when somebody fled the country as opposed to a state.
Understanding these distinctions is crucial for policymakers to develop targeted strategies that address the unique challenges posed by both internal and international brain drain.
Okay, so bottom line is this. FBAs, we're not going to undermine the country we founded, that we helped build. Okay, that we helped build. We're not going to undermine it and flee to Ghana like you lied and said we did. We're not going to do that. We're going to make sure our country stays great and become greater by staying here. Okay? We're different than you guys. You guys undermine your own country. Who can respect an individual like that? Who can respect somebody like that? I respect the Japanese. The Japanese said, nah, we'll go there for a period of time, but we are coming back. We're going to make Japan great, and they made it greater. Okay, can I see my logo? Africa brain drain. Okay. So tether American dream. You thought you were gonna come over here and talk over me, making great points like I just made. Okay. And not letting me get to, like, that strategy is so tetherish. I'm gonna come on there and just filibuster and cut them off and don't say anything. Brother, I wanted you to respond After I got done cooking you on the difference between brain drain from a state as opposed to brain drain from countries, I wanted you to respond to that, not cut me off while I'm making the argument, playing the video and highlighting points. You did what normal tethers do. You found a way to be rude and disrespectful so I could mute you and then ultimately throw you off. Okay. Everybody knows that my guests have time to speak. I give them time to speak and go in because I'm not insecure. I'm not intimidated. I know you guys have nothing. Okay. So you could have just relaxed until the video. The video is only 5-7 minutes. Not long, bro. Relax. And then I wanted you to respond to the video, like the difference between internal brain drain and international brain drain, and tell me, is there a difference or not? I wanted you to like sit there and just lie and say there's no difference, and then let you go in and embarrass yourself, and I just come behind you and make you look dumber. But a lot of times, y'all do that. A lot of times, y'all get yourself kicked off by just over talking me on purpose. And that's why that's why I try to like talk very respectful, calm. I stop being aggressive. I stop talking loud and cutting people off, cussing. I don't want them to have any excuse to disconnect. Okay. But let's see what we talking. So Kwame still tether babbling. Yeah, Africans ain't doing better than anybody in this country. No FBAs. Yo, my man, listen how they lied to themselves. They lied to themselves by saying Black American poverty rate is higher than Jamaica's poverty rate. Hey, dude, that's not a comparison at all. Matter of fact, let's do that. What I'm gonna do? Let me do that. So I'm gonna do that right now for you. I'm gonna compare Black Americans to Jamaicans. Since you want to keep doing that. Let's see. Okay. So let me do it for you the right way. So I'm gonna show you how to do this real comparison, Kwame. I didn't even think of doing a video like this because I felt like it wasn't even like important. But since you keep trying to bring up our shortcomings, okay, let's compare. Oh my God. Oh my chat. Oh my God. Oh my God. Yeah, we're above them on everything. Yo, y'all not gonna understand. Yo, Inventions, yo, y'all not gonna believe the inventions, yo. Yo, look. Yo, y'all not gonna believe this. Y'all not gonna believe this. Actually, y'all are gonna believe this. Okay, I did what he's trying to do. I did a comparison between Black Americans and Jamaicans, right? And I'm thinking it's gonna be a super long list. The list is so short. Dude, you guys accomplished absolutely nothing over there. The list is so short. It didn't even go long. All right, I'm gonna show you how to do the comparison for real, for real. Let me see that tether in the hey Jaquan, hey DJ, listen, Nat, I'm gonna show them how to really do it. Look. Ricardo, this is how you really do a fair comparison. Okay, so GDP per capita, we make $46,000 individually. These collectively, these fools make $6,000 for the entire year. So this filthy tether Kwame in the chat is trying to compare us to them. We make $46,000 collectively as an individual. They make $6,000. Our homicide rate per 100,000 is 21%. Theirs double. Our marriage rate 32%. Theirs. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I hate when I click on shit. Okay. Look. Okay, our marriage rate 32%, which is low, still higher than theirs, 20%. Our unwed births percentage 70%, lower than theirs, 86%. Look at these guys. They don't believe in marriage. Okay, let's keep going. Unemployment rate 7.3, they're higher, 7.8. Look, millionaires. We got 400,000, they got a few thousand. They got 2,000 millionaires. We got 400,000. This is how you do a fair comparison, you lying piece of crap. Entrepreneurship rate 12.2, 8.0. And you know what they're doing over there. They're selling apples and bananas. That's not a real company. High school graduation rate 87%, 80. And you know their education is 100% inferior to ours. Ours is way more difficult. We're learning calculus and chemistry, and they're not learning that over there. High school graduates, we passed that rate. In college, look at their graduation in college rate, 10%. And they got inferior education, and they got 10. You think this should be 80%. The education their country offered is inferior. And these guys at only 10%. 10% of their graduates, 10% of their college enrollees graduate. Average IQ test, you know that. 85, 71. Innovation index relative, moderate, low. You're not innovators, my boy. Now watch this. This is the embarrassing part. Notable inventions. Super soaker, traffic light, historically. Patty sealing machine, music. Yo, listen, y'all heard that right. Music is in their inventions. Reggae music influence. Yo, they got no inventions. They had to add in music just to make it a comparison. They had nothing. They put music in inventions. And you see it didn't say hip hop rap. It said reggae music influence. It didn't say hip hop rap. Let me see. What are you barking at? Oh, okay, so I want y'all to peek that out. They and their inventions, they got so few inventions, it had to list music. That's embarrassing. Okay, so this is how you do a fair comparison between FBAs and Jamaicans. All right, so I had to show you how to do this, son. So yeah, now you look goofy in the chat. Oh, they ain't coming back after that one. Hippity high. They ain't. I'm talking about look. Yo, these guys are. That's how you really compare us and you. All right, you're below us on everything, and that's why I said yesterday when he called in, I said, bro, don't ever talk about what we're in the bottom of, because if you guys are in that comparison, we'll never be in the bottom. You'll be, they were below us in everything I've shown. They were below us in everything I've shown. And they got the nerve to show our shortcomings. It's like, are you serious? Our shortcomings seem like achievements compared to you. All right. So now I'm gonna time you out for a little while. I'm gonna time you out for a little while. Let me give you a 30-minute timeout. Let me give you a 30-minute, because right now you're just trolling. Let me give you a 30-minute. Yeah, you don't cherry pick stats, bro. You don't cherry pick stats. We're in our homeland. I'm comparing homelands and homelands. Okay. Now, check this out, chat. Would it be fair to compare the Americans who live in Ghana to the Ghana populace? Obviously, the Americans who can go to Ghana and afford to live there, they're doing better than the average American. Okay. And if they're doing better than the average American, that means they're doing better than the average person living in Ghana. So it wouldn't be fair. It wouldn't be scholastic. It wouldn't be, it just wouldn't be correct to compare FBAs repatriating to Ghana to the Ghana populace, because they probably make $3 a day. You would have to compare those folks to the Canadians who are doing pretty good, which is probably, a small percentage. Yeah, but I'm not going to let him just run his mouth in the chat talking about comparing America. Dude, what? The same thing. If I do the same thing, bro, you guys are doing absolutely nothing. And that's why when he called in, he hung up. I didn't kick him off. I kicked American Dream off because he just disingenuous. But I didn't kick Kwame off. He hung up. Okay? Because I was showing him how degenerate his homeland is. I mean, I don't even know how to even say anything about us. All the exposure I give on them. Okay. So I mean, that just and look, I didn't lie about anything. I didn't exaggerate. I didn't cherry pick. Everything I gave today about Jamaica was either from themselves or just research. Okay. Public research. Those guys had a chance to be like Japan and level up with this BRICS type of superpower, this NATO coalition, this United Nations, Pan-Caribbean, and Jamaica was the first to flee it in only 4 years. And they were never sold on it in the first place. They never wanted unity with the other Caribbean. They wanted to be themselves because they had no plans on staying in Jamaica. More of them are in America than they are in their homeland. Now, chat, let me tell you why you can't compare tethers in America to us. So this is why he's being disingenuous. Let me just tell you why you can't compare tethers in America to us. Because after the first generation, they are now American citizens. So that means that they now go into the stat with us. Only the tether immigrants are isolated from us. And the tether immigrants, they have more incentives to behave a certain way because they're facing deportation. So a lot of them resist crime. There's incentives to resist crime, even though they want to do it, but they got to resist scamming. So they on their best behavior. All right, but watch this. Those immigrant tethers, they're small in numbers. Okay, so you can't compare a small individual group to a populace. I just made the example with the FBA's repatriating to Ghana. You don't do a small group versus the Ghana populace. Only a fool will do that. You compare large numbers. Now, those folks, yes, those folks after the second generation, there's no distinction between them and us. Only the immigrants are distinctive to us, not their children. Their children are now American citizens. So when they do something bad, yes, we want go get it. So when they do something bad, they are grouped in with us. So he's talking about low poverty rate. Yeah, I wonder how many tethers are in there. Crime rate, how many tethers are in there? How about unwedded families, right? Single parent families. How many tethers? You don't know because there's no way to differentiate. That's why it's a dumb tether argument. And they'll never argue that in front of a serious audience. But hey, but hopefully this channel grows large where I can replay. I hope we grow large. I hope we go to like 200,000, 400,000 subscribers. So I can replay these arguments. So y'all can represent your homelands in front of all these people with these stupid ass, disingenuous arguments. Just horrible. All right, let me read some chats and then I'm out of here. I'm gonna take advantage of some of this sun. Ruffle their feathers, then Ron. Of course, I gotta do that. What 100 years start he talking about? He is delusional right now. Yeah, he just saying any old thing. No hip hop, yo. That's right. Compare paperwork. 1960, y'all need to stop talking and start learning. Right. DJ said half of the inventions we made are used over in Africa, like the doorknob, refrigeration, toiletry, and so many other that they use in Africa right now. That was invented by FBA. Yep. Lord says, I used to do videos on FBA inventors and innovators, right? Not tethers, though, right? He says, oh, Power to the God said, Jay, which is worse? Kanye spending $1 million or Vibes Cartel spending 100,000? Got him, LMOL. FBA is inventing everything from refrigeration on trucks to street sweepers. I can't think of is ruffle their feathers. DJ said, yeah, Lord, we invented basically everything. Check out this book called African American Inventors, written by Jim Haskins. Star now said FBA can't be deported anywhere. They would rather commit suicide than go back. Oh yeah, they ain't going back. Okay, they're gonna take people out with them. Jaquan said Vibes is worse. That 100,000 is gonna get a lot of tethers killed, and he's also gonna buy a lot of bleaching cream. Right. Yeah, the difference. Whoever Power. The difference is that Vibes Cartel is a criminal. He's an alleged murderer who got off on technicalities. Kanye West is just a nut. Big difference. He ain't a murderer. Ice Baby Star now says, proud to the guy says, the example for Carway making 40 million people to only 1 million people. I don't even get what Power is saying. But Jay get it. That's all that matters. Because I don't know where y'all started from. So I'm just catching up right now, so I'm kind of lost. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Jay got it. That's all that matters. Lord says an FBA named Jerry Lawson invented the first home video game console with interchangeable cartridges. Can you say Atari, 2600, Nintendo, NES, and etc.? DJ said, this is some of our inventors. Let's see if any nation in the diaspora can compare. Of course they can't compare. And Jay said, I hope Tom Holman deports every single Jamaican man. Yeah, so we're winding down. The disrespect is at all high. And they're only disrespectful because they believe they're safe. They believe they're safe in this country. They believe they're safe. Did I ever find out how many of them are in this country? Let me see. Let's see how safe you are. How deep you are in this country. Let me see how safe you really are in this country. Are you serious? There's only 1 million of you guys? I thought it was more. It says in 2020, the U.S. consensus recorded 1 million people of Jamaica descent living in the United States. Here's a more detailed breakdown. Okay, 2020 census. The 2020 U.S. Census reported 1 million Jamaican Americans. The largest communities of Jamaican Americans are in the South Florida and New York City metropolitan area, which we knew. State with large populations. So it's 284,000 of you guys in New York, 250,000 of you guys in Florida. It's only 60,000? Oh, wow. It's not that many in New Jersey. 60,000. All right, New Jersey's safe. I can go back. I thought it was this many. All right, so all right, we good. We're good. Now look, notice it ain't name any slave states, like the real deal slave states. The original slave states ain't in here. Oh my God. All right, so I might go back to Jersey. Ain't a bunch of tethers there. It's only y'all not safe. Yo, we outnumber y'all. So somebody had, because I think I put a wrong number on y'all, and somebody said y'all made a fourth of us, a quarter of us. That's a lie. It's 43-1. Yeah, y'all not safe. Yeah, y'all shouldn't be talking trash at 1 million deep in America, and we're 43 million deep. And I'm not talking about on some crash out mission. I'm just saying, like, we're not gonna speak for y'all. When y'all got some things, when y'all 14th Amendment citizen. Oh yeah, by the way, that's coming. My next live. Listen, it might bore some of y'all, but it's only for it's not for entertainment. Okay, one of these lives I'm gonna do is not for entertainment. It's for educational purposes only. I'm gonna talk about the restriction laws, the immigration restriction laws from the beginning all the way down to where we at right now. Okay, you're gonna see, you're gonna learn for sure. So when you watch Tariq Nasheed debate or Yvette, these folks, you can finally understand what they're saying when they say certain stuff. Dr. Claude Anderson, when he says certain stuff, you're gonna finally understand what he means when he says this. Yes, I'm gonna talk about the Chinese Exclusion Act. Yes, I'm gonna talk about Mexicans who were classified as white. Yes, we're gonna talk about what I said earlier, how the Americans looked at Southern and Eastern Europeans as trash. Okay, yes, we're gonna talk about all this stuff. We're gonna talk about all this stuff. Okay, and we're gonna talk about FBAs. Where do we fall in? And yes, you're going to read about the 14th Amendment citizenship. You're going to see who originally was that for and who was added in. And yo, chat, do you know the Supreme Courts can reverse a lot of stuff and they have been doing it because there's interpretations. So a lot of this stuff is up to interpretation. So Tethers, listen very clear. A lot of things are up to interpretations, and it all depends who is in the courts, okay, that they can interpret something different. So all we need is the right people in the courts right now to take a second look at 14th Amendment citizenship. Because here's a spoiler alert. There's no doubt it was only for us originally. And then other folks got grouped in. But it was only for us originally. So while y'all running your mouth and talking shit and feel like you're safe, you're not safe. Because 30 years ago, had this 14th Amendment citizenship been in question, we would have vouched for y'all. Like, hell no, those are brothers. No, you ain't gonna do that. You ain't gonna turn it. No, y'all racist. That's the argument 30 years ago. 30 years later, hey man, it is what it is. It was only for us. Hold your own nuts. Okay? That's where we're at. So y'all could talk tough and act like you a large, like y'all deep like the Hispanics. You're not. The Hispanics are deep in this country. There's a lot of them, collectively speaking. So now let me see how many, what's the total number? What is, okay, so this is all of them all together. There's approximately 4.6 of Black immigrants total. Okay. One out of, and look, 41, 43 million of us. So the number of Black immigrants in the U.S. has grown significantly, increasing from roughly 800,000 in 1980 to 4.6 million in 2019. Migration from Africa has been a major driver of the growth in the Black foreign-born population, with the number of African-born Black immigrants more than tripling between 2000 and 2019. So here's like a little agenda. Caribbean, 47%, Sub-Saharan Africa, 43%. Jamaica is the largest source country with about 682,000 Black immigrants born. They're accounting for 18% of the national total. Haiti follows with 586. That's not a lot. That's not a lot. In other words, you better watch your mouth. Okay? In other words, you better watch your mouth. What Pan-Africanists not born on the continent? Yeah. Well, it depends. So that's a good question, Ax. So it depends if they, what do you keep false barking for? So Ax, that depends, because remember, a tether is a verb. So those Pan-Africanists that move to a region in Africa or a country or country or city, they will have to be undermining where they're at, right? They will have to be undermining the people where they're at, because remember, it's the tether just means you're undermining. You're a foreigner living somewhere that's foreign to you, and you're undermining the natives there. Okay, so those Pan-Africanists, they got to be undermining those people there, and then they will be tethers in reverse. But only we have that name, though. They don't have that name. They call us something, even though we're not undermining. So, Ax, to answer your question, it would be no. Really, because they call us stuff anyway. They call us Akatas, and we're not even over there. Okay, they got names for us, and we did nothing to them. So I guess that would be false. Yeah, we wouldn't be tethers because we're already called names simply because we are great. We never met them, never been to their country, never undermined them, and we're still Akatas. So the answer is actually no. The hate for us is real. Okay, so so here's Catnap dilemma right now. So Catnap, I'm going to put the phone number in the chat. Okay, here's your problem. If you don't call in within 5 minutes, I'm going to block you from the channel. Okay. So that's the phone number. Let me give you the access code. Or you got to come up with a different screen name, my boy. So you got all the answers, Sway. Call in. Okay, it's 7:04. By 7:09, if you ain't call in, you're out of here. You got to come up with a different screen name. Okay, because what I don't like is that. I don't like people to troll in the chat but won't call in. Bro, just call in. Express yourself like a man to another man. A superior man, but another man nevertheless. Okay, so call in. Let's have a dialogue. Okay. Because you became American Dream defense lawyer. So explain to me a couple of things. Explain to me how he made sense. Explain to me the videos, the research I showed did not make sense. Yeah, you got some explaining to do, my boy. Or I have to block that username and you got to use a backup username. So you got 5 minutes. It's 4 minutes now. You got 4 minutes now. Okay. So it's 7:05 now. You got up to 7:09. Matter of fact, I'm gonna block you at 7:10 to be fair. So once my clock hits 7:10, that's when the official block will happen. So just call in. If you sound like a B, IH, that's just your personal problem. But bro, call in. If you stutter, I got a little stutter, so don't be embarrassed of that. Okay. Be confident in yourself. Okay. If you're an old fool, own it. If you're a young fool, own it. Whatever fool you are, own it. If you're not a fool, that's even greater. That should give you more courage to call in. But what I do not tolerate is people to have all the answers in the chat and don't call in. I don't mind you giving an opinion in the chat. I don't mind you disagreeing. I don't mind any of that stuff. I didn't block American Dream. I didn't block Kwame. I timed out Kwame because he was lying. He was putting false stats in the chat, so I blocked him. I mean, I didn't block him. I timed him out for a half an hour. Okay, because there's consequences to fall to fake news. But I did not block him. You know why I didn't block him? Because he called in. I didn't block American Dream because he called in. But brother, you got to call in. Okay. As a matter of fact, anybody can call in. You could be, so you could be FBA, all day like me. Call in. Let's chop it up. But I like to speak truth to power. Some brothers brought some brothers called in who I disagree with, but they brought some information that I was able to make useful, right? That I did not have prior to that conversation. All right. So hold on. Oh shit. All right. Don't say anything because I have to wait. Don't. So mute your background, but don't say anything because I have to change your information. Your number. So don't say anything until I change your number because your number will show if you talk.
Okay.
So, he talked. You're supposed to not talk. I'm trying to protect your privacy.
Okay.
All right. Okay. Anyway. All right. Shit. So I'm gonna put your name as X until I remember your name in the chat. Cause I got you as X, but what name do you want to go by here?
Just Catnap is fine.
All right, Catnap. Okay. Now, are you FBA or non?
FBA.
All right. So okay. So I won't block you. All you had to say was I'm FBA. Yeah, I won't block you.
No, when I saw that come up, I was like, because I don't know if the first thing I want to ask is, I don't know if you've read the stuff that I said. Which part did you have a problem with?
Okay. So maybe I didn't. And that's why I don't like to read comments, because it distracts me.
Okay.
Okay. That's why I purposely don't read comments. But anyway, when I looked down, it looked like you were justifying, and let me know if it's true. You were justifying America's dream argument to compare internal brain drain to international brain drain. Was that it?
Yeah, no, I wasn't justifying that at all. I was saying that I was trying to say that he had circular arguments, and that basically he kept coming up with things and he had nothing to back it up. And then he would just argue about something that he had no evidence to prove. So then that's when I came to the point where I was saying, hey, so he's asking me, well, about this brain drain, kept talking about the brain drain, and I'm saying, hey, look, he says something about going to Ghana and wouldn't that be, the brain drain going away and stuff like that? And I'm like, okay, if a bunch, so where are these stats with all these FBA professionals, and mind you, this happened recently.
Right.
How are you? What are you basing your stats off of? You
right.
and you have nothing to back it up.
Right. You got to wait. Okay. Yeah. So there's a couple of things. We have to consider. Okay. So we got to consider how many people are leaving the country to go to Ghana. Now watch this. Do they have dual citizenship, meaning that they're coming back, right? Like most Pan-Africans do. They go over there, talk shit, they come back and live here. Right? They just build something there just to say, hey, I'm over here, but they're not going to live there permanently. Okay. So are they one of those folks? But you do have some FBAs who literally go live in Africa or whoever, Thailand, they live in Hawaii. They do actually leave the country. But so it's a couple questions there that's loaded that need to be answered, right? So first of all, how many, there's 43 million FBAs, how many are leaving to go to Ghana? That shows it puts a dent, right, in what we got over here. So because okay, and then watch this, how wealthy and how educated they are also leaving. Because a brain drain, for the most part, so let's talk about Nigeria. Let's talk about African countries. Let's talk about Nigeria. Let's talk about Jamaica, India, and China, brother. So I mentioned 4 different countries, right? They are all sending their elite over here.
Right.
Their best minds and their most skilled labor force. So that brain drain is different than myself and you going over to Ghana or Japan. I'm a regular guy, right? Y'all ain't gonna miss me at all if I take my income over there. Y'all ain't gonna miss my education at all.
Right. That's why I just kept replying to him. It's like we're getting these circular arguments and they're not going nowhere, because you keep presenting information, showing them stats, showing them data, and then they just keep saying the same thing over and over again. So it's like the argument is like going nowhere. These guys, I mean, if you're gonna debate somebody, at least present something that you can argue with. Don't just sit there and be like going into semantics and all this other stuff to deflect from facing and being able to argue your point and make it so that what you're saying makes sense. And that's the problem. They don't say anything they don't want to go to the area where it makes sense. They just keep saying the same thing over and over again.
Right. In different ways. Now listen, even though Kwame's argument was weak and the KBs and other folks, I respect them because they try to put some type of argument together. American Dream, as you witnessed, had no argument.
Right.
Every time he came on, he had no argument. And look, he came on a while ago, like about some months ago, he came on my channel and he was just glazing me. So like this guy literally just afraid to oppose me, like what you're saying, with real data. So now when he made that comparison with brain drain in a state versus a country, now I already rebutted him yesterday. But of course, brother, one thing about me that, trust me, listen, man, I am obsessed with research. Okay. So if we talk today about, let's say, LeBron and Michael Jordan today, believe me, the next time we talk, I didn't fact check you, I didn't fact check me, and I try to find something. Yo, believe me, I will not be the same guy you talked to the day before. I'm that obsessed with like, you know, wanting to be correct.
And that's my point. It's like they know you're gonna do that. So it's like, wouldn't it behoove them to make sure they got their ducks in a row before they talk to you? That's my point.
Yeah, bro, I couldn't wait till he came in the chat. You see, I did, right? Look, I said, hey, man, come back on here. Let's talk about brain drain. You know, I said it all kind and inviting and warm. But so, and then I had him restate his position on purpose. You know, I'm playing chess. Hey, man, so what was your position again? We didn't finish last time. I'm acting like we just picking up. Nah, dude, I came with a whole military this time, bro. So when he went to say his little crap again, I said, okay, can you see my screen? He said, oh, you did research. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I did research. You should have did research and not came on here. So I said, R.I.P. the American dream. And I killed him. And I knew what he would do. They would just cut me off, and I mute them. They unmute themselves, being disrespectful. Now, brother, now you don't know this about me. And most of the chat don't know either. But bro, I've been on other podcasts. Brother, when they mute me, I stay on mute. Right? And I asked them, hey, can I say something? You know, I'm like the most, even though I'm like aggressive here, bro, I'm the example of how to be a guest on another podcast. I'm the model example, bro. You say be quiet, I'm quiet. You say, all right, bro, 1 second, or say yes or no, I'm yes or no. Right? Because I respect your space. I got my own space, right? And so if I have a problem with that, I just hang up and go back to my space. But I'm going to lead by example of how I want you to behave on my podcast. So that's for any of you guys. If you guys got a channel, but again, like I'm on a plethora of channels, being ultimately respectful. You know, even though I'm being treated unfairly, I can't talk too much. They're cutting me off. I'm still respectful. I don't crash out because at the end of the day, I'm like, bro, I'm gonna lead by example. I'm gonna show them how to behave when you're a guest. Because I look at it like I'm a guest in your home, Catnap. So in your home, brother, you might have some unfair rules I don't like. But what am I do? Am I going to disrespect your home or just leave?
Right.
I'd rather just leave.
Man. And that's the thing, man. It's like, man, you got some patience, man. I'm telling you. But I be getting hot, man. You see me mistyping all the time, man, because I'm just like getting hot. Trying to cut and paste, copy and paste. I'm starting to go to another file, write the text in there, and then paste it in there because I'm getting so hot that I'm messing up when I'm writing. You know what I'm saying? So, you
for the
got
chat,
some patience, man.
And look, for the chat, I'm practicing on these tethers for Myron, right? I'm just, because they kind of borrow his talking points, and I'm really just like preparing. You know how you can you look in the mirror, and you prepare your presentation, you try to remember. So when I debate these tethers, I'm just trying to remember my talking points, right? It's just practice. So I'm like sparring with these guys. So when I call Fresh and Fit show, I could just be real crisp, right? Straight, where I don't gotta recall stuff. It's just on the tip of the tongue, right? That's all I'm doing right now. I'm just getting used to saying my talking points in real time, freestyling, whatever I gotta do. Now I got patience, bro, because I'm a chess teacher, and I teach kids as low as 5 years old. So brother, listen, man, they are the most difficult because they're so easily distracted. You're talking to them, they're getting it, right? They're 5. You're talking to them and they're understanding everything you're saying. And then the slightest distraction, that kid head turned around, he's focused on that now.
Yep.
And then guess what? He just forgot everything you just said. So like, oh shit. So now you gotta do it all over again. And you have to be patient because a 5-year-old and his parent ain't gonna tolerate you showing attitude to a 5-year-old, right? So you're gonna lose. And I'm not free, by the way. I don't teach anything for free. So, and I do charge a pretty penny. I'm not free, and I'm not cheap, right? So they're not going to allow me to talk to their kid a certain way when they're paying some good money, you know.
Yeah, I'm looking
So
forward to that argument you're gonna have, though. I'm telling you, because but I can almost tell you what the scenario is going to be if you do get in this situation with Myron Gaines. First of all, he's gonna have them other dudes keep popping in. They're gonna keep over talking you, and I know you got the patience.
Now I'm calling his show.
And
I know I'm not calling it like what's that thing called? What's the thing called? The app Clubhouse. I'm not doing Clubhouse. So if you call his show, it's just him and Fresh.
Right.
Right. So yeah, I got them by themselves. So I got the number and everything. So I'm gonna call in his show. Right, we're just him and Fresh. And brother, listen, the way I'm gonna walk him into it like I walk these guys. I'm gonna walk him into it. I'm gonna act like I'm just understanding his argument, right? And I want him to, I just want him to repeat his argument, right? And then I want him to like repeat what he stands on. And then what I'm gonna do is say, well, when Tariq said this, what was your rebuttal? But the whole time Tariq ain't said, this is my shit. So I'm gonna debate him under the guise of Tariq Nasheed said it, right? So that's how I'm gonna beat him. Because so he gonna respond to quote unquote what Tariq said, but Tariq never said it. It's what I said right now. So that's how I'm gonna cook him. So yeah, go ahead.
I can guarantee you that they're gonna say something about this whole trademark thing, because they starting to latch on to that.
Well, you know what? I mean, that won't go far because I mean, what you supposed to do? Like somebody got trademark it, so it's like
yeah.
So what? So what I supposed to do? Leave it out there and let Myron trademark it, and then put that on like Tariq said, like put it on butt plugs and disrespect it.
Exactly.
It's like yes, it's like so that the trademark thing. I would say, brother, let's talk about that last. I want to talk about what you and Tariq debated. You didn't debate trademarks. I'm calling to respond to why I think you lost. Okay. So after I explain how you lost, you can mention the trademark thing afterwards. But let me go over how you lost, and I'm gonna explain what Tariq said, and you really didn't have a rebuttal for it. So what's your
exactly? No, I got you.
So what's your rebuttal today? And so he'll be debating me, thinking he's recapping his Tariq debate. So it's like I'm gonna get him good. So, but I already know his strongest. So the thing about me, Catnap, is that I already pinpointed his strongest argument. I already know where he's gonna go when you start losing. I already know. Okay, and I got something for that, and that's why I got all this research in front of you guys that I'm playing on my live stream. Now I don't tell y'all which one is for Myron. I just play it. Now there's some things I ain't played before. Now I got some stuff I ain't played on it live. Like I got it unlisted. So but the brain drain that will be for him because he's gonna mention the Nigerians. Okay, he's all right, I'm gonna cook him on that. So he's definitely gonna mention the Nigerians doing so well in America and FBA, you ain't doing this. He's done. Okay,
yeah,
and he will do.
He's gonna avoid the Marcus Garvey. He's gonna avoid the Marcus Garvey, I'm sure.
I won't even the fact that he's Sudanese, I won't even do that. So now listen. So now I'm gonna say, Myron, when you were talking to Tariq Nasheed and he brought up Sudanese people, why were you so opposed to that? So he's gonna say, hey, well, I was talking about America, but brother, you brought up the Nigerians. So you were the first to leave. You told Tariq that he can't leave America, but you left America to bring up the Nigerians. So brother, I gotta bring up the Sudanese people to show how blah 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 blah. Because I got his argument, right? He can't change his argument. He has an argument, right? So I'm gonna remind him of his argument. I'm saying, hey, do you still stand on that, or did you abandon that position? And his ego is gonna stand on it. So that's what I'm gonna say. Okay, so brother, so I gotta bring up Sudanese people to draw a comparison. Okay, so why are you guys like failing right now? And bro, he has to say white supremacy.
Yep.
Okay, you know why? Because it's in their history. The British got direct involvement of why Sudan is failing right now. They got direct involvement. It's history. Now, but he said white supremacy doesn't exist. So what the British did to your people, what you call that? Because we call that white supremacy. What you call it? So it comes down to that. Like, what you call that?
And then they're going to deflect to the J. Then they're going to deflect to that. You know they're going to do
To
that
what?
too.
To what?
I said they're going to deflect to the J, and you know they're going to do that.
What J? What J?
They're going to deflect to the Ish people.
Oh no! Look. Okay, cool. I'm ready for that. So I don't believe you can condemn an entire group over certain individuals. So once they go to the J, I'm like, bro, that is what you do. Okay, I don't penalize an entire racial group, ethnic group is a better term. I don't penalize an entire ethnic group because of a portion of white folks that did Jim Crow and this and that. I don't say everyone is this. I don't do that. So, brother, if that's how you conclude, then the burden of proof on you now. You got to prove how they all were complicit.
Right.
And I'm all ears. Show me how every last one of them knew the game plan.
And then the other thing is, Tariq already talked about that. He said, okay, well then, so where the black Jews and folks like, how are they
that's nothing
on the hierarchy?
These idiots said the Jews were not. They said the Jews are not white, bro. They're done. They're done because Jews, they come in different multi-ethnicities. Okay, and yes, you got white Jews too. They are done, bro. And look, I know some off the top of my head. Okay, that's Jewish and they're white and they got ties to Israel and everything. So it's like so Dr. Michael Brown, he's not Jewish because he said I'm a white Jew, right? He said I'm white. All right, and this guy studies ancient history, all type of shit. So good luck. Yeah. So Michael Brown, Dr. Michael Brown is a white Jew. Now it's easy it's easy to explain how they became white and black and this and Asian and that's the easy part. But what I'm gonna do is show that ignorance. Like, hey, so you guys said there was no white Jews. You still believe that, or you changed your mind? Did you come to the light? Come and educate them on that. And that's why they were lost when Tariq brought up black Jews. Like they were totally lost. There's no black Jews. They start laughing.
Yep.
But these
There's
are
always
look,
silence after that.
Anybody can Google, are they black Jews? It's gonna say yes. You got Sephardic Jews, and just Google white Jews. They're gonna say yes. I mean, these are just 1 second wins. You know what I mean? Like, okay, let me win really fast. So now you saying the Jews, so it's back to, so are you saying all of the Jews, black, white, Chinese, and Sephardic and Semitic, all of them is part of this global conspiracy, or do you know which ones specifically? And bro, the reason why they say Jews is because they linked up with the Nick Fuentes and all these right wing extreme groups who blame the Jews for everything, because a lot of them really just Nazi sympathizers, right? So a lot of their talking points come from Nazi. Like these are Nazi supporters. So of course, Nazi people, they hate the Jews. The white supremacist group, they hate the Jews.
And they're trying to deflect too.
Yeah, so I'm ready for that. But brother, believe me, when they get to the Jews, they already lost, because I already proved my point of his. He has an argument. He has an argument that he told Tariq, "This is my main argument." That's what he said. So I'm a hold. So I don't care where he go after that. I'm a hold him to his main argument. And once he confirmed, it's a wrap.
Yep, and then you probably won't. Well, at least I hope you're recording it when it happens, because maybe
Of course. That's the best thing. That's the best thing about the calling. So let me explain it to everybody about the calling. Okay, so when I have you guys call in, so I'm gonna give y'all some game. So if you call in my show and you record your end, like for example, if you got a phone recorder on your phone and you record this entire conversation, you have a legitimate copy of yourself, of this conversation. You have the right, as much as I got the right. Like for example, if a debt collector call you, right? They'll say this call has been recorded. They have that right. And you can say, yeah, well, mine's too. You dig? I'm recording you too. You got your right. So both of us got our right to record on the phone. On the phone. What's coming out of my phone ear and yours at your ear. But now that's different than screen recording. So now if I click a link, that's why I don't like links. If I click a link, now I got to screen record my copy. Now my copy is not legitimate. And you can flag it down. But when you call in, you have your authentic copy. You have the right to record your side of the phone call. And the fact you letting it be known, hey, it's been recorded. Because where I live right now, it's a one-party state. I don't got to tell you.
Right.
But a lot of liberal states, you got to tell that person it's been recorded before you can upload it. But not over here.
Mine does that. If I do that, it's gonna say you're being recorded.
Okay, right. So you ain't got a problem. So it's letting them know right away. Yeah. So I love the fact that I get to call in because now I get to have my copy of the dialogue, so they can't lose the footage mysteriously. But one thing I'm gonna promise you guys, it's gonna be a one-sided conversation. He's gonna be quiet for a long stretch because he's gonna try to call Nick Fuentes somebody. I guarantee you. Tommy Sotomayor, he's gonna get back up. I can guarantee you guys, he's gonna get quiet for a long stretch. I'll be talking and educating more on purpose, pissing him off, and he'll be on three-way calling Nick Fuentes or DC Academics or some other coon to come handle me. I guarantee that because I already know he's dumb on this topic. Myron is dumb. Kwame is smarter than Myron.
Oh yeah.
I don't have no worries at all calling that show. That fool.
Like I said, I'm sure a lot of us want to see that cook gonna happen.
Yeah, so that's why I got these guys calling in, these tethers like American Dream, Kwame, and KD, because they just helping me remember my talking points on the fly. And brother, Cat, I purposely walk outside and because I'm trying to just know it without looking at my computer. So I'm practicing.
You got it.
I'm practicing. So American Dream is back in the building. American Dream, what are you known for? Like what are you not real talk? Like, what do you like? A Catnap, you don't know, but I debate. Like, I'm a real debater. I've been debating for 15 years on YouTube. I've been on YouTube longer than all of y'all. Okay, hands down. I got some old channels, brother. I got videos that got millions of views, 3,700,000 on older platforms. I got millions of views on other shit, right? That I talked about on that black shit. I got so I've been on YouTube for a long time. I'm a debater. I've been debating for 15 years. I debate on Sinetta TV. I debate on Garfield channel, Up channel, different. I've been debating on these Israelite channels. I'm known as a debater in this space. American Dream, what are you known for? Other than a permanent guest, bruh. You're always a guest. You're a guest on Sheffrin show. You're a guest on the Unk show. You're a guest on Garfield. You're a permanent guest, bruh. Yeah, look, I had Chaotic Truth call in. Did you see our discussion with Chaotic Truth? Mine's and his. Catnap.
Hello?
This tether called Chaotic Truth.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Okay, so brother, he called in my show. I didn't call in his. Right. So it's like, yo, American Dream. There's no gassing. Like, what are you known for, bro? Everybody comes over here at one point or another. Brother Reggie came over here. And Goldsy came over here. Rob Bourne, True Story. I could name like a 1,000 people who got their own channels who are notable in this space. Sinetta came over here. Zion Lex. I had Divine Prospect. So people come over here. Team Osiris. Who the hell comes to you? And bro, they all respect me, by the way. They all look at me like as family.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And you always have to pull up the data. and then it's a circular argument again.
As a matter of fact,
That's what
yeah,
gets me.
because he don't have no real argument. But I want a better challenge. So I had recently contacted Brother Reggie again because I want to get Brother Reggie. And chat, I found Tiffany's channel. I found it for y'all. So I contacted her too, right? Because I want to get Brother Reggie back on here, and I want to get Tiffany on here. See, I want real competition. I don't want circular reasoning and dummies that don't research. I want guys who claim to be researchers to come on here and because I'm gonna cook Brother Reggie again.
Well, I see Tiffany trying to put up some data and stuff, but I still think he doesn't really win the argument, but debate. But I see her at least trying.
Yeah. I seen her. Yeah, I like I said, I haven't really fact checked her information. I mean, it could be right. It could be right. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's not hard for somebody. I mean, unless your name is American Dream, it's not hard for somebody to pull up an article and read it verbatim, right? What's so hard about that? So I think that's what she's doing. I think she's just reading articles. Like, so I don't think she's wrong in what she's reading. My opposition with her is her viewpoint on FBAs and what we're about, ADOS,
Right.
and also Pan-Africanism. I don't really believe she know what it is. Neither does American Dream, or you see Kwame didn't know. Kwame talked about, it's funny? Kwame, when these guys talk about Pan-Africanists, they mention all FBAs. I'm like, Kwame, won't you mention that Jamaican Pan-Africanist? He says Garvey. So the one guy you name is a scammer. I'm like, yo, can you name it an authentic Jamaican, Pan-Africanist? An authentic one, not a scammer, bro. Can we name an authentic Jamaican Pan-Africanist? And he couldn't name one that was authentic.
Mm-hmm.
So he mentioned Kwame Ture, who, from my research, was a freedom rider, bro. Which was a dumb symbolic expression, in my opinion. Man, freedom riders, bro, it's so dumb and useless. Yeah, you had a lot of white folks involved in that. So anything where you see a lot of American white folks involved in, it probably ain't that thorough.
Yeah.
That's all. I didn't want to hold you forever. I just wanted that you call in. If you want to stay on, you can, but I didn't want to keep you on here if you are busy. But I just wanted to have you call in because I misunderstood what you wrote.
Because I was all of a sudden I was walking in because I came out and I walked because somebody got to take care of stuff and I come back and I say, hey, give me a call. Oh,
yeah, but I gave you wrench back. And I just just wanted to know where American Dream was right at. But you agree with me that the dude was just talking in circles, which he normally does. He has no, and that's why I said, bro, look, yesterday before he called in, he said, hey, I want to call in. I said, bro, for what? Give me what you want to talk about up front. Don't surprise me where I got to guess where you're going. Tell me up front what you want to talk about. So he eventually put brain drain. Oh, call in. That's my shit. So then he said the state versus the country. Now I cooked him. I said, bro, you can't, bro. That's not the same. Like only a fool would say that. No expert would do that, bro.
Yep.
And that's why the research showed that's a dumb argument. Like anything state to state is internal, and those states it's easy for them to get you back over there. Like you have incentives. Like Alabama could say, hey man, you come over here, the houses are this cheaper now, right? Because everybody leaving. So guess what? There's a lot of land we're selling now. You buy this land, you put a boxable in there, and guess what? You got a land in the damn home. So there's a lot of incentives. It's easy, bro. It's easy. Look at Houston, Texas, right? Ain't everybody over there? Everybody, okay. But at one point, nobody was. Right. But at one point, nobody was. Now, right now, South Carolina is building up. It's becoming more city-like. They got a lot of infrastructure. A lot of the highways are changing. So eventually, they're going to make a push for folks to migrate over here. But yeah, man, it's all within the country. So what he messed up at is that it's not about states' economy. It's about the national economy. That's what sinks a country, not their state. We got 50 states, and if one state is sinking, So it's just going to sink. And guess what? Other states going to pick up the slack because we got to move somewhere.
Because you got to look at it also like this. It's like you have, for example, when the car industry with Detroit and all those other places, a lot of people were immigrating here to work for the auto industry. So those places blew up. We didn't have an auto industry in every state. We had them in certain areas.
Right. So that's a good point.
It benefits the whole country.
Yeah, but only a time wasting tether was sitting there trying to say, okay, how he's right. We are fleeing our country. It is a brain drain. Okay, so how can we like make it on some micro, example of them relocating state to state? And bro, like I said before, man, I'm from a Jersey. I moved to 3 southern states, and guess what, Catnap? I came back to New Jersey. That's what we do. We move around to see if there's a better opportunity in different places where it's cheaper, right? Because those states I went to were cheaper to live, but the education wasn't as good and the networking wasn't as good because up north there's a lot of interaction with people. Like if you never experienced it, you couldn't even like imagine it. And then on top of that, it's diverse. So you're meeting tethers, you're meeting, white folks and Italians and Russians and Indians. So there's a lot of people you're running into it that you won't meet like that over here where I'm at now. That ain't happening. You just gonna meet the same people over here. But in New Jersey, it's better to network in New York and New Jersey, those places, because so many different diverse people, the diverse backgrounds.
Yeah.
And you'll see tethers like American Dream out there.
Yeah.
So he said this. He said, you won't be able to cut me off and mute me. So look, hey cat, that should be the least fear. Brother, have you watched interviews? You watch people being interviewed, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when Kanye West was on Sway Show, did you watch that infamous interview?
No, I missed that, bro. I missed that.
All right, bro. It's very entertaining. But I'm just saying, like that's one. What about Oprah and R. Kelly?
Yeah, I saw that.
Okay. So, brother, okay, when he was talking, did she cut his ass off? Right? Didn't she demand he speak to this and not just ramble and rant? Right? So American Dream, like you are a piece of shit tether, bro. When you come on somebody's podcast, there's rules and regulations to everybody. Bro, you just can't come to somebody's podcast ranting and raving. When we say shut up, you gotta shut up.
Yep.
Now, you know what's funny?
Yeah, because like you said, the thing is, you gotta be clear. You gotta be clear. I mean, the conversation has to be clear. If you just keep interrupting each other, if he keeps interrupting you, then nobody gets a clear.
Which he's purposely doing because he has nothing to talk about. Remember, brain drain was his topic. So you would think he had some stats behind state brain drain. He had nothing. So I brought the stats. I brought the brain drain, the state stats. I brought the brain drain country stats, and I compared and contrasted them. And they worked in favor of myself. Obviously, not him. So of course he's cutting me off. He's talking over me, and now he's trying to move the goalposts. Now, Kwame is stupid himself, but he did a better job of, debating. They both were easy, but one was a little better than the other. So at this point, I'm not interested anymore, right? Because I'm bored. Because at least with Kwame, I was getting somewhere. With American Dream, I don't even know what we're talking about now. It's like, bro, what are we? Are we still talking about brain drain? You dig? Like, what are we talking about? Can we talk about Jamaica? And they all pretend they know nothing about Jamaica. Did you catch that part?
Oh yeah. And it's like the conversations, like I said, it's like the conversation won't head. If the conversation doesn't head the way they want it to make it a circular argument, then they're just going to keep interrupting you. So it's like you kind of like, And I can understand you being bored because at some point you can't just sit there pontificating on every single point when you don't have anything to back up what you got to say. It's just. I mean, I can say, the sky rains red, and it's like, what the hell does that mean? What does that got to do with what we're talking about? And it's like you're interrupting it and you're changing the argument, and now we're headed somewhere else that doesn't make any sense. So you got to link. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, so that's all. So American Dream, brother, how about this? How about you present an argument where brain drain for states are equal to brain drain for countries on your channel? Put the link in the chat. I'll watch it. And then now I got something to go off, right? Right, Catnap. Now I can look at your video and challenge your video and hold you to your information. I feel like that's better.
And I have to say this, brother, American Dream, please have some data. Don't just talk.
He got no data. He got no data. At least Kwame Brown, he brings data. It works against him, but he has data. This dude has nothing but his mouth. Yeah, so you got to bring the data, bro. So, and look, Cat, the chat gets bored. The chat gets bored. Remember, like we're on YouTube to be informational, but also we're trying to provide entertainment. So like the chat, when they hear Kwame and American Dream on the live feed, they're looking like, nah, I'm good. You know what I mean? They're checking out. So I need more honest tethers to hop on. I can't, which is a contradiction. Honesty and tether is like a contradiction. So I need more, try to be more honest tethers to hop on. I can't have people just lying, with just no data, ain't trying to make no argument. So I want KD to call back in, and I want who else? I might try to get Jay back on here, but Jay was kind of like, undermining, kind of like American Dream a little bit. But I'm gonna reach back out to Jay. I'm gonna try to get Jay back on tonight, and I'm gonna have Jay go with my narratives. He start talking about all that. The FBA's got culture, all that shit. I was like, oh, bro, okay, I see what you want to do. You want to have me sitting here arguing about culture? I'll pass. I want to argue about some more real shit that's meaningful.
Yeah. All right, brother.
All right, bro. Yes, I appreciate you for calling in, bro. Like I said, I misread you. I been gave you wrench back. So, man, thanks, man. I appreciate you, bro. Your input.
No, I appreciate everything you do. Like I said, I appreciate it, and appreciate you guys in the chat holding it up. So yeah. Like I said, sometimes I get too excited. I'm trying to type in, and sometimes it comes out wrong because like I said, I can get to the point now where I'm like writing the text and then cutting and pasting because I'm like getting so worked up sometimes. That's why I'm like saying I don't have your kind of patience, man.
Right. Okay. Yeah. It's tough. It's tough, man. Trust me, it's tough. It's tough, man.
But all right,
brother. Man. Have a great one. Peace.
Hey, you too. Okay.
All right. Yeah, it's tough. Like I said, because I handle young ones, it makes it that much easier to handle an immature tether. Okay, so Kwame said that he drives my numbers up. Actually, that's the reverse. My numbers are low right now because of you guys. Okay, so I want to show you a screenshot, my boy, of my numbers before you tethers. All right. So since you said you drive my numbers up, let me give you a number check. All right. So 30 live viewers, 40 live viewers, I don't consider that my numbers up when I know that I had like 4 times as much as that before you guys came on here sabotaging me. Okay, so let me show you something real fast. Let me show you something, Fire Marshal Bill. Okay, let me show you a little something. You know what? Let me check this dude. Hold on. You know what? Let me see right here. All right, chat. Y'all ready? My man Kwame said him and that filthy tether drives my numbers up. I don't think you see my numbers when they were up before my suspension. And you tether start coming out here wasting time, tether babbling. But I got you though. That's why I always keep receipts. Cause I know a tether would say something like that. Bro, a lot of things y'all say not even worth like replay. Like I can't replay the video. Like help me out and make the video replayable. You did make good arguments so I could replay the video some some months down the road. All right, let me see. Okay, this tether might have. Let me see if it's here. I doubt it. You know, let me just go right. Let me just go right to it. Let me stop playing around and just get right to it. Okay, let me just get right to it. Yes, I keep receipts for that reason. When I see something that stands out that's good, what I will do is I will do a receipt. Okay. Okay, so watch this, my boy. Let me show you where my numbers were before you tethers. Okay. So now you tell me, when did you ever get a video like this? Get me to this number. You see that? 448 likes and 5,000 views after my live stream. So let me know when you got me there. Okay, because when I end this live stream, I'm probably gonna have 600, 700, 800 live viewers. This is 5,000. This is 448 likes. Okay, so no, you don't get my numbers up. You keep them low because you don't bring good arguments, right? The chat don't take you serious. Okay, yeah, so that's not gonna work. Ditso's in there. Ditso's still trying. All right, Chicago neighbor. You know what? Okay. Look, Kwame, this is for you. Okay, you keep bringing up Chicago, right? So before I log off, let me bring up Chicago. Let's bring up Chicago. Let's end this right here. Okay. Okay. So, all right. All right. So I pulled up Chicago real fast, right? So again, I am an honest researcher. So I'm going to show you my question too. Okay, come on. Oh. Okay. So here we go. So I'm gonna share my screen because he keep bringing up Chicago, and he's been proven to be an idiot with research. So look at my question. My question was, who founded Chicago and what good did they do with it? Right. So I didn't lead the research anywhere. I just asked a question and I want to know what came out about it? Like what was so great about the Chicago thing? Okay, so let me go ahead and just have it read.
Chicago was officially founded as a town in 1833 and incorporated as a city in 1837. But its earliest non-Indigenous settler, and the figure widely credited with founding the city, was a black man of Haitian descent named Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable. Who was Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable? Duval was born around 1745 in Saint-Domingue, present-day Haiti, to a French father and an African slave mother. By the 1770s, he had made his way to what is now Illinois, navigating trade routes along the Mississippi and Illinois rivers. He eventually settled near the mouth of the Chicago River in what is now downtown Chicago. What do Sable do in Chicago? DuSable established a prosperous trading post in the 1780s, decades before Chicago became an organized settlement. He built a large home and trading complex on the north bank of the Chicago River, near Lake Michigan. His home included a house, bakehouse, smokehouse, barn, stable, and mill, among other structures, highly developed for the time. He engaged in fur trading and commerce with local Native American tribes, especially the Potawatomi and other settlers, becoming an important regional figure. His outpost became a key hub for trade between indigenous nations and European American settlers. Why is he considered the founder? DuSable's homestead became the nucleus of future settlement. He was the first known permanent, non-indigenous resident of the area. His contributions laid the groundwork for Chicago's emergence as a transportation and economic hub. Legacy and impact. Despite being nearly erased from mainstream narratives for many years, DuSable is now officially recognized as the founder of Chicago. Landmarks include DuSable Museum of African American History, Estine 1961, DuSable Harbor and DuSable Bridge, schools and parks named in his honor. What good came from his settlement? Strategic location. DuSable recognized the geographical importance of the Chicago River's connection to the Great Lakes and Midwest rivers, laying the foundation for Chicago's rise as a shipping, rail, and trading center. Multicultural legacy. DuSable himself was a symbol of cultural and racial blending, working with Native Americans, French, and British populations. This diversity foreshadowed Chicago's multicultural identity today. Urban development. His homestead prefigured the urban layout and trade-focused growth that would define the city in the 19th and 20th centuries. Would you like an illustrated timeline or historical map showing early Chicago and DuSable's homestead?
All right, brother. I don't understand. Okay, what are we doing with that? I mean, chat, like, let me know, like, what are we doing with that? Like, how do I come to white supremacists and say, hey, John Baptiste founded Chicago? Like, how is that? I don't. He personally traded with Native American. Like, this was an individual act. Yeah, I don't know. Congratulations, for the things he accomplished, but I don't know how that was like something to like flex on. Yeah, I'm lost with that one. He doesn't even know. That's why I had him on a call. Like he don't even know how to flex what he did. Like, dude, I don't even know what we're doing. Yes. Because we know he ain't developed it. He's a one-man army. Go get yogurt. Go get yogurt. Go get yogurt. Go. Yeah, so I don't know how that's a flex, my boy. I mean, it's a great accomplishment for the guy, but I don't know how that undermines FBAs. I just don't understand how that counters what we accomplish in this country. I just don't know. Okay, I don't know how he compares to like I wouldn't even dare compare him to somebody. I just say, hey man, he did something good, But a tether would try to say, "Hey, man, we're gonna use him to combat George Washington Carver or Booker T or somebody." It's like, dude, really? Yeah, I don't know what to do with that. Hey, Kwame, what do we do with that? I don't know how. I mean, oh yeah, he did something. I guess that's good, but how does that? How's that a flex over what we've done? I just don't. Oh, he established a city. Okay, kudos. You guys didn't establish a city. Well, I don't know about that. Yes. Hmm. Okay. You want water? Okay. Yeah, I'm not even. You know what? But it would take a tether to to do some more um banging for another nation. It's like, dude, I don't even know if the Haitians will flex him like that. So I'm not gonna fall for that tether trick bag where he's using a Haitian brother to swore fight with our accomplishments. I'm not gonna fall for that pissing test, brother. Just show me what you guys did. Show me a Jamaican man doing something great in Jamaica or America. Okay, either one. Show me a Jamaican man. Show me a Jamaican man doing something great in America or Jamaica. All right. That's what I want to see. That's what I want to read. Show me Jamaica. Yeah, I'm 47 too, and I don't even know that. Hmm, hmm. Okay. All right. So research. Okay. All right. So let me double down. Okay. So my boy says Chicago, right? So everybody, right? So the tether says Chicago, and he's bragging and bragging about a Haitian. He's not bragging about an American, right? I mean about a Jamaican. He's not bragging about a Jamaican. Okay, so let's go back. Okay, so let's just read it. Let's just read it. This is for you, Kwame.
Yes, there are notable instances where Black Americans, or people of African descent, either founded, co-founded, or played a central role in establishing towns or communities in the United States. While they may not always have created large cities like Chicago, their contributions to the founding of settlements, Black towns, and communities are historically significant. Here are some key examples.
All right, so
One,
let's go with your guy first. This is your guy.
Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, founder of Chicago, Illinois. Du Sable, a Black man of Haitian and African descent, established the first permanent non-indigenous settlement in what became Chicago in the 1780s.
And what became Chicago?
Though
See,
not
he didn't
an
establish
American
Chicago.
by today's definition, he lived before U.S. statehood reached the Midwest. He laid the foundation for one of the largest cities in America. Two free Black settlements and town founders. During the 19th and early 20th centuries, several Black Americans founded or helped establish towns, particularly in response to slavery, segregation, or Reconstruction. Nicodemus, Kansas, founded 1877, founded by formerly enslaved African Americans from Kentucky during the Reconstruction era. It's the oldest remaining Black settlement west of the Mississippi, aimed to create an autonomous Black community free from racial oppression. It's now a National Historic Site. Mound Bayou, Mississippi, founded 1887. Founded by Isaiah T. Montgomery, a former slave of Jefferson Davis, Confederate president, and other freedmen. Became one of the most successful and self-sufficient all-Black towns in the South. Had Black-owned banks, hospitals, schools, and more.
Oh, that Haitian didn't do this.
An oasis of Black self-governance during Jim Crow.
That Haitian didn't do that.
Eatonville, Florida, incorporated 1887. One of the first self-governing all-Black municipalities in the U.S. Home of famed writer Zora Neale Hurston.
This is real research.
Eatonville represented an ideal of Black independence and civic leadership in the South. Boley, Oklahoma, founded 1903, established by Black entrepreneurs in Indian Territory before Oklahoma became a state, became one of the most economically vibrant all-Black towns during the early 20th century. Had banks, schools, and a strong agricultural base. Booker T. Washington praised it as a model. 3. Other Black-founded or Black-led settlements. Weeksville, Brooklyn, New York, 1838. Founded by James Weeks, a free Black man. It became a thriving Black community with its own churches, schools, and newspapers.
Say it ain't so.
Allensworth, California, founded 1908. Founded by Colonel Allen Allensworth, a former slave and U.S. Army chaplain. It was designed as a self-sustaining, Black-led town.
Wow. So
Summary
they
table,
built it for
town,
Black
city,
people, not just themselves.
founder S, year, state, significance, Chicago. Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable,
Look, no Jim
1780s,
Crow.
Illinois. Founded one of America's largest cities, Nicodemus,
No Jim
ex-slaves
Crow.
from Kentucky,
All of us,
1877.
Jim Crow.
Kansas, oldest Black town west of the Mississippi.
No
Mound
Jim-
Bayou,
look,
Isaiah Montgomery,
no Jim Crow.
1887,
Jim Crow.
Mississippi.
Jim Crow.
Prosperous Black-led
Jim Crow.
town during Jim Crow. Eatonville, Black community leaders.
Jim Crow.
1887, Florida, first incorporated Black municipality. Boley, Black settlers, 1903, Oklahoma.
Jim Crow.
Thriving Black town in Indian Territory.
No Jim Crow.
Weeksville, James Weeks, 1838, New York. Early
Jim
free
Crow.
Black neighborhood in Brooklyn. Allensworth, Colonel Allen Allensworth, 1908, California. Planned Black utopia in the West.
Okay, so brother, okay, there's no clan here, right? There's no clan. There's a clan here. There's a clan here. There's a clan here. There's 100 years of lynching here. Clan and 100 years of lynching here. Clan and 100 years of lynching here. Clan and 100 years of lynching here. No clan, no 100 years of lynching, but clan and 100 years of lynching. So we founded our towns, cities under extreme violent oppression, where we had an active clan, an active bunch of European white American psychopaths trying to take our lives for establishing towns. This is how you do. Now look at all he mentioned one Haitian guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 to 1. That's another L. Dude, you just stay taking L's, my boy. You just stay taking L's. Goodbye. Rest in peace. Goodbye. Rest in peace. You just died. You mentioned one Haitian guy that established a settlement, not a city. The city became later a settlement. But what we do, Jim Crow with the Klan, he said chattel slavery. Dude, who the hell was in Chicago? All of our areas was Southerners. He's talking about 1818, where who was in Chicago at that time? That's why he founded a city. Nobody was there. You dig? Ain't nobody was there. But we are the Klan. He faced the ACS. The ACS ain't killed nobody. The ACS ain't lynched nobody. We are doing this stuff under violent oppression. Yes, but a tether wouldn't know that. So I just cooked you. I just showed you hella FBAs doing the same thing. So, brother, what I need you to do is show me now the Jamaicans now. Show me the Jamaicans doing something great. So you showed me one Jamaican. You showed me one Haitian. I showed you 6 FBAs. You showed me one Haitian. I showed you 6 FBAs. Brother, can you show me a Jamaican now? You just keep getting cooked, bruh. And I said, you know what? I bet you we founded towns and cities as well. We're too great not to. We're too great not to found a town. Okay, not to found a town. Oh boy. So yeah, that didn't work out the way you wanted it to, Kwame. Hey, your life is played out like Kwame and those effing polka dots. And those effing polka dots. Who rocked this spot? Unbiased Ron. You know my stilo, unbelievable. Kwame is unbelievable. Hey Kwame, your life is played out like those effing polka dots. Who rock the spots? I do. You know my stilo, unbelievable. It's unbelievable how these tethers come on here and give misinformation. It's unbelievable how these tethers come on here and smell like sanitation. It's unbelievable how these tethers come on here and don't understand this aggregation. It's unbelievable how those tethers come on here and smell like sanitation. And Donnie. Hey man. Hey Kwame, you happy now? Dude, he said during chattel slavery, bro. Ain't no damn chattel slavery, no damn Chicago, bro. There's no chattel slavery in Chicago. Hmm. Isn't Illinois the North? Yes. Yes. Let me go pee pee. Go, 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 go. Get the blue water. Come. Hmm. Go, 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 go. Go, go. Get the blue water. Go, 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 go. Okay, that's the blue water. Wow. That's pretty. That looks nice. It's nice and blue. Go, go. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. All right. So I got something for you, Kwame, since you're still barely breathing. What did Tupac say? You you still bleed? You still breathing? You roaches? I got the raid on you proper. Let me introduce first Machiavelli the Don. Yes. Cut the light off. Light. Kwame, this roach still breathing? I got it on proper. Let me shoot first. No, what do you say? Machiavelli the Don. 5-0, my 45, get rich to me. That's 5-0. Man, money. I can't. Me, I won't rest till my road dogs free. Bomb first, we bomb first, we ride flee. They consider for you die. We ain't need a night, but my and I'm a bomb first. We yeah, that was my jam. When that Machiavelli album came out, bro, that bomb first was my favorite song the entire. That was that Naughty by Nature beat. You dig? That was that Tresh beat, man. But he darkened it. We bomb first, we rock, please. We consider for you die. We ain't even come to fight tonight, but it's my night, and I'm a bomb first. Yo, Pac came with that. That Machiavelli, he came with that. That album was perfectly precise. You dig? Okay. Okay, so my boy. So let's look at Chicago, okay? So you keep saying Chicago and you keep saying chattel slavery. So what I did was I did some research for you, okay? Let's see if Chicago was intertwined with chattel slavery. And by the way, I finally found a possible good barber out here. So I might be cutting my camera on in a few weeks. You know what I mean? Because I seen a guy come out of Walmart. He looked half decent with his haircut. I was like, yo, where you get your haircut at? He was like, in there. I said, Walmart? He said, yeah. He said, Walmart. I said, cut hair in Walmart? He said, yeah. I said, oh my God. He's like, yeah, man, his name is so-and-so. He said, yo, just, ask for that guy. And I said, all right, all right, okay. I could cut my camera on then. After I get this haircut. Hopefully he don't. I'm gonna say, yo, give me a shape up, cut it down, but do not touch the front. I'm gonna say, do not touch the front. Because I don't trust people with my front. They be pushing you back. Okay, so now you keep saying chattel slavery in Chicago. I said we founded these towns and cities during Jim Crow with the Klan killing black people, right? You're talking about chattel slavery, bro. I don't understand if you know what chattel slavery is, but white folks were not running around killing black folks. It was the Klan, my boy. So the ACS were not running around killing black folks. So anyway, let's go into chattel slavery in Chicago, because you keep saying chattel slavery and you keep saying Chicago. So you're going to learn today, okay? You one of those dumb tethers that just say any old thing and hope you're right.
Great question. Understanding slavery in Illinois in the 1780s involves diving into the complex legal and territorial history of the region. While Illinois was not yet a state in the 1780s, slavery did exist in its territory during that period under different colonial and territorial regimes. Quick context. Illinois in the 1780s. Illinois was not yet a U.S. state. It became a state in 1818. In the 1780s,
yeah, that was my fault. I'm over in the background. I played over. I'm trying to shorten the window. So, bro, Illinois wasn't even a state at that time, my boy. Oh boy, so tethers be lying, and we gotta catch them when they lie. Damn, my boy, you really didn't do research on Chicago and chattel slavery. Okay, all right, here we are. Hey, Kwame, are you tired of being wrong and not quoting history correctly?
Great question. Understanding slavery in Illinois in the 1780s involves diving into the complex legal and territorial history of the region. While Illinois was not yet a state in the 1780s, slavery did exist in its territory during that period under different colonial and territorial regimes. Quick context. Illinois in the 1780s. Illinois was not yet a U.S. state. It became a state in 1818. In the 1780s, the area was part of the Northwest Territory, created in 1787, but before that, it had been under French and then British control as part of the Illinois country.
Oh.
This region included settlements like Kaskaskia, Cahokia, Prairie du Rocher, and later Belleville and St. Clair County.
Oh.
Was chattel slavery present in Illinois in the 1780s? Yes, but under unique circumstances.
Uh-oh.
Here's how. 1. Under French rule. Up to 1763, the French colonists brought enslaved Africans to the Illinois country as early as the early 1700s. Slavery was legal under the Code Noir, Black Code, which applied in French territories. Enslaved people worked in agriculture, mining, and domestic labor. 2. Under British rule, 1763 to 1783, after France ceded its North American territories east of the Mississippi River following the 7 Years' War, Britain took over the Illinois country. The British tolerated and even expanded slavery in the region, especially among settlers of French descent. 3. Under American control, post-1783, after the American Revolution, Illinois came under U.S. control. The 1787 Northwest Ordinance, which governed the Northwest Territory, which included Illinois, banned slavery in perpetuity. But here's the catch. Slavery persisted anyway. Despite the Northwest Ordinance's ban, settlers, especially French-descended landowners in southern Illinois,
This is the
continued
North.
holding
Chicago
slaves.
is the
They
North.
exploited legal loopholes such as calling slavery indentured servitude while continuing the same practices, re-registering enslaved people as voluntary servants for lifetime terms, arguing that existing slaveholders had rights grandfathered in under prior French or British law. Historian quote, "This was not a free territory. It was a place where slavery was prohibited on paper, but practiced in reality,
The North.
especially in places like Kaskaskia and Cahokia." Historian Darrell Dexter, Southern Illinois. Cities, towns where slavery was practiced in 1780 were 1. Kaskaskia, then the capital of the Illinois country, a major center of French settlement and slaveholding. 2. Cahokia, another historic French town with a population that included enslaved Africans. 3. Prairie du Rocher, French-speaking settlement, slavery was practiced here. 4. Fort Chartres and Fort Kaskaskia, enslaved labor was used to maintain and supply these military posts. Later, in the early 1800s, towns like Belleville, Edwardsville, and Alton
listen up,
also
Kwame.
had histories of slavery or
Go get
quasi-slavery, despite the state's free state
It
status.
was a free state,
Legal
my boy.
transition to statehood,
Free state.
1818. When Illinois became a state, it officially entered the Union as a free state.
Free state, my boy.
However, slavery persisted in salt mines in Gallatin County under a
Free
loophole.
state.
Enslaved people were still held in southern Illinois as indentured servants.
Free
Slavery
state.
did not fully end in practice in Illinois until the
Oh,
mid-1840s.
wait. It ended in the 1840s.
Summary, period, slavery status, ruling authority, towns, practicing slavery.
Give me.
Pre-1763, legal
Here you go,
under
you go.
Code Noir, France, Kaskaskia, Cahokia, Prairie du Rocher, 1763 to 1783. Continued legally, Britain. Same towns, possibly expanded. 1783 to 1787, ambiguous legality. U.S., pre-ordinance. Kaskaskia, Cahokia, Fort Chartres. 1787 to 1818. Banned on paper, practiced in
bro,
reality.
you are
U.S.,
done, man.
Northwest Territory.
You are done.
Kaskaskia, Cahokia, others in southern Illinois. Let me know if you want a map of early Illinois.
Nah, we don't need it. That was enough, my boy. That wasn't a U.S. Territory in the South. Again, bro, show us these great works in the South. We established towns in the violent South, all right? The violent South. Okay, you're talking about Illinois in the North, brother. Show us this information in the South. We know, I mean, it's common sense, common knowledge that the North were easier on slavery than the South, okay? So, Tethers wouldn't know that. Yeah, so that your Chicago flex just backfired on you, my boy. Hey, yeah, Kwame, yo, brother, that was the North. And that wasn't even owned by the USA. That was owned by the French somebody. Like no wonder a Haitian guy founded something. He did it with the French permission. He did it with the French permission. How was that a great flex, Kwame? Hey, Kwame, answer the question, brother, or answer what I said. That was not a southern state. That was the North, where slavery was more relaxed, more lenient on FBAs. Brother, you're talking like he established something in the South like we did. We established cities and towns in the South with the KKK roaming around. We did an organization who were known to be murderers of FBAs, you know. So talk to me nice, man. Talk to me nice. So American Dream, I'm going to time you out for a half an hour. Okay. See, it's a difference to have Kwame is trying to be informational. You dig? Kwame is trying to debate information. American Dream, you're just saying just offensive stuff. So I'm gonna time you out for a whole half an hour, my boy. Kwame is trying, and yo, you know what? Catnap just said, yo, you provide no information, no links, nothing. Kwame tries to educate us with what he has. He's bad at research, but he tries. America Dream, you don't even try, my boy. You just talk reckless in the chat, you know, and then you think you could talk in circles and be smart. Bro, I watched you before talking to Chef and them. And I just watch you talk in circles. Like you never really bring any book information, any articles, you know. You just talk and freestyle and try to sound smart. Who's that? Who's the other guy you remind me of? Damn. That just talks but never present any information, any links, any books, any scholars. You just talk and hope that it sounds good enough. Like the gift of gab. You must be from New York. I think America Dream lives in New York because he relies on his gift of gab to save him. Hey, Kwame, it's not a flex for a Haitian man to establish a city that the French own, my boy. What that got to do with us? The French owns that area, and a Haitian man, under their permission, established a city with the permission of his slave masters. Like, what? How is that a flex? I don't get that at all. Hey, hey, Kwame. Hi. No, that's like, come over, that's like, don't get no more. Get over here. Don't get no more. Hey, Kwame. How's that a flex? How are you establishing something under the French rule? Yeah, the French owned that area until 1763. So he was an agent of the French. Okay. The French said, "Hey, go establish this city." He did it. And then who took it over? And then the Britain came over, took it over, and expanded it expanded it, and then the United States took it over, and so on and so forth. I mean, yeah, you see, he don't speak to anything. He just keeps talking. And he does that on the live call. He just talks. He don't speak to information. Brother, what's so genius about a Haitian man establishing a city under the French rule? He's French. He's French property. He's a French agent. They sent him over there to establish something. He did it. How is that a flex? He did what the French said to do. He had a job. He did it. It wasn't like he established a territory where the Italians owned it or, somebody else. Your slave master owned that territory and you helped create a settlement out of it. I don't know where the flex is at. I'm sorry. You missed me. You missed me. And another thing, Kwame, is that why don't you ever bring up Jamaicans? Well, since you won't bring up Jamaicans, I will. All right, hold on. All right. Since you won't do it, allow me to. I know my next live gonna be too. Okay. Okay. Hey, brother, I don't know French rule on their slaves. That's it, no more. Your tummy gonna hurt. Yeah, I don't know French rule on their slaves, my boy, but we need to know more about Jamaica. So allow me to do that. Allow me to introduce Jamaica. Since you won't. Allow me to introduce Jamaica since you won't. Right. Power to the guys. Yeah, they say stuff and don't know what they're saying. It doesn't make sense the way they think it does. These tethers. I'm still waiting for Jamaica's Black Wall Street district. Where's Jamaica, Tulsa, Oklahoma? Where's Jamaica's Rosewood? Where's Jamaica's Durham, North Carolina? I'm waiting for that. Where's Jamaica's CJ Walker? Where is Jamaica's Maggie Walker? Our women run circles around y'all. Brother, you compared the lopsided comparisons first, so we just going with we. Hey man, you started the lopsided comparisons, so now we just going with it. You did. You can't throw the first punch and then act like how we respond. Listen, this is
Jamaica may have a higher rate than other places, but in any country, especially in America, there are a high number of people who are taking care of children who are not from their bloodline, to say the least, right?
Hold on. All right, let's go back. Yes.
Jamaica may have a higher rate than other places, but in any country, especially in America, there are a high number of people who are taking care of children who are not from their bloodline, to say the least, right? And in Jamaican culture, jacket is a thing that is almost, how would you say, accepted, praised in certain circles, and it's just a part of the culture that's just
it's part of the culture.
Normal to a certain extent, no matter how dysfunctional it is, because
no matter how dysfunctional it is part of the culture.
You basically have a situation where the man taking care of the children, taking care of the child, or the one registered as a legal guardian, or the person who thinks it's their child, is not the father of the child.
Culture.
Women do it for numerous reasons. Some is just a mix-up where there's just too much, what do you call it, promiscuity.
Oh yeah.
And you have others
They
where
outside.
it's a strategic thing where Jamaica may have a higher rate than other places, but in any country, especially in America, there are a high number of people who are taking care of children who are not.
Okay, next clip. So let me bring up Jamaica since he won't.
Talking about the domestic abuse part of it, Jamaica already have a high domestic abuse rate, right? And a lot of these domestic abuse are based on the speculation that the man is caught up in paternity fraud. Remember, it's a speculation, you know. So imagine if the speculation of you getting a jacket, seen, or getting, for others who don't fully understand the jacket thing, getting a child that is not yours. If you speculate, if most of the men speculate this and start abuse them women, what will they?
Wow. Y'all tethers are crazy over there, man. Y'all beating on sisters, bro. And you want to know about a Haitian settlement, and y'all over here beating on sisters over speculation? Say it ain't so, man. Say it ain't so.
Are getting, for others who don't fully understand the jacket thing, getting a child that is not yours. If you speculate, if most of the men speculate this and start abuse them women, what will they do when they actually find out that this is not theirs? Yeah, so how crazy it be? And
yeah, they'll probably use that damn machete. Yeah, that ain't good. All right. So now watch this. Since he won't talk about Jamaica, let me talk about Jamaica. I got clips. I'm the clips guy. Thank you.
The US government updated, its level 3 travel advisory last Tuesday, urging its citizens to reconsider travel to certain countries due to crime and unreliable medical services. So Jamaica is one of those countries.
Damn.
And for Jamaica specifically, it's saying due to crime and unreliable medical services. So the US Embassy in Jamaica warned that violent crimes such as home invasions, armed robberies, sexual assaults, and homicides are common.
What you want to do?
Sexual assaults occur frequently, including at all-inclusive resorts. It added that local police often do not respond effectively to serious crime incidents, and that hospitals and ambulances are not always reliable, with some private institutions requiring payment up front. The homicide rate reported by the government of Jamaica has for several years been among the highest in the Western Hemisphere, the State Department noted.
So y'all thought I was lying about the homicide rate in Jamaica? Now this is a Jamaican lady reading this about it. This ain't unbiased Ron. This ain't FBA defensive unit. This is a Jamaican lady. She's just reading the news. And part of the news is the homicide rate in Jamaica. And they letting terrorists know, like, hey man, y'all better be careful. This home invasion thing is bananas over here. No pun intended. No pun intended when I say bananas, okay?
What do you think about that? The US government updated, its level 3 travel advisory last Tuesday, urging its citizens to reconsider travel
to certain countries due to crime and unreliable medical services. So Jamaica is one of those countries. And for Jamaica specifically, it's saying due to crime and unreliable medical services. So the U.S. Embassy in Jamaica warned that violent crimes such as home invasions, armed robberies, sexual assaults, and homicides are common. Sexual assaults occur frequently, including at all-inclusive resorts. It added that local police often do not respond effectively to serious crime incidents, and that hospitals and ambulances are not always reliable, with some private institutions requiring payment up front. The homicide rate reported by the government of Jamaica has for several years been among the highest in the Western Hemisphere, the State Department noted. What do you think about that?
Sit down, share. Google.
The U.S. government updated,
All right, so that's some Jamaican news. That I got more Jamaican news. Yes. Yes. Hey, yo, look at this right here. Jamaican parents don't talk to their kids. This is wild. This is wild. Yes.
And wants to talk about because not just identifying, but like parents don't talk to us. Their traumas.
You heard she said their parents don't, in Jamaican culture in Jamaica, the parents don't talk to the kids. Listen.
Wants to talk about because not just identifying, but like parents don't talk to us.
Their traumas are swept under that rug. So
no,
like,
when I tell you, do you even know? Like when I tell you, even like I feel like I know my mother and I know my father, but I don't know them as a unit. Or
what you do know them as is a parent. You don't know them as
a person. I think I know my dad as a person, but and I think I'm learning my mom as a person. I think my mom took longer.
That's a disconnect. We know them as
parents. Yeah. I think I know my father as a person, but my mom, I'm learning, as I said, and it took longer. I think it took longer for her to kind of get, and then there's some points where she'll open up as a person and then she shuts back down because it's like parents, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's like this weird thing.
How do I maneuver through
things?
And also it's a very raw moment, feeling moment for them.
Same day. I like that. Like that number.
Feeling moments outside
wants to talk about because not just identifying, but like parents don't talk to us.
Okay, so Jamaican culture, do they talk about that part of their culture? Their parents don't have genuine conversations with their kids. They just instruct them all day. They turn it down. They say, hey, sit down, do this, do that. Like I just said, turn that down. That's all they do in their culture. They don't actually talk to their kids and have conversations. Like, hey, how was school? Oh, my friend Jerome, he doesn't trust me with the money. We got some donations going on. We're selling candy and I wanted to hold the money. And he said, no, he'd rather hold it because this and that, but I believe he just don't trust me. Oh, no, son, it's okay. Listen, tell Jerome this and tell him that. She's saying those conversations amongst Jamaican families don't exist. It's just law and order. That's it. I hope that's not true. So now, Chad, if you missed it, I did a comparison between Jamaica's economy, GDP per capita. We're at $46,000 an individual on average, and Jamaica's at $6,000. Kwame, FBAs as a collective, our GDP per capita is $46,000. Jamaica's GDP per capita is $6,000. That's embarrassing. We make 8 times more than you guys. And you over here running your mouth in our country, the country we built. You built the country and you are over here. Why don't you benefit from your investment? Why don't you want to benefit from your forced labor? Like, who the hell lets their country just go to waste after they were forced to build it up? That's wild, man. And you want to tether over here and try to, make good on what we built over here, bro. How about y'all take advantage of what you guys built? You ain't satisfied with your labor? Kwame, you ain't satisfied with your labor over there in Tether City? Yeah, labor force built something over there. You're not satisfied with the finished product. We are satisfied with our finished product. But a lot of you tethers ain't satisfied with your finished product. Okay, peace, peace, peace. Okay, same day bushmeat eating rude boy robbed me of my herbs. Really? Oh no, not the herb scam. Did they no? Did they do the herb scam? No, 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 no. Not the herb scam. I thought they at least give you. That's the first I heard of that. I ain't gonna lie. I thought they give you. I thought you bought the herbs. You order them. You got them. So you got scammed for some herbs. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Third world country. Yeah, you gotta be careful, bro. Yeah, man. Wow, the herb scam. Yeah, hey, Kwame, did you catch that? Jamaica's GDP is $6,000, bro. Some of us working at Walmart see that in like the first quarter, brother. Some of us working at the newspapers, delivering newspapers, see that money in the first quarter of the year. You talking about GDPs, yo, yo. Hey Donnie, yo, these tethers got some real nerves to sit here and compare their homeland to a first world country that we helped build. That is some cognitive dissonance. That's some cognitive dissonance. That's some delusion. That is some narcissistic shit right there, man. I don't even know how to diagnose that. You're sitting there in a third world country and you are daring to compare your stats with us. Our GDP per capita is 46,000. Yours is $6,000. Brother, one American dollar is like 50 Jamaican dollars. I mean, we just can YouTube Jamaica's like current state, the homes there, bro. I won't even do it. I did it before. I won't even do it because it's not their fault. I'm not going to punish Jamaicans because of one tether, right? I'm not going to shame Jamaicans over one tether. I'm not going to go ahead and search YouTube and show all these images for one jealous tether because I don't believe the rest of Jamaica feel like you. So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to stoop to that low. Kwame, you are hurt, my boy. You are hurt. $6,000 per a chat. What GDP per capita means that the average Jamaican in Jamaica, with all that tourism, they always brag about, well, tourism is our economy. With all that tourism, the average Jamaican makes $6,000 per year. $6,000. That's it. $6,000, bro. Shit, that's yo, that gotta be 0.00008%. Shit, that gotta be less than 1% of what we do. Brother. Y'all need to yeah, man. I'm so glad most Jamaicans don't think like Kwame. Hey, Kwame, you must have been beat up by an FBA. Like you are really hurt, my boy. You're hurt on another level. Like you must have got really beat up by an FBA person, bro. You were running your mouth at the basketball gym. You said the wrong slang words. You probably used them out of context, and an FBA went in your mouth, bro. And you've been upset with us ever since, brother. All I can do is just hope that he forgives you and not go in your mouth again. All I can do is hope that FBA brother forgives you and not go in your mouth again with his fist. That's all I can do, brother. All I can do is hope that he forgives you and not go into your mouth again. What is Pablo talking? I want to. What is Pablo said? Are you referring to George Washington? Hey Pablo, man. I'm gonna end this live, Pablo. I might have you call in on a topic. I don't know what topic it is, but I'm gonna have you call in on a topic. God. Hey, Kwame, why don't you look up Jamaica's GDP? 46,000. Hey, yeah, look. Hey, Donnie, let me erase that lie he put there, Donnie. Okay. Hey, Donnie, listen. Look how disingenuous these musty tethers are. Listen, Jamaicans that are born here, their GDP is tied in with ours. This is how much of a disingenuous researcher he is. He is going to a small population of musty immigrants that's Jamaican. He's not going with the larger subset of Jamaicans. He's going with a small percentage of musty tethers. Yo, bro, who do you think you're talking to? When you guys are born here, because you got immigrant tethers and you got legal tethers. Okay, the legal tethers, their GDP is tied in with ours. There's no separation. So for him to say Jamaicans got this and FBA's got that, that's a lying, filthy, big lit, musty, gorilla looking tether. I'm just gonna be honest. That's a gorilla looking tether to say something like that. That is a gorilla looking tether. Knuckle dragger, what they call them. That is a gorilla knuckle dragging tether. He is going with a small subset of immigrants because when they have kids born here, whatever they do, that's tied into what we do. And what they don't do is tied into what we do. So there's no real number for us because a lot of those filthy, musty, knuckle dragging, King Kong looking tethers, their failures are tied in with our success stories. Okay. But to go with a small subset of immigrants, 62,000. How many immigrants are they, bro? How many immigrants? Hey, why don't you do real research, respectable research? Why don't you show how large that population of immigrant tethers are that makes $62,000 and show what they do for a living? These motherfuckers out here slaving, bro. 120 hours a week. Because they're illegal. They're doing forced labor in these sweatshops. Why don't you show what work they do and how many hours they work per week? These guys are working 120 hours per week slaving in these sweatshops. And there's not a lot of them. They have about 20 fucking kids out of wedlock. And those kids end up having citizenship. And what they do in life is coupled in what we do. That's a lying, filthy tether. Okay? So I just had to be real on that one. Now, that's how you misrepresent research. This dude went there and actually put
Jamaicans GDP per capita, like there's a separation between Jamaicans and Black Americans. We know that you guys select African Black American. Okay, you guys ain't selecting Jamaican. Fuck you, it's not even on the application. You guys are selecting Black African American. So that means whatever you do, whatever you make and don't make, that's coupled in what we make. So if you guys are making $9 an hour, then you're lowering our GDP. Okay? You guys on welfare collecting, you're lowering our GDP. But that's a lying, filthy tether, man. Like most of them are. Lying, filthy tether. Right. Lying, filthy tether. There's a distinction from Black immigrants that's born here from us. Lying piece of shit tether. I already tried that. I already tried to see if there's a separation, if there's any way where we can draw stats, like let's say education or crime, that separates us from Black immigrants. No, only the ones who immigrate here. Once they have kids, no, all of those kids and kids and kids, all of them go into Black American stats. There's no differentiation of a second generation tether from us in any data. They are documented as one of us, as Black African American. So no, you can't pull that small time talk on me. You see what I'm saying? Do you see what I'm saying? I'm talking to you, doggy. Do you see what I'm saying? You dig? Stop that. Brother. Now he said golden crust. All they could do is mention restaurants. Brother, they are restaurants. The food is overpriced and it's not that fresh. I'd rather just go to a Jamaican store. You know, hey y'all, listen, chat. Don't do that. I said don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. So let me explain to you guys who don't know what a golden crust is. Okay. Again, a piece of shit, gorilla looking tether. Every Caribbean person I met don't appreciate that food. They know it's low quality. Okay. It's low quality. If I was to buy some Caribbean food, it would not be from the golden crust. It would be from a local mom and pop store where it tastes more authentic. Okay, it tastes more authentic. That golden crust is like a buffet. That food is not that good and it's very expensive. Okay. Brother, nobody's trying to start a food chain, my boy. That's so outdated. Nobody trying to start a food chain. Why don't you guys build a millionaire district like we did? Why don't you guys got inventors, innovators like we did? Where are your billionaires?
Where are your millionaires? Why? Yo, I showed you the millionaires. There's 400,000. Yes. Okay, let me scratch it back. So there's 400,000 FBA millionaires. Okay. Hey, Kwame, why don't you talk about this? Why don't you talk about this stat? See, I'm addressing your stats, but it's tether like you want to address mine. There's 400,000 FBA millionaires. There's 1,500 Jamaican millionaires. And they probably all work at Golden Crust. They probably all work at Golden Crust. Yeah, they decades behind, bro. You come from a third world country, bro. Yo, that food stuff, people, he talking about food. Yo, people been did the soul food. We did the soul food restaurants, bro. We moved on from that, man. The fish stores, the Nation of Islam had so much stuff on lock, bro. We moved on from that shit, man. Yo, we're investing in we're investing, bro. We're investors. What are you talking about? Ricky Ross invested in some Chick-fil-A type of shit. Nobody trying to start a food chain. Like y'all light years behind, bro. Where is your tech? Remember, I looked up Jamaica. Y'all number 4, man. Out of the hey Donnie, out of the major immigrant groups, there's 4 major immigrant groups in this country. They're number 4, of course. They're number 4. So you got Nigeria, number 1. I believe India, number 2, then Chinese, and number 4 is Jamaicans. And they're known for, what are they known for? They're known for being nurses, cleaning ass, and they're known for restaurants. Woohoo. You could really build a country with being nurses and restaurants. And this is why your country looks like the way it is. This is why your GDP is $6,200 a year. Because you guys are nurses and you guys are restaurant owners. Okay. That's why your GDP is so low. Okay. And most of us don't even go to Jamaican restaurants. You dig? Like how often we really go there? You dig? I know one thing I could tell you for a fact. A good soul food restaurant, I will never choose a tethered restaurant over a good soul food restaurant. I will, well, man, we had this restaurant called Fresh Waters in our community. Oh my God, it was so, one of our restaurants was on Hell's Kitchen, or one of those shows with Ramsey. One of our FBA soul food restaurants was on a show with Ramsey. You dig? Because when soul food is made correctly and with love, shit, ain't no African booty scratching restaurant fucking with that. We got sweet potato pie. Y'all got some bullshit. We got Big Mac. You guys got beans and rice. You dig? Now let's compare Thanksgiving. Hey, yo, what y'all niggas eating for Thanksgiving? Y'all making oxtail for Thanksgiving? We got candy yams. Yo, listen, man, you give me collard greens, Big Mac, and candy yams, I'm good. Yeah, with my fish, my fried fish, I'm good. Ain't no Jamaican dish better than that. Big yams, collard greens, and Big Mac yams and collard greens with fried fish. Sign me up. That's a fact. I'm eating that any day over some tether shit. And I'm gonna be real, I hardly ever eat some tether shit. Like
I might, if hypothetically, if there's a good quality Chinese restaurant, I might go there. Okay, that's once in a blue moon, because most of them shits are no good. Okay, I love pizza, so I could rock with Italian stuff. Yes, Yogi. Okay, let him right there. I love subs, right? I love subs, so I could rock with again Italian spots. So I like pizza. I like subs. Hmm? Okay, turn on. Okay, and like I said, man, good go. Yeah, most of the food I eat, oh, I love Mexican food. Like yeah. So again, it has to be a good quality Mexican spot, right? It gotta be good quality. But I could rock with Mexican food. So let's be hypothetical. Everything I'm naming is good companies. Mexican, Italian, Chinese, and soul food. That's all I need. I'm good. Just set me up with a good restaurant, good Mexican restaurant, a good Chinese restaurant, a good Italian restaurant, and a soul food restaurant. I'm good. I need no other food. Most of the food I eat, I cook myself. I don't really order like that. But most of the stuff I make right now, I just be eating like I've been making like turkey meat, like basically soft tacos, right? For like the last like like shit 2 weeks. I've been eating shit every day. It's like Mexican stuff. And then from there, I go it's like some soul food shit. I fry some chicken, rice, and regular soul food stuff. And then I do my Italian stuff. I love spaghetti. I'll make spaghetti. And like that's pretty. I'm trying to think of what. And I make a hamburger. What's that? German? I love like a cheeseburger, but that's pretty much what I in a steak. Okay, sometimes I go steak. So who gets credit for steak? But I guess that's white Americans steak. I guess all these steak houses. But that's pretty much what I eat. Right. So I rarely order out like that. But so nah, y'all can miss me. I'm not taking no tether shit over American dishes. Get it. Yeah. Yeah. So you ain't gonna have me lie in front of y'all. Yo, listen, chat. I've never eaten African food. Okay, I'm just gonna be real. Can I just be honest without being offensive? Okay, go. Turn like, hey, chat. Can I be honest without being offensive? Okay, I've never eaten any Haitian food. I've never eaten any African food ever. So lay down. Okay, so I'm just gonna be real. Never, ever. I like the Thai food. Thai food. I think Thai food tastes better than Chinese. So if I get a good Thai restaurant, I prefer that over Chinese. We had one good Thai restaurant, and then this goddamn Thai restaurant had went vegan. They used to serve chicken. I went to the menu one day. I mean, I used to spend some money. I went to the menu one day. That thing said everything vegan. I'm like, oh, y'all fucking nuts. Went straight vegan on me. Okay. Yeah, spicy bean burgers. I like that, but when I do that, it be the vegetarian ones, like Morning Star. Yeah, I'll do the Morning Star frozen vegetarian bean burgers. What is Kwame talking about now? Oh, he just talking some redundant shit. Yeah, my man said nobody eats soul food out of America, brother. Nobody leaves America. What are you not understanding, bro? We don't flee our country. Like most FBAs do not leave the country. So no, we're not setting up shop. But hold up, but there's one person in Ghana. Hold on, my brother. So let me catch you in that lie. There's a brother in Ghana with a soul food restaurant. Watch this, you piece of shit, filthy tether. Watch this. See, I'm over here just being honest about what I know. I'm not going to throw shade on a lie. Okay. I remember a brother. I remember a brother going to Ghana with a soul food restaurant. All right. So let me see if there's any truth to that. Okay. So let's expose these lies. 'Cause I might have to time you out for another stretch for lying. Now he said there's no soul foods. So okay, I'm gonna show you this. So somebody's opening a Caribbean soul food restaurant, brother. What is a Caribbean soul food restaurant in Ghana? Let me share my screen. What do you want? Okay. Go sit down. Go play your drums. So yo, if y'all got an iPad or Mac, well, iPad, they have like the drums. You can play the guitar, the drums. So normally he likes to watch his cartoon shows and his YouTube shorts. So today I was like, you know what? Let me have him play an instrument. Because I had him do this before when he was young. He liked it, but wasn't really, he liked it, but then he phased out of it. But now I had him do the guitar, the piano, and like the beat machine button pressing thing. But the one he liked the most is that damn drum. All right, so let me show this tether something. I keep lying. Okay, brother, what the hell is he's from Chicago. What is a Caribbean soul food restaurant in Ghana? I think I hear soul food right here. I think people in Ghana are buying soul food. Okay, you lying piece of trash tether. I told you, one thing about me is I'm transparent, full disclosure, and I win debates with honesty. Tethers, white supremacists, they try to win debates with lying and being dishonest. So I just showed you soul food in Ghana, and he said there's no soul food outside of America. It's a piece of shit lying tether. You dig? We gonna vote. We gonna sign a petition where Trump get a third term, yeah. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna sign a petition where Trump get a third term. Okay, now watch this. I'm gonna go to a separate video. You piece of shit, filthy gorilla tether. It says American Sunday soul food dinner in Ghana. This is a separate person that got a video about soul food, but this piece of shit lying filthy tether says soul food isn't outside of America. Okay, let's look at her dish. Let's see if it's actually soul food.
Mac and cheese and baked beans and cabbage. Did I destroy? Oh, this plate is disappearing. Does that mean it's good? Mm-hmm. That's right.
That looks like soul food to me. Just a lying, filthy tether. I keep debunking all night. Okay, now watch this. I'm gonna show a different
YouTube channel. Look at this. Soul Food Restaurant Ghana tour. Oh, so Golden Crust. Well, bring your Golden Crust to Ghana. See how well you do. But these folks are entrepreneurs and they got soul food restaurants in Ghana, and it looks like they're making a living with these soul food restaurants in Ghana. You filthy tether. You filthy tether. You just lied. You said soul food doesn't leave the American states. I just showed you 3 channels on a quick research where soul food is being served in Ghana. You filthy tether. And these are businesses. Like these ain't just people eating, preparing dinner in their own homes. These are restaurants that they sell to the public, to the Ghanaian public. You filthy trolling tether. Okay, so I stooped down to your level low enough. I'm done. Chat. I think I'm gonna go back live around 10 o'clock or 10 or 11, late. But I got some Myron. There's some new Myron footage I gotta address. So if y'all see Myron in the topic, that means I'm cooking on Myron. All right. All right. So we out of here, man.